Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to the 17th of March. Welcome to St. Patrick's Day. Welcome to many, many people celebrating their birthdays being Piscean, me being one of them. There's probably quite a few of you as well. I can't be the only person celebrating my birthday today. I really can't. It's nice to have your company. We have a studio decorated with balloons and a big happy birthday banner and all the rest of it. Producer's gone completely round the bend. And he bought me a mug. When I opened the box, I thought, oh, a mug. How nice. It's just a plain black mug. And then I thought, wait a minute, I've seen one of these before. And you put hot water into it. And there, a picture of me and my former producer, Thomas, and Corey comes into view. It's a photograph that's superimposed, activated by hot water. I knew that, you see, because I'm quite bright, because I had some of these some years ago to give away on LBC, and it had a picture of bacon and eggs on there. It was called the breakfast mug. Prince Philip's out of hospital. Meghan and Harry are in trouble again. Oh, God, is it never going away? Probably not. Weetabix. They've got two... Now, whether or not this is a British Weetabix or somebody else's Weetabix, but it goes Weetabix with banana. You know my obsession with banana at the moment. And Weetabix with berries, neither of which have bananas or berries in them. I thought they used to have little bits of dried fruit. Not on these ones, which is not very good. Britain's most expensive rental home. Gary Lineker's having his brain tested for dementia. Won't take too long. Tina Turner says a final farewell to fans in a film. And a pair of portraits by Pablo Picasso's lovers go up for auction. They reckon between 9 and 15 million quid. Why can't he ever have painted me? You know why? It's because I used to sort of say on air, does anybody ever understand anything about Picasso's and the Cubists and all this? Right, load of old rubbish. I've seen 3-year-olds do better pictures. I'm sorry, I never got into it at all. I want to see a picture that looks like a picture. You know, so if I go to the National Portrait Gallery here in Leicester Square, I'm going to see pictures of Henry VIII, and I know that they look like Henry VIII. You know, I think he's been photoshopped in a few of them, but I mean, that's what they've got. They've got pictures of him looking slim, pictures of him looking fat, and then pictures of him looking absolutely like a Thames barge. But when you look at sort of some of Picasso's, I just don't get it. I really don't get it. Perhaps I don't understand art. Perhaps if you have to explain it to me, I'm too stupid to understand it. That's worth between 9 and 15 million. At least with a Banksy, I know what the blooming heck they look like, but the rest of it, I just don't get it at all. But nevertheless, nice to have your company. So, do you know, I was only thinking the other day. So, Meghan and Harry give their interviews to Oprah Winfrey, and Oprah Winfrey sort of goes, oh, like that. I'm thinking, wait a minute, the royal family extended the hand of friendship to Oprah Winfrey. She was invited over for the wedding. They could have vetoed. But they didn't. They welcomed her. She will be lapping up the day she went to Windsor Castle, the day she saw the Queen, absolutely milking it on one hand, and then on the other hand, slagging them off to the ground. And yet they actually bent over backwards to show people how, you know, nice they were as a family. They're not perfect. God knows they're not perfect. We know that. But, you know, I thought to myself, how ungrateful of Oprah Winfrey. Normally, you know, highest esteem in my books, highest esteem, very successful in this, but, you know, be a bit more grateful, dear, that you were invited into the inner fold of the royal family because you were a friend of Meghan Markle. And here you are stitching them up. You know, it's not good, is it really? And also now they've sparked fury, Harry and Meghan again, because what they've done is they had a private conversation. Then they told Oprah's best friend, Gail, who's a presenter on CBS, and she then leaked it on her news programme. And I'm thinking, I thought they wanted privacy. Obviously not. Obviously not. It's bad, isn't it, really? I thought so. Prince Philip's out of hospital. He does look like a man caught in headlights. I know you're not supposed to look fantastic at 99, but for goodness sake. And all 5 members of Girls Aloud have had a secret reunion. What a load of old codswallop. Of course they haven't. They had a secret reunion, now they're telling you. So, not a secret reunion at all. In fact, it was just a bit of cheap publicity to pretend that they're getting back together and going out on tour. They all hated each other. That's why they haven't done anything for ages and ages. Nobody liked each other. They didn't like anybody at all. The moment poor Sarah Harding becomes ill, they all rally around and go, oh, we're really thinking about you, and, you know, she's our Bessie mate and all the rest of it. No, she wasn't. Oh, she wasn't, believe you me. You read the stories about Girls Aloud. It always happens in these girl groups, probably boy bands as well, where they all fall out and they don't get on because each one thinks they're the biggest. Each one thinks they're actually the best. I mean, I could write a book on people who've had breakdowns, you know, and drinking problems and all sorts of things. But why would I do anything like that? Absolutely not. unless it was absolutely necessary for me so to do. Also, Greggs to hire another 1,000 workers, because you know that this is the first year they've not made a profit. Morning, dear. Did you bring the water? Oh, good, lovely, thank you. I don't know whether to have fizzy or still water. I can't work out. And you remember I told you the other day that I had pains in my stomach? I thought there's something definitely going on down there. And then I spoke to the hospital yesterday, and they're assessing me, apparently. Well, all of a sudden, the pain's gone. Now, I don't know whether or not it's gone because I ate a bit of banana yoghurt the other day or something. I've got no idea. But really peculiar. So it's not back. So I'm drinking more water. I'm not supposed to drink milk, but I can't resist milk. And the banana yoghurt was horrid. I can't begin to tell you how horrid it was. I didn't like it at all. I had one of them, ooh, and I trekked all the way up on the bus, sat there, my little packed lunch of sandwiches, and a bag of Wotsits, small cup of tea in my little flask, got all the way to the supermarkets, trekked around trying to read the bloody shelves. Where is it? I'm trying to look for a picture of a banana. Where's the banana? Where's the banana? Sainsbury's banana yoghurt. Ghastly. Seriously, I've ditched it already. I've ditched it. I don't know what I expected it to taste like, but it's obviously chemically. Where they sort of put so many... You look at the list of ingredients on the back of these things, you think, blimey. Not so good. I've got a Scottish Island for sale, if you're interested. In fact, actually, for about the same price as a garage in London, 81,000, you could have this Scottish Island. It's 11 acres. There's no house. I'm told it's 11 acres and it's deserted, apart from whatever crawls up onto the island. Bears, probably. So imagine you fear for your life. Also, Shamima Begum's had a makeover. But as Dawn Neeson says this morning in her column in the Daily Star, takes a whole lot more than a blow-dry, love. We're not buying into it, OK? We don't trust you. We don't like you. You can stay there, as far as I'm concerned, till the end of time. There's a hotel in China where all the rooms are built round a pen. And in the pen, a glass pen, are polar bears. You can stand there and watch them. Now, I don't want to be rude about the Chinese, but I'm going to have to be. What in God's name were you thinking of? Putting polar bears in a small enclosed area so that people can stare down from their rooms and have a look at polar bears downstairs. It's the same country. That particular hotel, not the China. Well, but this is not the first time we've heard this. You know about the park over there, don't you? Where they've got tigers and lions and everything else, and you buy an animal to feed to them. A live animal. If you're only poor, you buy a chicken. If you're rich, you buy a cow. And the cow will turn up in the back of a truck, and they will empty the truck into this, like, football arena. Live. And the lions will attack it, and people pay about $200 for that. I mean, I don't quite understand why that would be an entertainment, but there you go. So you can watch polar bears from your own room. Sure, people... The rooms go up to about nearly $300. Pounds? Something like that. Mary says, hope you're feeling better. A lot better than yesterday, actually. A lot better, but, might not work. Anthony says, I was wondering why yesterday, walking past Global Towers, a forklift truck was unloading birthday candles from a lorry. I know, we couldn't get anywhere near the front door. Terrible, really. Simon says, Steve Allen, a walking miracle, more durable than a Duracell. That's what I like. Don't they say the battery with a copper-coloured top? And why does it last longer? Because it's more expensive. That's why. Duracell batteries are far more expensive than normal cheapo Poundland batteries. But there again, Poundland batteries fizzle out, whereas the Duracell keeps on going. Of course they do. They're costing 4 times as much. I'm not stupid. First time listening live in months, says Matt. Due to being unable to sleep, your dulcet tones will get me a few more hours so I can listen to the rest of the show and catch up. You won't go to sleep while I'm on, pal. You really won't. Not coming from Lowestoft. I mean, do me a favour. God in heaven. The millionaire's playground of Lowestoft. I think not. Shane says, I might sound terrible, but I've gone off Oprah. I only thought about the idea that she was biting the hand that feeds. There she was, and you could see how much she was revelling in being in Windsor and walking down the hill to the chapel and all the rest of it, big star and all the rest of it. And then she goes and throws knives in their back. I don't know how much longer it can go on for, but now we've got Gail. Gail, of course, works for CBS. And you remember CBS, don't you? They were the ones who printed the picture of the car crash in which Diana died. Nobody else has ever done that. But let's not bother telling Harry, shall we? I'm sure he'll work it out for himself. Steve. Wait a minute. I'm glad you're back, say David and Tracy. I've been back since Sunday. Today's Wednesday. Where have you been? Hello? What's going on? Lee in Portsmouth. Very glad to have you back. Where have you been? Where are all these people? Sunday I was here. Jane in Cockfosters. Happy birthday. And enjoy your special 43rd, 63rd day. I wish it was only 63. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? James in Haringey says, hope you and the crew are all well. I don't know, looking at them, probably not, actually. Probably not. And Jay from Pimlico. And someone says, how about a caterpillar cake from Marks? I've seen those, actually. I've seen those before. They actually look quite nice, really, a caterpillar cake. But I'm not really, as you know, a cake person. Happy returns. Somebody says, I hope the boys are spoiling you. Well, they will be when the water arrives. I don't know where he's going. I'm assuming he's digging a well outside. Is he did he have a small dinkum digger with him? Is he scared of being shouted at? Girls Aloud probably had a secret reunion because Sarah Harding has every hour, especially December, maybe her last. I know, we're hoping not. We know about this. You're telling us something, George, that we've known about for the past God knows how many weeks. This is out in her book, which I think is published today, so it's very apropos. But you can't have a secret sort of reunion. They're all in the business of publicity, including Sarah Harding. Without publicity, nobody knows she's got a book out. So there you go. Helen, good morning. Julie says, you're a ledge. Oh, yeah. And I quite like the idea. Do you like the idea of people being tagged? I think that's a good idea. Apparently, it might sort of stop people reoffending. Steve says, Chris in Coulsdon, it's my birthday in 6 days. Difference is I'm 57. I imagine you're a bit older. It's a bit rude, isn't it? What a thing to say. You're 57. I imagine you're a bit older. What do you mean a bit older? How much older? Yeah, you're banned straight away. It's absolutely ridiculous. I've never heard anything like it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. When you were off, did you hear the people who do who do you think you are? We're going to do Dermot O'Dreary. But they do loads of people on that, don't they? What they're looking for is people who've got family history. But apparently Dermot O'Dreary is a family was so boring they didn't do it. Oh, he'd have done it like a shot. He'd have done it like a shot. Of course he would. That's what people are in the business of. They're in the business of show. Will Mellor says 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps could return, but without Sheridan Smith. Without Sheridan. Should we go and help him dig the drain or the well? I mean, he's out there somewhere. I mean, how difficult is it? He's not filling the tins up by hand, is he? That's all we need to worry about, isn't it?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Anastasia says, happy birthday to you. Have a great day. And Catherine says, no DJ looks like him or lasts like him. Oh, right. And Jacob says, another day of pain. Went to have a CT scan at the hospital, took them 5 times to find a vein that was good enough to put an IV in. My arm is now black and blue. A busy Wednesday because Jake is my favourite Methodist pastor. He's in Lent at the moment. This is over in America, in Minnesota. 5 times to find a vein. Oh, Jake. Oh, goodness. That's not good, is it? That's not good. I'm all right. They always seem to find veins on me, even though, I can't really. I'm just not very good at things like that. It makes me feel a bit queasy. Talking about veins and injections and all sorts of things, which is not good. I did speak to the hospital yesterday. They're assessing me at the moment. They'll either sort of go with some procedure, or they'll sort of send me back for another scan just to find out. So I hope apart from that, Jake, we find you well. But the pain, as you listen. 3 months I've had pain. I know exactly what it's like. It just makes you feel, I was going to say unnecessary. You know, it just makes you feel like, oh, God, make it go away. You know, another day of pain. Do you want to take more painkillers? No, I really don't want to take more painkillers. Steve, on vous sur un joyeux anniversaire. Oh, that's nice. Thank you, Stefano. I think it's happy birthday. Roger says, a year ago, as many were getting coronavirus for the first time. The weather was lovely. I'm in freezing now. I didn't think it was too bad this morning, actually. I thought it was okay. I thought it was okay. And Steve I'm singing you happy birthday, says Jane, at the top of my voice. Probably best you can't hear me, but it's heartfelt. Don't forget, men improve with age. If you've got a painful tummy, fizzy water is ill-advised because of the gas probably irritating the issue is swelling up. Go for icy cold water with sips. Do you know, strangely, I've just opened a fizzy can. This is the same one that comes from the Austrian Alps. I'm wondering, do you think it comes out of the rocks, fizzy? Slightly disturbing, isn't it? You know, which rock do you go and lie down underneath? I think they must put it in artificially, don't you think so? They must put the fizz in, but it doesn't say so. Laura says, happy birthday to my favourite Steve. That's a nice thing about sharing your birthday with everybody, not a cake. And, you know, loads of exciting presents. You know, I was waiting for loads of different presents. And Helinka sent me something which was very nice indeed. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Which was lovely. The biscuit tin and the tote bag. How wonderful. What an inspired present. And Marion, thank you very much indeed. I got a DVD. I got a little Paddington Bear. And I got some things for Easter, the walk. You wind them up and then you put them on the desk and they walk across. You now? Bit jealous now, are you? Because you never got that. And the little Paddington Bear, which is quite cute. I like Paddington. There's something cute about Paddington Bear. And The Amazing Mr. Blunden, yes. So, which makes now 33 copies I've got. But don't worry, I'll never complain about that. I could go home and watch it again today, and probably will. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, I love Steve Allen at 4 o'clock in the morning. I know. That's that one there. Can you see it on the... That's lovely. Absolutely lovely. They haven't got a picture of themselves because basically if you're inside you can't have a picture taken, so they've had to print a picture of something else, bless their heart. It looks like they have a slight drink problem. But thank you very much indeed. So there you go. We always love things like that, don't we? They're always entertaining. Bye. See you. And it's gone. There you go. Never to be seen ever again. Oh, what a shame. I feel a bit guilty doing that. Well, I don't do it. The producer does it. I always blame it on the producer. You know, if somebody sort of writes anything and I think, oh, I can't be bothered with you anymore. Go on, go and sit there staring at the wall in your little bed sit. And then they disappear. And then all of a sudden they haven't got anybody to write to. They've got nobody to write to. They'll probably have to go and write to sort of Cheryl or Gemma Collins or somebody like that. Bless their hearts. Never mind. It sort of makes them happy, actually. Steve, me and my sister have been listening to you, which is good. Say Anne and Kathleen since 1982. Steve, your Gemma Collins tote bag is on the way. Great to hear you back, says John. Thank you very much indeed. And Steve, I had the AstraZeneca jab on Saturday. I'm not worried about negative feedback, so don't you be worrying. I've had it. I had mine last Saturday. I'm 4 or 5 days in. No symptoms at all, but I know loads of people have had. My friend, she's having hers done this Saturday. She just phoned up and got an appointment. So if you're thinking of getting an appointment, get an appointment. Have it. Get it over and done with. I think she's even got the second one booked in as well, which is good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says here, Steve, it's like the art of a singer or a performer that you don't expect a picture of someone. It's a different subject, the art. The same as with expressionism of Picasso. Don't expect a beautiful portrait. I just don't like Picasso. I think, luckily, in this day and age, I'm allowed not to like something. If I don't like Picasso, I don't like Picasso. It's as simple as that. Pile of old rubbish. I've seen 3-year-olds do better. You know, what's he going to do? Sue? I think not. Can't libel the dead. Wayne the Trolley Dolly says, I've been listening to you since you've been back on air and you're sounding stronger every day. You are cherished by thousands of us. Bless your heart. Thank you very much indeed. Yes, I do get that feeling, actually, which is quite nice. And then somebody else says, wishing you a happy birthday. Hope you have a great day. I think so. They all say that. The trouble is, it's only when you're younger you have a great day, isn't it? You don't... I mean, I'm not going home to jelly and ice cream. Much as though jelly and ice cream is a fate. Do you know what I had yesterday when I got in? What do you think I had for breakfast yesterday morning? Kippers? Oh, God, no. Definitely not kip. Wait, just have another slurp of fizzy water. Delicious. What did I have yesterday for breakfast? Go on, you won't guess in a million years. It wasn't the banana yogurt. Thank God for that. I think I'd have been ill for the rest of the day. No, I had scampi and chips. Scampi and triple cooked chips. I put the chips in first because they take a bit longer than the scampi, and then I took the chips out because they're very hot, and then I put in the scampi. Yumma, yumma, yumma. I know, I break all the rules. I don't care. People say it should be sausages, egg and bacon. I went, yeah, whatever. You know, I shall do my my available food in the morning, and I've got some more scampi to have today. I like scampi. I'm a bit of a scampi fiend. I can't remember if it's good for you. Probably not, actually, because it's deep fried. But I feel I'm eating fish. So it's okay, really. Britain's most expensive rental home, a curry house, planning the UK's first drone deliveries. To be honest with you, what happens? The drone goes up and it starts raining. I don't want my pita bread to get to me absolutely soaking wet. And my chicken tikka masala and a korma and some mushroom bhaji and everything. I don't want that arriving. My keema naan all soggy and wet and horrible. What's the point of that? You know, and then you go, sorry, down here, and the drone totally ignores you, dumps it by the front door. Somebody else picks it up, runs off with it. Not very good. Not very good. And in fact, spending on takeaways, he said, with a seamless link. Do you notice? Seamless link. Has shot up. 550 quid before the pandemic. 1,248 now. Which reminds me, have you filled in your census? I bet you're going, what census? You should have got an envelope from the census department. I have to tell you, it's a legal requirement to fill it in. If you don't, it's £1,000 fine. You've got till the 21st of this month, but they give you a little time afterwards. But if you don't fill it in, £1,000 fine. I'm just warning now, because you've got to fill in. Drones on. It's all right for me. I mean, mine's easy to fill in, but yours might be more complicated with, you know, how many people are in the household, blah, 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 blah. Then they ask your address. They ask what you do for a living. They're really nosy. I'm surprised they don't ask how much money you earn. And then they go, what's it? Who is your employer? I want to know your employer. And also your sexuality. I thought, yes, please. So I wrote down yes, please, and gave my personal phone number, and hoping the phone's going to ring. But it'll take you about 10 minutes to fill it in. Producer, have you done yours? I bet you haven't done yours, Jake. I just know you haven't. Oh, somebody's done it for you. Oh. How does she know your sexuality? How's she worked that out? Good Lord above, honestly. It's a difficult one, isn't it? There's so many different choices. I mean, I didn't know what I wanted to be. I had no idea. I thought, what could I be? Perhaps I could be somebody completely different. And sort of pretend. And they go, you know, does anybody else live at your address? I thought, I wish. Yes, what sort of heating have you got? I thought, well, you know, when the neighbours go out, I sort of rip their front door down and we burn that in the sitting room, and that's my heating. What sort of heating have you got? Have you heard of such? What a funny question. It's like saying, you know, what sort of food do you eat? You know. My friend Jordan had to be reminded about his census reminder. Yeah, I had to go through my old post to find this thing, because my friend just said to me, she said, have you done your census? And I said, no, but I knew I'd got it, but then I suddenly realised it's a legal requirement. So, Jordan, fill it in. It'll take you about half an hour. Trying to work out who you live with, who you don't live with. Faye Barker says, great to hear you back on the airwaves. Morning, Faye. Hope you're well. Hope you're well this morning. It is Wednesday. It is St. Patrick's Day. I've got a poem. Is it a poem? The St. Patrick's Day poem? Or is it just... There are two. Okay, we'll do them after 5, shall we? Okay, we'll do them after 5. So if you're celebrating St. Patrick's Day today, hope you have a lovely day. And if you're celebrating your birthday, well then, many happy returns of the day. You share your birthday, Steve, with our border collie, Willow, who's 13 today, which is about 70 in human years. She is considered, as you can imagine, a geriatric OAD, which is an old-aged dog. But we think that's very unfair. That's quite old, actually, isn't it? 70 for a dog. I've got 2 producers. Added together, it makes 70. And look at, honestly, if you look at them here sitting, I don't know what I do this for. Seriously, I look at them. They're both quite mad. Quite mad. Somebody says you're loved by thousands. How dare they? It's millions. Absolutely. Certainly is.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets. At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Wishing you a very happy birthday today. It's my birthday today too, Steve. And my 42nd wedding anniversary, says Bev. Glad to get a shout out yesterday about my Bentley Bev cocktail. Hope you get to taste it soon. Oh, you and me together, Bev. You and me together. Oh, dear. Terry in Woolwich says, who's really Peter, he says, oh, no, wait a minute, I've lost him now. Where's it gone to? Sorry, it is Terry in Woolwich. He said, I've not received my letter yet. Phone them up. Phone them up and check. You know, if you're of the age, yeah, you should definitely push for it. Amanda Holden's had hers. She phoned up and discovered that they had a load of it left on. You don't look like someone who talks a lot looking at your picture. How can you tell? Well, you don't look like somebody who talks a lot. What's that, man? I don't quite understand. I don't know if it's a compliment or a gross insult, but I've got no idea what you're supposed to look like if you talk for a living. I suppose you look like somebody who talks for a living. I don't know. I mean, I've done it for such a long time now. I don't think about it. I never think about it. It's like, you know, people say to me, oh, you know, you talk for 3 hours a day, and you go, yes. And they go, why? And I say, well, I get paid for it for a start, which is the nice bit. But then the other thing is that, you know, people say, how do you know what to talk about? I said, but wait a minute. If I had a party, you know, a dinner party or something like that, I don't sit there with notes on a piece of paper under the table going, today talk about the weather, talking about Harry and Meghan, talk about, you know, I mean, it always amazes me that people have to write things down to talk about. I've never had to worry about what I talk about. I bump into people on a daily basis in Twickenham. There's always somebody who I'll bump into who'll say, how are you? And I'll go, so. Getting there is my answer at the moment. Steve, I've just had my first AstraZeneca jab, no side effects whatsoever. They told me the second jab will be in 12 weeks' time. Is that standard? Yes. I think it's 12 weeks. It's about 12 weeks. I've not had my second one, but they will probably write to me and go, we've got your second one booked in. But I'd say, didn't have any you watch, I'll get reaction to the second bloody jab. I need it done on a Friday, don't I? So then I've got the Saturday to recover if necessary. Mike says, good to have you back. Thank you. And Connie says, in Stockwell, happy 67th birthday to Steve Allen. My husband thinks you have enough of me because of all the text messages I'm sending you. Is that true? Get rid of him. Get rid of him, Connie. He's got to go. OK, I'll put you in contact with a good lawyer, sort it all out, get as much money out of him as possible, move, change the locks on the door, sorted. There you go. How blissfully happy can we be? And the answer is very blissfully happy. You're very clever to be born on St. Patrick's Day. Nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. I think actually that'd be down to my mother's side. Oh yes, on the census it says white British, white Irish, or white other among ethnicities. Also, it had down travellers, everything. There's all these different things on there. It didn't have, 5'6" slightly overweight radio presenters. There was no category for me at all. I felt a little bit cheated. So I just put down white. And then I looked at my skin. I thought, well, sort of rather pale pink blotchy. But they didn't have a category for pale pink blotchy. So I had to go with all the... How do you describe yourself? British or English? All these, have you noticed, little trick questions going in there to see exactly how you think about it. It was when I had to put down what my employer did for a living. And then what do I do for a living? So I put down, and then I flipped onto the next page, and it was the same thing. Describe what you do for your job. So I just put down the same thing I put down first time round. Oh, don't fool me, actually. Another one, which says, who's this from, actually? Wait a minute. The Groovy Gang Show. Who's this from? Oh, it's Luke. Oh, no, not Luke. Luke was was he blowing up balloons yesterday? He says, happy birthday, everyone, but keep partying on, dude. Is he on my medication, Luke, or something like that? But he's been working with Swarbrick, together with my other producer, called Chris, who also sent me, and Thomas sent me things, saying he's been keeping up to date with my illnesses, as indeed does everybody. Bad news is, guess who's moved into Richmond? Joe Wicks Bought a £4.5 million house. Obviously, Essex a little bit beneath you now, dear, is it? I should imagine. RAC launching its first pay-as-you-drive car insurance. And Rhiannon Sugden still modelling the underwear. They must have enough pictures of her in her bra and knickers to survive for the next 10 years. Also, drinking an espresso boosts your productivity 3 times more than a latte. And my friend Rich, he says, I didn't see you earlier. 1 balloon on your studio door, no expense spared. Happy birthday to you, birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Steve. Happy birthday to you. Well, actually, if you'd looked in the door, Rich, the studio is full of balloons. In my studio, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Next door, they've got 8 balloons. 8 balloons and a huge banner that takes up the whole of the back wall. They've spared no expense, as you can tell. They've gone completely overboard with, this is what he wants on his birthday. A lot of people sobbing in the corner. They've handed out free sort of tissue. Oh, the master is old. Oh, it's awful. Will he make it to the other one? Oh, I don't know. Even a friend of mine texted me and said, well, you got this far. Like almost big surprise. Big surprise, Steve. Well done. You've made it this far. Yes, I am 67 today. 67. But I think it's a state of mind. I'm totally convinced. I think if I smoked, you wouldn't be hearing this programme, not judging by my history of illness. Actually, that's what it put on the census. How would you describe your history of medical things? I wrote down crap, and then I thought, no, change it. And so I put down, what did I put down? Fair. I mean, otherwise I'll be... Because if you answer the wrong thing, they might then come back with, OK, list all your illnesses. And frankly, I haven't got the time or the energy or the inclination. So I didn't bother. But no, I think if I still smoked, I think I'd be sounding a lot older. Hello, everybody. So I thought, not really. Not really. Somebody said to me yesterday, they said, how did it go? I said, I think it's going well. Every day I get a bit stronger. Every day I get a little bit stronger and sort of try and, push myself a little bit farther. I still try and get home and I still try and have a little lie down. And I'm still waking up, going to toilet in the middle of the night. But, it's getting a bit better. So we'll wait and see, shall we? 20 to 5 is the time. And, Steve, I should be going to work soon, opening the Waitrose branch. Says Penny, I work in. I always do a little message to my partners before I open the doors, which includes today's famous birthdays. So today you're on my list. I'm trying to decide how to refer to you. Veteran broadcaster, distinguished broadcaster. Oh, just broadcaster. Friend to the royal family. Had my COVID vaccine on Monday, hardly slept since, have insomnia rather than tiredness. I know. When you do finally get to sleep, though, isn't it bliss? Isn't it bliss when you actually finally you go, oh. I climb into bed and it's quite cool. Quite cool in my bed, and it's like living in a fridge, actually. Steve, I filled out the census, tried to work out, were they trying to trick us with repeated questions, says Jane. I don't know. We'll put it this way, it all goes on. Then I got a thing confirming. Thank you very much indeed for confirming the census. And we won't be sort of following up this thing and doing anything else. I thought, well, that's actually a good idea. Your census, your personal information. I hope they're not going to use it for something else. I don't want to start receiving offers of chocolate or something like that from Thornton's, Just have to sort of try and make it through the day, as they say. So lots of pictures of Philip returning to his castle yesterday. And as it was revealed, his grandsons finally spoke after that Oprah interview. Also, Will Mellor says 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps could return without Sheridan Smith. I never saw that programme. I never saw it. It was not my sort of thing, actually. It was a blokey bloke programme. I bet the blokes next door watch it. It's their sort of thing. 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps. Well, yeah, come on, down a pub. All that kind of stuff. Not for me. And Eric Clapton was made to sign an autograph twice by a cheeky fan who didn't like his scruffy writing. So difficult when you do an autograph. Sometimes it looks like you. Sometimes it doesn't look like you at all. Which is very odd. What have we got here? It's Rhiannon Sugden again. Honestly, how many more boring pictures of you in your knickers? Really. Spring has sprung, says Busty Rhiannon. 34 now. You're getting a bit ancient for that, aren't you, really? Should you not find a proper job? Have you heard of stacking shelves? Could you not go road sweeping, dear? Is there something? Beginning to look a bit sad and tragic at the moment, but, I'm always trying to be, erring on the side of caution. Colleen Rooney has branded the estimated legal cost to her wag of the Christie war with Rebecca Vardy as grotesque. What do you think the bill is so far? About £900,000. Well, more fool, than me. So that's the size of the legal bill the pair face after failing to settle their libel fight. Good. Hope you got loads of money. Because somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose, isn't it? I mean, I don't think that there's a win-win for both people. So I think somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose. So far, Rebecca's share is 465,842 quid. Colleen's 402,000. And, I mean, it is grotesque. The judge has agreed the costs were extraordinarily high and has urged both sides to settle the case. The trial could be before Easter next year. I mean, to be honest with you, what a waste of money. I don't want to be rude about it, but there's people dropping dead in this country, and there's two boring little nobodies having a spat that's cost the best part of £1 million so far. £1 million. You said this, I said that. You said this, I said that. Grow up and get over yourselves. Steve, I hope Moylesy sent you a nice present. No. I mean, there was a racehorse outside the studio when I got in. I sent it on its way. Did you know The Champions is back on TV? I've got all the box sets. I love it. I love it. Doug says, happy returns. I had the same census dilemma. My job description, precision engineer. What do you do? Precision engineering. I know. I thought that was good. Steve, looking good for such age. Yes, well, I don't know what you're supposed to look like. Mind you, having had a look at Prince Philip, I'm looking a little bit better, but we're not the same age. He's a fraction older. Johnny says, I'd like to see your crew give you the bumps for your birthday. Do you remember the bumps on your birthday? You don't do that anymore. Did you remember to see that at school? Did you do it? You go 1, 2, ow, 3, ow. Do you remember the bumps? Oh, they just used to hit you. Well, I can understand that. Oh, right, oh, right, yeah. No, we used to get the bumps. So you tried not to tell people. It was so much easier.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to St. Patrick's Day. Welcome to LBC. Welcome to Early Breakfast with Steve Allen. Did you know, and you won't know this because I didn't know it, you know we've had a lot of dogs going missing. You know, it's quite a big problem, actually. The dog nappers are dodging the fines. There are no specific laws against dog snatching. I mean, I thought that just would have been theft, but there's nothing laid down. Nothing laid down at all. So that's a bit dreary, isn't it? It's a little bit of a worry. People coming around, but do watch it. They were offering advice the other day in, was it Country Life magazine or something like that, for people going out there and tying their dogs up outside shops and just going inside and wandering off and doing the shopping. No, leave the dog at home. You know, the other thing is, what was the other thing I was hearing from a burglar on Tom Swarbrick's programme? He said the easier thing for people burglaring your house, what they would do is look through the window of the kitchen at your calendar. And the calendars mainly seem to face the window, and it would have on it Tuesday, going to see Granny, whatever. So they would know when you were going to be in and when you weren't in. You ever thought of that one before? I'd never thought of that. Because most people have a calendar somewhere in their kitchen which they've written on, you know, birthday party, shopping, out for meal, dinner, theatre, film, whatever it happens to be. So be careful. I mean, obviously on my calendar, I mean, it would just be, you know, Monday meeting celebrity, Tuesday meeting celebrities, Thursday showbiz party, Friday, you know. I wish. Oh, apparently the producer has tweeted a picture of me. I don't know where I find it now. This is where I have to sort of hunt all these things because I'm just blooming hopeless. I am. I'll try and find them, and I just don't know where it is. So wait a minute. I won't find it. I promise you. I've just sort of do it. No, stupid thing. Where is it? Why can't I see? Oh, it's under your thing. Oh, you can't do mine. Oh, right. Okay. Still doesn't help actually because I still don't know how I can access it. Can you just put it up on my screen and show me? You can't. No. Do you know how to do that? It's a bit much me telling the producer how to do that. He's normally the one who has to tell me things. I know. I love he's put his name down. He said so-and-so is my name. I go, like, you know, oh, big surprise. I had no idea. I thought, of course I know what your name is, you foolish boy. I work with you every blooming day, don't I? Goodness sake. Steve Allen knows my name. Steve Allen knows who I am. I know everybody. Well, sometimes I don't. Oh, look. There's me with my crown on me. Look at me little balloons. Oh, that's sweet. How are people going to find that, though? Look. I could... Oh, here we go. I could retweet it. Yeah, of course I can. Better come and take the phone and do it yourself. I love the way they just sort of go, oh, yeah, we better retweet this, Steve. And I go, yeah, whatever. Shall I retweet it for you, everybody? And then you could see the picture of me sitting in my little studio. There you go. There you go. All right. Fancy asking me to retweet. I had enough trouble with somebody before saying, can you retweet this, Steve? And he had to say, right, go on the right-hand side, there's this, and I tell you, at the end of it, I was so stressed. So stressed. I was not in a happy place. Steve, you are no younger than me, so I guess now is the time to book your embalmment or mummification. Oh, goodness sake. Steve, all the lads at work listen to you, says Kevin the Milkman. You keep us going as we pop the pinters down. So on behalf of everybody at Parker Dairies, very happy 42nd birthday to the cream of radio presenters. Cream of radio presenters. How exciting. It's like when people say, oh, the legend that is Steve Allen. You think, oh, come on. That makes you sound... Have you done it? Oh, wow, well done. You've managed it. So it's on the... on the Steve Allen... so is this on my thing as well? What are you doing, honestly? So it's on at Steve Allen Show, which is good, isn't it? Wait a minute, see if I can find it. If I can find it, you'll all be... Oh, stupid thing. It's gone. I don't know where it is. If I cancel that, push cancel, find Steve Allen. Oh, God, bear with me. I tell you, I get so stressed doing these sort of things. I'm absolute rubbish by it. I still can't find the bloody thing, but never mind. I'm sure it'll be there somewhere. I'm sure it'll be absolutely fantastic and it'll be marvellous. If you can find it, let me know, because I can't find the blooming thing. But it'll be on the at Steve Allen Show Twitter. And a picture taken this morning. Steve, so refreshing to have you back. I think we should have Meghan Markle in for In Conversation. Oh, what? Listen, I'd pay good money. Well, I wouldn't pay good money, but I mean, I'd send a car for her. Definitely, of course, definitely. Steve, it's my birthday also today. Oh, guess whose birthday it is today? Come on. No, not Elvis. No. Somebody far more important than Elvis. With a link to this building. No. It's Henry's mum, Pam's birthday today. Yeah. It's Pam Riley's birthday. Woo! Happy birthday to you. Probably same as me. Actually, no, you must be younger than me. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? So, happy birthday. I hope he's bought you a card or sent you something. You know what he's like for forgetting these things. He's hopeless. Seriously. But, happy birthday, Pam. And to everybody else. Many, many happy returns of the day. And Mr. Neil. Thank you. Mr. Neil's done it for me, which is good. And he says, also, happy birthday to our lovely Carol. And good luck to Doreen. It's all happening today. Enjoy your day. Love all the gang. And then we've got the picture of me looking all sort of vacant in my little... Did you know the balloons look bigger than me? But that's quite sweet. So thank you very much indeed. So at least we found it. And you, Neil, have found it. He's good for these sort of things. Steve, what prezzies have you brought them all in to eat today? Says Nicola. Oh, they've had all sorts of things. Cherries and Bakewells and all sorts of things. Which keeps them going. But they don't need to worry about putting on weight. Yeah, whatever. But they don't really. I mean, they're not... I mean, they're sort of... They aren't sort of at the age where you just put on weight and then you don't lose it. Almost, yeah. I mean, today I'm going to have soup, I think. I'm going to have probably a haddock chowder, which I quite fancy. John in Nottingham says, found you on Twitter. Well done. Big happy birthday. Loving the show. Thank you so much indeed. And somebody says, mornings just aren't the same without you. Which is what we like, isn't it? Should we do the... Should we do some of the papers at 5 to 5 in the morning? I don't like doing the time, but I have to occasionally. People get a bit worried. They go, what's the time? And you go, well, look at your clock. Look at your watch. Everybody knows what time it is. Don't want any excuses. Daily Star today, Dawn Neeson, talking about a publicity-shy American actress, failed, who couldn't cope with the trauma of being a cosseted British royal princess, is supposedly preparing a bid to be America's first woman president. Yes, surely she'll find a role for her ginger husband in her cabinet too. Dusting it, probably. And also the jihadi bride Shamima Begum has had a makeover. Gone is the flowing shroud of her Islamic State death cult uniform. In its place, tight skin leggings, a trendy hoodie, Hollywood-style sunnies and a slick of lip gloss. Dawn Neeson echoes the entire country when she says, takes more than a blow-dry, love. A lot more. Yeah, we're not buying into it at all. Harry Styles turns up wearing a pink feather boa. He looked a bit cheap, actually. It was a bit of a shame, really. He could have done so much better with a jacket that didn't fit. But he's pop star. Pop stars dress like this, don't they? She's also talking about Gemma Collins losing weight. Greg's profits plunge. Mere chance, says Dawn. Yeah. Of course, have you noticed that Gemma Collins is still droning on about, I've lost 3 stone? That was months ago. Obviously, she's lost no more since then, which means it was a load of old hooey. Right, load of old hooey. Cheryl Tweedy has told how she feels helpless and broken over Sarah Harding's battle with breast cancer. It's a shame that they weren't like this ages and ages ago. But it's almost, why are you doing it now? She said she found out about her pal's condition, hit her hard. She said, since that day, she's been on my brain every waking hour. Which actually she should have known about because Cheryl contributed to Sarah's autobiography, Hear Me Out, published in Glamour magazine. She wrote, initially I felt helpless. I struggled to find the right words. I mean, I just find it a little bit too late. When Sarah was having all her sort of breakdowns and we saw them on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Boy, did we see a breakdown. In fact, there must have been about 20 breakdowns on that programme with every bit of foul language you could ever imagine. Because you know why? They gave her booze. And she'd been off booze for ages. And the one thing, you don't want if you've been on booze and then you have to come off booze because it's affecting you badly, is somebody to give you booze. And it then changed her. She was screaming obscenities. It was just the most awful thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Sally's in Harefield. Dean in the Cotswolds. Doesn't say where in the Cotswolds, just the Cotswolds, who could be Norman. So you're either sort of somebody with 2 names, or there's 2 of you. And says, would have been Nat King Cole's birthday. Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa. When I fall in love, it'll be forever. A distant pipe dream, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway. Nice to have your company this morning. It's LBC, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. With you every Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. On LBC. Between 4 and 7, it's the only way to get up. It's the only show that actually gets you up and out of bed. It's no good just sort of lying there going, I'll do it in a minute. I'll just close my eyes for a little bit. I'll just let it all... Get up! Get up, for goodness sake, honestly, it's ridiculous. Right, news at 5 coming up. We'll take more of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to St. Patrick's Day. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Henry, remember we talked about Henry's mum? Just sent me in a text because it's her birthday today as well. And then blow me down, the door opens, and there's Henry, her son. He works on Nick Ferrari's breakfast show on LBC. And he's brought me in a bottle, which is lovely. He says, so good to have you back, you were missed. He says, you said you were trying to drink less. The bottle looks like Prosecco, but it's not Prosecco. It's called Procini. Have you ever heard of it? I haven't. I thought it was Prosecco. And what it is, it's citrus flavours combining perfectly with soft bubbles, and it's lemon and lime fruit flavours. Ooh! How cool is that? Well, that's going in the fridge straight away. Definitely, I love stuff like that. That's really up my street. Thank you, Henry, very much indeed. I did say to him, I said, it's your mum's birthday. He said, oh, do you know? I said, yeah, she's texted in. She's probably still waiting, sitting at home sobbing into a handkerchief, waiting for a card to arrive or flowers. But you never know. Being St. Patrick's Day, we have a couple of poems today, actually. A couple of poems. One is called St. Patrick's Day by Jean Blewett, which goes as follows. There's an isle, a green isle, set in the sea. Here's to the saint that blessed it. Here's to the billows wild and free that for centuries have caressed it. Here's to the day when the men that roam send longing eyes o'er the water. Here's to the land that still spells home to each loyal son and daughter. Here's to old Ireland fair, I ween, with the blue sky stretched above her. Here's to her shamrock warm and green, and here's to the hearts that love her. That's good. That's very nice. Very nice. And then I've got another one as well, which is by Anonymous. It's called Happy Birthday to Me. Not self-indulgent, is it? Today comes with a new feeling. Maybe it's because a star sparkled today. Yes, I sparkled in the sky of life. May this birthday always remind me that life inspires and lift me to the heights of joy, laughter and love. Happy birthday to me. Oh, a lot of old Codswallop. Honestly, here's to me. Honestly, it's my birthday. Of course, it's different when you're younger, isn't it? When you're young, you go, oh, so exciting. Do you remember there used to be a great advert for the Post? And it was a girl sitting in a window upstairs in the house, looking down onto the front path and all the rest of it. And the postman, it's her birthday, and the postman walks past, and then he comes back, and then he goes to open the gate, and then he closes it again, and then he looks up at her and shakes his head and goes to walk on. And then he turns round and puts all the cards through the letterbox. He was winding her up. You can imagine this poor little girl, floods of tears. Oh, I've got no cards. Oh, look, the postman was lying. Here are all your cards. Happy birthday. Have you and the guys ever thought about having a live webcam in the studio so we can hear everything? And you could give the Spike a wave from time to time. We did do it once. In fact, I tell a lie, in my life we've done it twice. And both times we broke the camera. We didn't break the camera intentionally, but so many people logged on that the system crashed. So we didn't. We weren't allowed to do it anymore. Actually, it was probably safer. My friend Simon Beale says, "Enjoy your day." He says, "I hope you're feeling loads better." I'm feeling a load better, but I'm still not. I keep telling people I'm not out of the woods. Really not out of the woods. And my former producer Sam, remember lovely Sam? Happy birthday, Steve. Sam Lovell, Boland. Thank you very much indeed. He never changes. People never change on this programme. People come off this programme in a state of shock. You know, we've worked with Steve Allen and survived. Sort of. And Steve, at least today is one day that nobody can moan about race, as everybody is Irish on St. Patrick's Day. No, listen, I think every day... Why do we moan? I mean, I moan about everything, but there again, I'm typical of everybody in this country. Everybody's got an opinion. You know, so everybody's got an opinion about, you know, the boys are waiting for haircuts, you know, sort of, you know, which we shouldn't have to wait too long. In Scotland, they've already relaxed it, so it'd be nice if they did it here, and then we can get haircuts again, which is good. And Dean's in Broadway in the Cotswolds. Don't say Broadway, as most people have never heard of it. I've never heard of it. Broadway, I've never heard of it. Should we ever look at what Broadway looks like on the internet? Because we need to find out, don't we, really? There's no point in sort of mentioning a place if we've never heard of it. I don't know where... No, I think it's in the Cotswolds. So it's bound to be sort of pretty and picture book perfect. Oh, there you go. I wasn't wrong, actually. Oh, it's quite nice, isn't it? It looks better with snow. Isn't that pretty? Oh, they've got all their front gardens going on here. Oh, we like this place. We like this. Broadway Cotswolds. Very oldie-worldy. Isn't that nice? Oh, everybody likes this. Oh, it looks beautiful with snow in it. Oh, my goodness, that's Christmas. Yeah, we want to go now. That's like, wow. That's like beautiful. Beautiful. Really lovely. Oh, well, we're very jealous of that. We haven't got anything like that at all, I'm afraid. Have we? Not that it looks as pretty. Gorgeous. Andy Peters says, happy birthday to you, squash tomatoes and stew. That was one that goes bread and butter in the gutter. Happy birthday to you. How old are we, eh? How old are we? Not very old at all. The boy's up early this morning, 5:10. Actually, I'm good at getting up early in the morning. I don't worry about getting up early. Some people are terrible in the morning. They wake up and they go, oh God, I feel awful. Me, I bounce out of bed. I need the toilet very quickly. So squash tomatoes and stew or soup. Oh, I love stew. A stew with dumplings in it, and mashed potato. Oh God. Don't talk about food, Steve. It's way too early. Steve, says Connie, every time I see a dog tied up outside the house or supermarket or a shop, I stay with the dog until the owner comes back. The dog's relaxed, but I never get any appreciation from the owner. No, you don't. They will when the dog vanishes. Because that's what happens. People pinch dogs, which is bad news. Very bad news. Steve, I'll be 41 this year. They say life begins at 40. Codswallop. What was the last 40 years about then? Was it just a trial period to see if you wanted to continue to the next 40 years? I don't know. I'm not too sure whether or not, when somebody says, 40, you're heading into your twilight years, I don't really know what that's supposed to mean. Not too sure. Steve, you going to the Epsom Derby this year? No, don't think anybody is, are they? Jonathan in Southport says, good to have you back. Have a wonderful day. A wonderful day. And why is it, Steve, these fast-paced walkers have to do that silly walk flapping their arms, says Sunil. I don't know. My uncle was a professional walker. He did walking races where you walk very peculiarly with your bum shoved up. Bum shoved up. And, he was a professional walker. There were loads of people. There's people still do it. Peter in Malvern, near Broadway, says, I'm sorry I'm late. It's not good enough. I don't know why people write in saying, I'm sorry I'm late. Yeah, I mean, it's for a note from your parents or something like that, or the doctor at least. We need to see something that excuses you. Probably not going to be happening today, is it really? The romantic novelist is the Queen of the Jungle. Yes, Georgia Toffolo has got a Mills and Boon book out. People like romantic... I don't. Romantic novels, not really my kind of thing at all, really. Their eyes met. I've never been here before, she said. God, you're gorgeous, darling, he whispered back again. I said, I don't know, I might not come here again. Yeah, you will, he said, taking my ticket with one hand and punching it. You have to do all these romantic things, don't you, if you're doing a romantic novel? Their eyes meet. There's probably conjunctivitis. And then and then all of a sudden she goes, I really love you. And he goes, what do you want, quarter pounder with cheese or Big Mac? Make up your mind. Have you noticed all the McDonald's are open again? Short while ago, they were only letting in these dirty-looking people who ride the scooters to deliver your stuff. Seriously, all of a sudden there's an epidemic of people on scooters delivering your McDonald's. No, thank you very much indeed. No, thank you. If I'm going to do it, I'll go and collect it myself. But they've started opening them again. Greggs are opening a load more shops. And so there's plenty of places to expand to because they lost 13.7 million last year. I mean, to be honest with you, they still made loads of money. Don't feel too sorry for them, although they're not as busy as they have been. Mainly because nobody's going to work. The only people who are going to work are... I'm going to sneeze. That was a bit feeble, wasn't it, Steve? I've just left work, and on my dashboard a light came on and it says total EBF failure. What does that mean, says Roger? EBF. EPB. We shall put it in for you. We can tell you immediately. EPB failure. Could be brakes, couldn't it, or something? Is it something to do with brakes? Electronic parking brake. You've got, obviously, a flash car that's got because I've got an electronic parking brake as well, and mine's in the middle console, and you just touch it and you can take it off again. It should be lit up. So there you go. So total electronic parking brake failure means you probably put it on and you're trying to drive the car, but it won't let you. Steve, happy birthday. I've listened every day since the 18th of April. You've helped me get through my cancer battle. That's good news. That's very good news. We like to hear things like that. Thank you. And Jez says, happy birthday on St. Patrick's Day. Will you be sampling a Guinness? I don't drink. Well, I mean, normally I drink, but not when I'm ill. I don't drink, and I've never drunk Guinness in my entire life. Broadway, simply the most beautiful village, Steve, in the Cotswolds. Russell's Hotel, Lygon Arms, great pubs and restaurants, Chocolate Box Village, says Didier. It's absolutely Chocolate Box. It's beautiful. Seriously, all the houses have got... flowers on the front. My sort of place, definitely. I like that. Sam in Derby says, so glad you're back where you belong. There's always a joke that goes along there, isn't there? Where is Steve Allen? He's back where he belongs. Where does he belong? In a very small little studio with a microphone and a load of balloons. Apparently, Jake was telling me it took him an hour to blow that. He's got to be the slowest balloon blower you've ever heard of. An hour. It hurt. You're blowing a balloon up. It hurts your throat. You see, it's what I have to deal with. You wonder why I've got no sympathy for them. When he said, I mean, there are how many? So you've got 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14 balloons an hour. My God, don't ever become a children's entertainer. The kids would have nodded off. And the hats, you had to make the hats, did you? You didn't have to make the hats at all. You had to put them together. Did he have to put them together, Corey? No, they're already ready-made, aren't they? A tiny bit. But blowing up a balloon? I mean... You can't be... I mean... Oh, and had to put the string on. Oh, well, you never said that. Oh, well, that's it then. Sorted out the string.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, Broadway Golf Club's beautiful, says Peter in Malvern. Well, I tell you, somebody said you need to go to Broadway at Christmas time and they have all the trees up and everything else. It looks beautiful. Seriously, if it gets snow, I'm all there. All there. And Roger says, thank you, it was the break. All sorted now. What a great help you are. I know, well, we do our best. You know, try and save money. How do you like Marmite? I'm so-so with Marmite. I'm so-so. I don't dislike it. But made some Marmite roast potatoes the other day. Oh. Part boil them for 10 minutes, steam for 10, put in the tray. 50 grams of butter. Tablespoon of Marmite, tablespoon of bourbon whiskey. Heat till... Good God in heaven, honestly. And then turn them as they become crispy and beefy. Oh, well, there you go. Sounds quite nice. Also, Daryl says, sorry, wasn't tech to speak proper England where I was a children. A children, I like that, actually. I like that. People always sort of write nice things. Richard Spur says, oh, by the way, happy birthday too. And my friend Graham says, raising a happy birthday Prosecco glass to you earlier. Thank you very much indeed. So don't forget to do your census envelope. You should have it. It should be either in your post box or you probably sort of missed it and thought, I wonder what that is, just another piece of junk mail. If you don't do it, there's a fine. It could be up to £1,000 for not filling it in. And you don't want to be fined £1,000, do you? Sun this morning on the front page. Private Meghan gets TV pal to reveal. Unproductive Harry talks with Charles and Wills. And this is Gayle King, a pal of privacy-conscious Meghan. And it's a bit bizarre, actually, really, because now all of a sudden we're listening to Gayle King, who's very good friends with Oprah Winfrey. But she works for CBS, the TV channel that printed the pictures of Diana's car crash. Nobody else did, just CBS. Do you think they still want to be friends? Probably not. Although everybody was complaining the other day, they didn't believe it, that Meghan had done nothing about learning about the royal family and about the history of them, which we thought was a bit slightly strange. You're going to marry into a family, and she didn't know about curtsying and stuff like that. And I'm thinking, excuse me, somebody raised a very good point. They said every Disney film always has somebody curtsying to royalty. How come she didn't know? Has she never seen films or something? Goodness sake, honestly. Steve. A lot of people talking about this place Broadway. When you see the pictures on the internet, you'll love it. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. It really is, especially with all the snow on the buildings. Even nicer. So Piers Morgan says, I'll be back. A TV hint to Duncan Bannatyne. He said, I'll keep holding the government to account. So there's a bidding war for him. I mean, there might not be. I've got no idea, but I suspect there probably would be. Why? Put it this way, he produces results. That's what people are in the business of at the moment. And protesters gathered for a third night in a row as a backlash grew against the police over the Sarah Everard murder. Plus a teen who had a party. Isaac Parsons, 19, was accused of throwing a party at his parents' house with 100 revellers. Turned out the Crown Prosecution Service had quoted the wrong sections of law in the fixed penalty notice. So the £10,000 fine had been bandied around, so they've now dropped it. So because they actually screwed up, honestly. Total incompetence, isn't it, really? Total incompetence. Colin Rooney talking about, the amount of money they're wasting on this silly little job. I can understand, don't get me wrong. If somebody says to you, you did this, you've accused me of that, and I didn't do it, so I'm going to take you to court. But could they have not have settled like adults? But of course they're not adults, are they, really? They're wags, and they're immensely stupid. Immensely stupid. There's a man here who sprinted naked along a busy road with 3 officers in hot pursuit admitted indecent assault. He was doing it through Notting Hill on a chilly day in February. I mean, to be honest with you, I think anybody running around half naked in this weather is just absolutely ridiculous. And a movie producer knocked off his bicycle by a businesswoman opening the door of an Uber car has been awarded £8,000 in compensation. She should have looked. You don't just open a door, do you? There's cyclists all over the blooming place. Goodness sake. And telly historian Neil Oliver got a letter posted to Scottish bloke with long hair who hangs around coastal regions. He normally gets sackfuls of post, but the Royal Mail has to decipher some weird addresses. That's good, isn't it? that they actually found. That's what sometimes, they hold their hands up and they go, we actually found him. And you go, that's good. That's good. We like that. We like that. Plus, who's this? Elsa Pataki. She's a Spanish actress. I have no idea who she is. Why would we know Spanish actresses? I don't go to the Spanish cinema at all. And what was the other one that I quite like? Oh, a lag who walked out of prison 9 years ago and emigrated was caught as he flew back. Shied Riasat strolled out of North Sea Camp Open Prison in Lincolnshire before phoning a pal for a lift. He'd been serving an indefinite term for arson. He got a Sainsbury's job in Surrey, then moved to Malaysia and had kids. But he arrived at Heathrow from Doha, admitted escaping, jail for 8 months. Little teacher, you won't be doing that again, will you? Which is not so clever. Liam Gallagher and his brother Noel appear to be going into films. They're going to be doing films together, which is very, very exciting. And apparently, what's the top Irish phrase used by the English? Top Irish phrase. First one, I'm knackered. And the second one is, it's been donkey's years. That's an Irish phrase. Would you have known that? I wouldn't have known that. Goodness sake, honestly, it's been donkey's years. I quite like it. I've never used it, I don't think so. It's been donkey. Yeah. No, I've never said that. I'll just say it's been ages. Ages sounds better. What's this a picture of? A nuisance neighbour facing the threat of jail for causing too much noise with his leaf blowers. Oh, these stupid neighbours. Have you seen it on the television? There's a programme which has, neighbours from hell. And you bump into these people. They're mad as broomsticks, most of them. Really ghastly. Daphne says, have a good day. Thank you. And Steve, talking your scampi breakfast, guess what I ate just an hour before you went on air? Scampi and chips. There you go, you see. It's the breakfast that keeps on giving. Scampi and chips. It was delicious. It really was delicious. I sat there quite happy. And I've still got another portion of scampi to do today, so I might do scampi again today and just have scampi without the chips. Got to think of my weight and my figure. Well, that's what I think. That's what I think. Other stories which are running in the papers today. Oh, it's the Sussexes. They seem to be over quite a number of papers. And as I say, they weren't very productive. This is Gayle King, oh, I don't want to say this, I don't want to say that. They love it in America, don't they? And somebody says here, Stephen Glover, writing in the Mail today, says, how on earth will lobbying yet more grenades help heal the rift? Well, it won't, with Gayle King speaking out. Who is she? Not known to me. She might be on CBS, but that's as far as it goes. I mean, it's a bit embarrassing, really, for Meghan and Harry. I thought they were supposed to be making some sort of effort. But to be brutally honest with you, I don't think it's going to happen. I did think the other week, I thought it was going to happen. The Palace and no running commentary for us on private issues. And Gayle stirred up a storm. Obviously, you want to do this, Gayle. That's good for you, love. Good for you. As long as you live with yourself, I don't care. I don't care. My friend Ian says, happy 50th birthday. He says, even though you've not been well, you still don't look a day over 45. Is that a compliment? I don't know. I never know, actually. I love it. I love it. Also, Prince Charles's joy as Philip leaves hospital, returns to Windsor, praising the medical staff. He does look a bit gaunt, doesn't he? But I think they must have taken loads of pictures. Most of them will probably be sort of okay, and then they find one where he doesn't look so great. And you think, he just needs to rest. He's 99. He's 99. He should be resting. We're all told to rest. If you don't feel very well, rest. Scotland will bring back hairdressers, travel and larger weddings faster than England, putting pressure on Boris. So April the 5th, a week before the English salons open, Scots can get a haircut. Most people need hair, especially my lot. Honestly, it's like working with Stigger the Dump. It really is terrible, honestly. They need to go in there and get a proper haircut, properly done, so that they look the part. It's like, as I say, if we're not careful, we're going to get to summer and they're going to be wearing shorts in the studio over my dead body. They'll have a haircut first. We'll make sure. I think we might have to sort of start checking, are your shoes clean? Have you sort of whitened your plimp soles and stuff like that? Sarah Vine also talks about Shamima. Is she really reformed? And she says, I'm afraid it's going to take more than a blow dry and a makeover to convince me. Yeah, nobody likes her. We don't want you back, love. Stay there. OK, goodbye. Thank you. Goodbye. Go away. Stay away. Wouldn't trust her as far as I could throw her. Fight for the red wall seat after sex claim MP quits. Good Lord, honestly, where'd you get this stuff from? And the family of eccentrics. She's stormed the movie world. This is Emerald Fennell. I think her father's Theo Fennell. He makes jewellery, which is very nice. Cara Delevingne says sexuality struggle left me suicidal. And she's been linked with all sorts of people. And she says now she struggled to come to terms with her sexuality. It's odd, isn't it, really? She said she wishes she could just be straight. Yeah, it doesn't work like that, though, does it? I wish it did. Also, academics burrowing into caves find biblical scroll on a basket from 10,500 years ago. Good God in heaven. Baskets obviously last a lot longer than we thought. And happy birthday to Kurt Russell. Kurt Russell, married to Goldie Hawn. He's 70 today. Many happy returns of the day. And Carrie Simmons, Boris Johnson's fiancée and mother of his son, Wilfred, became the youngest partner of a Prime Minister in 173 years, is 33 today. So many happy returns of the day. And if you're celebrating as well, many happy returns of the day. And somebody says, I made it through your absence by listening to old broadcasts. Podcasts. Do you know the podcast numbers went through the roof? And it goes to prove, actually, there is a purpose there. Definitely.
At Virgin Active, there's something for everybody. Whether you like to work up a sweat in a strength and conditioning class, or tone your limbs in Pilates and then head to the spa, we can help you find your thing. From swimming to boxing to gentle jacuzzi bubbling. Whatever gets you moving, it all counts at Virgin Active. Join now and get your first month free. T's and C's apply. Offer ends October 31st.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Lovely to have your company. And Steve, wishing you many more happy returns of the day all the way from sunny Goa. An avid listener, listening to you in the morning for about 33 years, and the last 5 online in Goa, India, and honestly, mornings just are not the same without you. Thank you. I think you pronounce your name. I might get this wrong. Anuradha. Anuradha. Does that sound right? Oh, I hope so. I'm terrible at doing these sort of things. I hate it when people give me things like that and throw it to me at the last minute. And Steve, the podcast figures prove that old Steve Allen programmes are better than no Steve Allen at all, says Roger. Yes, I mean, seriously, I've had record numbers on the downloads. Seriously, which I love, actually, really love. Enjoy your haddock chowder and posh water. Sounds divine. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this Henry bottle of Procini. You would? I thought it would have been Prosecco. In fact, I thought it was Prosecco. That'll be lovely chilled, because I love anything with lemon and lime in. It's very refreshing, isn't it? Whenever we used to go out with all the godchildren, we'd always get a little jug of water, or a big jug of water with ice, and a little jug of Rose's lime juice. And then we'd have, because that was very refreshing. So it sounds absolutely delightful. Delightful. So haddock chowder and posh waters. Can't wait for Broadway to open, Steve, after the lockdown for a coffee and a shopping mooch. To think we used to be amused at the visiting tourists in their face mask in a Cotswold village. I know. Oh, dear. Steve, look on the packet and you'll find there's hardly any scampi. It's mixed seafood. No, this is the scampi tails. I'm very funny about things like that. I do know. I know you can get cheaper versions, but not for me. Definitely. LBC are going to be talking about the plainclothes police officers patrolling bars and nightclubs around the country as part of these plans to protect women from predatory offenders. I mean, to be honest with you, it's you have to know these things. But I mean, how it's going to work, I've got no idea. What they're going to do, sit down and have a bar bill or something? Somebody says, you're taking Meghan out of context. No, absolutely not. She didn't know you had to curtsy when in a private family gathering. Why not? And somebody says, I'm sure a good number of the British public didn't know that. Well, they're idiots then. They're idiots. Of course you have to. As you know, as you know, people are supposed to do that even privately. It's like Charles can't pick up the phone and call the Queen and go, Mummy. He has to get his secretary to phone the Queen's private secretary to find out when they can have a chat. When the Queen walks into a room, they bow, they curtsy. And if you don't know that, you're a complete and utter idiot. You just do it. It's automatic. It's automatic. It's called showing respect. I mean, that's, you know, and a good number of the British public are probably idiots then if they don't know. Everybody knows about that. You see it all the time. You know, even when the Queen goes into church, you know, the other members of the royal family will still bow and curtsy in due deference to her. It's as simple as that. And for Meghan to sort of go, oh, I didn't know anything about them. She didn't even know that Diana had done an interview on the television. Do you think she bothered or just went, right, I'm in? Love it. Steve, that Prosecco replacement might be loaded with sugar. Let's have a look. No. And no, because it's a light aperitif. And so it's lemon and lime with a bit of fizz. Love lemon and lime. That'll be as I say, that'll be going into the fridge. Glad you're back, say Karen, Paul and Lucas over in South Wales. And Steve, was it your studio disco lights that tipped you over the edge? They might have been, actually. The face masks for Broadway must surely be made of tweed and Loddon, not the plain old paper that the rest of us have. Have you seen the pictures on the internet? It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful, which is good. Other stories which are in the papers today. Gloria Hunniford's getting her first tattoo at the age of 80. Her husband, Stephen Way, very famous hairdresser, thinks she's mad to get a tattoo at the age of 80. I mean, I personally wouldn't have one, but I always worked on the assumption whatever Gloria wants, she'll do. If she wants to get a tattoo, she'll have a tattoo done. I wouldn't have one. But it's only because, you know, I've had my fair share of needles and all the rest of it, and I don't really want anything else. My brother's got a tattoo, I only discovered some years ago. None of my team have got tattoos, as far as I know. It's forbidden. Forbidden on this programme. We don't have any. No shorts. No long, unkempt hair. No fake tans. And no tattoos. I mean, I don't really make a stipulation on this. I mean, I just sort of think to myself, because I shouldn't imagine, actually, that William or Harry have got tattoos. But I bet you Prince Philip's got loads. That would be a revelation. Yeah, William's got a tattoo. Perhaps he's trying to have some of them erased. But I bet Prince Philip has got a tattoo. I've just got a feeling that I've seen a picture, I'm sure, of Prince Philip with bare arms, and I'm sure he's got tattoos. I don't know why. I might be completely wrong, but it doesn't make any difference. It depends whether you like tattoos or you don't. But my boy, if one of them turned up here and went, oh, by the way, Steve, I've had a tattoo of you on my arm, yeah, I'll be going, I think that's a bit scary. I think that is very scary. Enjoy the lemon and lime, says Anne in Richmond. I'm good. I'll tell you, it's straight in the fridge when I get home, and I shall drink some tomorrow morning. So it's got to be ice cold. My fridge at the moment is practically turning out ice cubes by itself, without even having a freezer section. It's just very cold. So everything that goes in there, the water. I always keep 2 bottles of water in the fridge every day. The little sporty type bottles to pick up, which are lovely. So good. Steve. A tattoo at 80 is a great replacement for a sat-nav-free roadmap. How did we ever cope before sat-navs? Everybody uses them. They're so sophisticated now. Mind you, I spent ages going through the East End about 10 years ago using the sat-nav. It got me completely lost. Turn left here. So I turned left there and got completely, I was up a one-way street. Ridiculous. I've got a better sat-nav now. I've had loads over the years. Loads of sat-navs. You can use your phone. I know, I haven't used my phone to do sat-naving. I just didn't fancy the idea of sort of something else to stick on your dashboard. So I've got the sat-nav, it's built in anyway. And I've got a separate one. There's no stopping me, I tell you. No stopping me at all. Steve, it's called research. Everybody knows that you curtsy to the Queen, says Anastasia. Absolutely. Of course you do. And you'd be, an idiot not to realise. What do you think? You just pop in and go, hello, Queenie. What do I call you? Do I call you Queenie or call you Liz? How would she react to that? You would just expect that. But anyway, she had to learn how to do a wedding. Oh, no, she's been married before, hasn't she? But this was slightly different. Prince Charles gave her away. I'm tempted to say, I bet he wishes now. But it's just one of those things, isn't it? You learn these things. You learn the protocol of the royal family. They're steeped in thousands of years of history. I mean, years ago, you wouldn't have got away with this. Any sort of question of criticising the royal family. Oh, my goodness me. Goodness sake, honestly. Alison in Clayhall says, I'm enjoying your party, as I do every morning. I look at it like a little party. I do, really. I should have brought in, I've got a very special candle at home. I was saving it for today, but I might have to do it at home. And what you do is you light the top of it, and then it starts playing Happy Birthday, and then all the petals fall open, and there's a little candle at the end of each thing, which is very... I might bring it in tomorrow, actually, show the boys, cheer them up a little bit. They don't get much happiness. So if you can bring things in and show them, like, this is what a Christmas tree looks like. This is what somebody who's having a birthday looks like, big smile on their face. Steve, you're looking fab in your hat. I went to my first ever school in Broadway, says Ellie, and I've got very fond memories of that area, being born in Evesham. Wow. Ellie, as you know, is my resident baker in Walthamstow. I was watching somebody the other day making pasties on the television. Oh, gorgeous. Really nice pasty. And I thought, I could eat a pasty now. And then I thought, no, you can't eat a pasty. And I thought, yes, I can, actually. Steve, I agree with you with the curtsy, says Tanya. I can understand that an American doesn't get that. But what's the big deal? So what? What's she going on about? She didn't know. Now she does. So what? Broadcast it to the world like it's a form of abuse. They're supposed to learn how to do things. I'm sorry, there's a way of doing it. It's a way of doing it. It's following protocol. It's like if you join the Navy, if you join the armed forces, Army, Air Force, Navy, Royal Marines, anything like that, it's discipline. Anything else is called shoddy. You imagine, you have to go through, the net and then some to pass out if you're going to the forces and everything else, if you go to Sandhurst and everything else. If you can't manage it, you're out the door. You learn what to do. It's a big deal. You marry into the royal family. You accept what goes on in the royal family. It's as simple as that. Unless, of course, you're one of those sort of people who just marries into somebody's family and basically tells them to do one, which, of course, is not the way forward. Steve, and I had a friend who paid a fortune to have the tattoo of her estranged boyfriend's name removed. Then they got back together again. Oh, that's quite a normal one, isn't it? That's quite a normal one. And another one here. Did you hear that? Oh, good Lord. Credit to Cristiano Ronaldo, Juventus and Portugal's footballer. He does not have tattoos. So, says Conrad, he can give blood 3 times a year. Oh, right. Can you not give blood if you've got tattoos? Is that sort of considered something? We've got 2 tattoo parlours in Twickenham. 2 tattoo parlours. I've often thought perhaps I should just nip in and say, but they seem quite expensive. And then I thought, no, Stephen, don't be so ridiculous. You've stopped the boys having tattoos. Both of them wanted, snakes wrapped round their arms with sort of "Mum, I love you" and all that kind of thing on there. I work with Steve. And a picture of me peering over a wall, that kind of stuff. And I thought, no, we have to actually, explain this. Wouldn't Meghan, says Lee, have had somebody at the palace to go through all the protocol if she was marrying a prince? Yes, of course she would. Of course she would. As indeed everybody does. You have to learn how it works. It's like, you watch the Queen and Prince Philip. He'll never walk with her. He walks just behind her. That's how it works. That's called protocol. It's called having respect. If you don't have respect for somebody, well then, do one. Oh, dear.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. St. Patrick's Day. I think must be the only programme that's sort of done the St. Patrick's Day all the way through. How they're going to do these celebrations, I've got no idea. No idea. Kevin the Milkman says, that's it. I'm binning my job application for the Steve Allen producer. No tattoos, no shorts. Actually, the truth of the matter is, Kevin, I think they're a bit too young for things like that. That's the reason, isn't it? And also their parents wouldn't probably want them to have anything. They'd be going, that's Steve Allen, very bad influence. Very bad influence. But no, they're just not the sort of people who would have things like that. Things like that. Tattoo. It's just, I think if you have a little tattoo, a little something discreet, in which case, what's the point of having it? The whole idea of tattoos, isn't it? Because it's art, is to make people look at it. If you've just got one hidden, They're very odd. I don't even understand what they are. But they mentioned it on the television the other day, on The Chase. It was mentioned on The Chase. Yeah, because if you've got a tattoo on your back, I can't quite work out what's the point. The only time you're ever going to see it is when you turn round and look in the mirror. Yeah, I mean, have it on your front, on your legs, on your arms. But if you put it on your back, in the small of your back, who's seeing it? Happy birthday, says Julie. And somebody else talking about the plainclothes police officers patrolling bars and nightclubs around the country. Well, Tina Turner says, final farewell to fans. She's made a film. I've not seen it. I'm sure I can probably find it somewhere. And I think because she's 81, she's not well. And so she's basically saying thank you. She's had a life. God knows she had a life. I was watching a programme the other day on Billie Holiday, portrayed beautifully in Lady Sings the Blues by Diana Ross. Billie Holiday was a heroin addict, but she was just amazing. But she had a husband who was abusive to her. He would just beat her up. She spent a lot of time just being beaten up and abused and everything else. And you tend to forget about these people because years and years ago, nobody talked about it. Nobody cared. They just sort of put it down to it. And Tina Turner had relationships which weren't the best. So the fact I did see her. Well, I just remembered, actually, I did go and see her live. I went to Wembley. We were given... I don't know how we got them, actually. We had a couple of tickets. A friend of mine got a couple of tickets from the company that's promoting it. They were something like £300-400 each because we were at the side of the stage, but we were still so far away. We watched the screens and we were close. She was like a little dot on the stage. And I'm going, we went to see David Copperfield, the magician, at Earl's Court. And we were sort of halfway down the hall, and it's a barn of a place. And we were sitting right behind Bob Geldof and his family. But we spent all the time watching the big screens because you can't... If a man's doing a card trick about half a mile away, you're not going to see anything. That's why if you come to the Magic Circle, if we do one of our fabulous shows this year, which I'm sure we might, you'll see it close, very close up, within a few feet. You will watch things. I hope you checked out yesterday Shin Lim. Really fantastic. A magician, you watch things and you go, did I see that? Did that really happen? I love people like that. There's so many clever people. Jude says, nice to hear your refreshing voice. Refreshing. Are socks with sandals allowed? What do you think? Socks with no. Even though I've got photographs of my father wearing sandals in Hong Kong with socks, because that's what they wore, because the uniform for the forces was shorts. I mean, he did have long trousers, but daily it was shorts, khaki shorts with top and everything else, because my father was ADC to the governor of Hong Kong, which surprisingly is called aide de camp. So we used to spend a lot of time at Government House in Hong Kong many, many years ago. I can't remember a bit of it. Not one bit of it. I can remember going to the beach, and the only reason I remember going to the beach is because on all beaches in Hong Kong at the time, they had big aquariums, huge aquariums, all this dirty water inside and fishes, which were huge. And then there was an ice cream parlour, and they did peppermint ice cream. And I always remember having a peppermint ice cream. That was a big treat when I was a little boy, to have a peppermint. Now you just go, if I want an ice cream, I'd buy one on the way home. But in those days, it was a big treat. I remember having a peppermint ice cream and just going, this is like bliss. This is like bliss. But my father made me a bedroom in the flat that we had. And he made it out of rattan. Rattan, almost like giant roller blinds, which were fixed to the ceiling to cordon off part of our sitting room to make a bedroom for me. And I've got a picture of me in my school uniform. I was so cute. I was so cute. Little grey trousers, little white shirt, little tie, and socks and sandals. Now you can work out where the abiding hatred of sandals comes from. I can't bear sandals. Because men have got terrible feet. The majority of men have got terrible feet. Just one of those things, isn't it? Andy in Lordswood. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? It's probably horrible. Big Frank says, my doctor told me I've got to stop eating biscuits. I'm finding it so hard to digest. Thank you. That was one of my only favourite bits. We had this discussion. Please don't write in. We had this discussion a while ago about to dunk or not to dunk. And whether or not... And the amount of people that I know who dunked biscuits. You dunk biscuits. It's so dreadful. It is just... Well, you're not just fired. We might have to make you wear a mask for the whole programme. I can't bear to look on your countenance. Dunking biscuit. I bet there's loads of you, though. Loads of you do that because people just always want to do it. But we didn't do it enough. My mother would have thought that was the height of rudeness, to dunk biscuits. What else did she didn't like? There were things she didn't like us doing. Oh, that's right. Getting up from the table without asking. So if you had your tea in the kitchen, you couldn't just sort of eat and then get up from the table and walk out the room and go and play. You had to ask. Please, may I get... I know it seems ludicrous, but that's called teaching children manners. To elbows off the table. Elbows off the table. Also, don't sort of gobble your food. The idea is masticate slowly. That's the thing that works. Because if you chew too fast, you get indigestion. And so my mother would say, slow down. You go, ooh. It was almost like the food was going to evaporate. But everybody's parents were different. Everybody's parents were different. People told you different things when you were younger. My father, I never had a new bicycle. I never wanted a new bicycle because I never knew what having a new bicycle was. My father bought a second-hand one for me for Christmas. I was as happy as Larry. Down the road on my bicycle, which my father had brought back and cleaned up. But, of course, every week you had to clean your blooming bicycle. It was either that or clean the car. And I didn't want to clean the car, so I cleaned the bicycle. And you used to have to, on the spokes on a wheel, Duraglit, so that they were all nice and shiny and chrome. What for? It was a bicycle, for God's sake. They never did that in E.T. That was good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Anastasia says, there you go. Dunking biscuits is awful. Thank you very much indeed. David from Silverstone said, which way up should the chocolate be when you eat a digestive? Up. Top. Should be on the top. I mean, not that... Please don't write in about these things. It's terrible. Steve, it says something about these quacks of yours, that they blame milk, not the Prosecco, for your bad stomach. I don't drink. I don't drink, actually. At all, William. I don't drink. I'm a non-drinker. And the milk is the bad stomach. It's for the tablets I'm on, for the medication. And they specifically say do not drink milk or any milky drinks or anything like that. So there you go. You don't, if you're on medication, and the medication that I'm on is don't drink milk. Okay, I'm never wrong, as you know. It's what James O'Brien says. He's always said that. He's always said, don't ever sort of, argue with Steve Allen. He's never wrong. It's one of those things that's written down in law.
Never question Steve Allen. He's always right.
See, there you go. It's as simple as that. And that's come from, from him. Steve, sandals worn alone are naff. Sandal with socks should be illegal. Some men have no fashion sense, says Andrew from Cheam. I have a sneaking feeling I think Henry out there, I think he's worn sandals. I'm pretty certain. I don't know why. I know he's worn shorts before now. It's his mother's birthday today, Pam, which is quite nice, isn't it? Very nice. I went to a Tina Turner concert at Gateshead Stadium 32 years ago. She was amazing then, as I recall. It was her farewell tour. She's had many more farewells since then, says Will. I know. They all did it, didn't they? Let's have another farewell tour. I thought she was great. What's love got to do with it? Got to do with it. What's love but a second-hand emotion? 81, though. Isn't it amazing? Some people... they just seem to be ageless. I wish I felt the same. We'll take a short break. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC. It's St. Patrick's Day. You are very welcome. Don't ask me to read anything in Irish, please, because I'm absolutely... Listen, I can barely struggle through English. Steve, in our house, it was, may I be excused? Yes. As long as you've got manners, that's all that matters.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Happy St. Patrick's Day to each and every one of you. It's Wednesday, the 17th of March, and a number of people celebrating. I'm celebrating my birthday. Henry, who's out there working on Nick Ferrari's breakfast show. It's his mum, Pam's birthday as well. So many happy returns of the day. And if you're celebrating, happy birthday. There's a number of you this morning, which is good. Amazing, isn't it? How we all come together on birthdays. I suspect I'm probably the oldest. Steve, I'm glad you're back and getting better. He says, so there you go. Helen says, my birthday's on Father's Day this year. I can get some Father's Day gifts too then. When's Father's Day? I'm not with Father's Day and Mother's Day. Is it a made-up thing? Is it an Americanism that we've managed to inherit? Happy Father's Day. Perhaps we should have Happy Welcome to Your Divorce Day. That's a fairly popular one, isn't it? I suspect. Phil Vickery says, happy birthday, Steve. Bless you. And my brother says, hope you got the card. Marion says, happy birthday too, although she's half asleep at the moment. Well, it's 6:05. Of course she's half asleep. But that's my brother, that's my brother. Sounds a bit bizarre, doesn't it? When you can do it on air. It's so exciting, actually. I love it. Steve, I feed rich tea biscuits to the crows in the park. They always find water and dunk them. I'm sure they probably can't digest them. I was in the supermarket yesterday, Steve, and the cashier said, strip down, facing me. Have you ever done that in the soup? Have you done that? No. Do you know what I'm talking about? On the card. You know, you put your card. Because some people hold it under the light. Oh, and I'll tell you the ones I'm hating at the moment. Don't. I should get into trouble. I hate people. There was an old woman in my Waitrose the other day talking to the cashier. Oh, so I was in here the other week and I was like, shut up. Get on with it. And then, after they've had the conversation, I mean, by this time, I'd sort of fallen to pieces on the ground, you know, sobbing uncontrollably. And she said, oh, I'm sorry, we haven't seen each other for a little while. Like, well, why don't you just pick up the phone and talk to her? And then, of course, they go, oh, you have to pay for it. Oh, I've got to pay for it as well. Oh, how funny. And then she had to fumble around. It's like the people who get on the bus, isn't it? Then they start looking for their Oyster card. Oh, it's truth, honestly. You're waiting at a bus stop. What are you waiting for, a train? Get your Oyster card out. Stick it in an outside pocket. It's the people who start going through their bags that drive me absolutely mad. And Charlie Girling says, darling, I'll try my best to give birth today and give your child #3. #3, your auspicious horoscope. Of course, I forgot. Charlie Girling's pregnant, isn't she? Oh, don't give birth today. I couldn't cope with that. That'd be very... I would feel responsible. Definitely. You could name the baby Steve. Well, it depends what sex it is, you know. Or Sebastian. You don't hear many Sebastians, do they, now? I don't think I had any choice when I was younger. I think it was a little bit sort of dreary when it came to names. I don't think Steve was the most exciting name. So thank you, Charlie. I hope you're well, and to Phil Vickery as well. Honestly, what with Phil Vickery up, Andy Peters, everybody's up this morning, aren't they? You know why? It's St. Patrick's Day. Don't want to miss out on anything. Definitely. Carol says, happy birthday. She's in Newark on Trent. Somebody says, what cake are you having? And William says, you might not be... Oh, honestly, Mr. Niggly. Here he comes. You might not be drinking Prosecco now, but you used to be raving about it all the time. Yeah, but it's been weeks ago. As for milk, I was going to do that medication proviso, but needed to be concise. No, it says it on the medication, dear. I can't help it if you can't read. It's not my fault. It says do not take milk. Do not take... So you can't have yoghurt or anything like that, OK? Honestly, can't be bothered to explain it any further to you. It's far too dreary. Steve, if Meghan becomes president... You don't think that's a bit likely, do you? You imagine. She and Harry will have to visit the UK and stay with the royal family. That'd be a tad awkward. I don't think... I mean, listen, I think we're jumping the gun here a little bit. Do you not think so? Meghan Markle for president. I don't think it's very likely. I don't think so. Also, officers swooped in to remove protesters who were blocking the main road outside Parliament. Officers intervened after a third night of protests over the Metropolitan Police action. And as I say, I'm sure that'll go on today as well. Stephen Mills sending you lots of birthday cheer from Sydney, Australia. You know, Stephen was on television over here for ages and ages. And then, just like that, decided to up sticks and go back, because he is Australian. He is Australian. And go back to Sydney. And he's doing all sorts of exciting things out there. So I'm keeping up to date with it, Stephen. I'm keeping up to date with it, definitely. Richard's in Orsett. All these places we're hearing about today. Fantastic. Let's have a quick look, shall we? See what the Times are doing. They've got a picture of Prince Philip returning to Windsor Castle. He does look ill, though, doesn't he? But he's 99. Bless his heart. Europe backing down over the vaccine fears, and that's good news. We finally kicked them into touch. And there you go. Schools should teach boys how to respect women and girls in the street. So, you know, what we were saying earlier on about people respecting people. You know, like respecting the royal family. When you see the Queen, even in private, they curtsy or they incline their head. That's what they do. Queen goes to church, you know, when she's been to the royal weddings and things like that. As she walks down the aisle, people drop a curtsy. That's what it's called. It's called respect. You do that. And if you don't do that, you have no respect for anybody at all. Police boss calling for dog ID cards to stop the rise in thefts, because there's nothing to stop people nicking somebody's dog, and people do it. The Dig, which has uncovered the new fragments of the Dead Sea Scroll in caves. I love stuff like this. The Dead Sea Scrolls, of course, are ancient. My father queued to go and see them. They came over to this country. They were religious manuscripts written in Hebrew, made of leather, papyrus and copper. The first of the scrolls were found near the Dead Sea in 1947. Discovery of these scrolls is considered to be among the most significant archaeological finds in history. They've been dated between the last 3 centuries BC and the 1st century AD. Most are held in a collection at the Israel Museum. Ownership is disputed by Jordan and Palestine. And last year, a collection of supposedly valuable Dead Sea Scroll fragments on display was found to be fake. We've had lots of fakes over the years, haven't we? Really, lots of fakes, which we don't like. Other stories in the. Honestly, every time I see a picture of poor old the Duke of Edinburgh, he does look ill. Harry's still upset after talk to father and brother. Of course. When was it ever thus? When was it ever thus? He was never going to be king. There was never any role for him in the royal family, apart from sort of turning out and having a bit of fun and everything else. But obviously, all the fun appears to have gone out of Harry's life. There is now no fun, no happiness, which I think is a bit of a shame, actually. The Vigil organisers calling on Cressida Dick to resign ain't going to be happening. Got to tell you now, ain't going to be happening. She's already said, so don't waste your time. Okay. And a pet shop owner has been banned from keeping primates for 10 years after neglecting his pet monkey to the point that it developed rickets. I didn't even know you were allowed to keep these things. Lord above. He's got a pet shop which sells birds, guinea pigs, gerbils, snakes, chameleons and geckos. Ugh. Oh, no, I don't think we should keep things like this. Mind you, I suppose really, if you're going to ban everything else, you might as well ban cats and dogs. But people like cats and dogs, don't they? I think. Also, pupils raised thousands for stranded teacher. They've raised more than £50,000 in 6 hours because their teacher, recovering from a stroke in China, is stranded out there. His name's Bob Allison. He retired from this school in Worcestershire 5 years ago, took up a position in the school in the eastern city of Yangzhou, and he suffered a stroke in January, left him paralysed. And they're in a race to fly him home. His medical bills are about £12,000. Families say the cost of repatriation could be at least a further £35,000. So the pupils, within 6 hours, raised £50,000. You are bloody brilliant. You are absolutely brilliant. Well done. Well done. One former pupil showed his gratitude by donating £12,500. Well done. You are absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable. I like things like that. It restores your faith, doesn't it? Restores your faith in human beings, not all of it. It's like when I used to host the New Year's Day concerts or New Year's Eve concerts at the Central Hall, Westminster, in front of a huge audience, and have these American bands in who would play, and they had a complete repertoire. And they were really, really talented young people. I think top age was 18, and they were all phenomenally good. They really were. They were even better than good. They would play their little hearts out, and you think, now that's worth it. And I said, it's amazing, isn't it? We all condemn the young people because there are a few rotten apples in the barrel. But I say, you watch those people who march on for the New Year's Day parade, and it suddenly reaffirms your faith in young people. They're not all bad, just some of us. Paul Cooper's mum, bless her heart. This is Pat. Says, so good to have you back. Missed you lots. Me too. I hope you're well, Pat. Hope you're really well. How sweet. How sweet. I love the way she puts Pat in brackets, Paul Cooper's mum. That's how we do it now. It's like when we get Henry's mum. She always put down Henry's mum. We go, that's Henry's mum. I know this. Steve, after the ice cream you mentioned, I got the train to London from Lincolnshire to visit my dad. Went to Amorino and had the blueberry cheesecake ice cream. It was amazing, says Paul. See? The power of radio. Steve, I wonder if Prince Philip had to wait 6 hours for the pharmacy to deliver his prescription. before he was discharged. I think they probably have things on call. I should imagine they would have delivered all his medication by now. Do you not reckon? I don't think he has to wait for anything like this. Bless his heart. Why not? Dan Gilbert says, happy birthday, Steve. And to everybody else celebrating your birthday on this auspicious occasion, many happy returns of the day.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Britain's most expensive rental home. Although, actually, in terms of rental, this one I think is about $250,000 a month rental. I mean, you could buy places, up the top end of the country. In fact, not even top end of the country. There's loads of places you could buy. But I was looking through Country Life, and they had a Swiss chalet to rent in Courchevel. How much do you think? £55,000 a week. £55,000 a week. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Kate Garraway sharing the first photo of Derek Draper fighting for his life in hospital. And I'll be honest with you, he looks better than the Duke of Edinburgh. But he's been in there more than a year now. Also, Anne Widdecombe. I knew there was something I'd missed out. I mentioned it earlier on. I completely forgot about it in her little column today. Sometimes she sort of comes up with some little gems. Sometimes she comes up with things you think, oh dear, got your knickers in a twist over that one. There's also loads of pictures of Derek Draper. He appears to be moving, whether or not. I mean, he comes out in one piece. We do not know, and she doesn't know either. She really doesn't. The tags, which they're showing. Thank you. My friend, Mr. Moyles, is just wishing me a happy birthday through the window. Go away. Look at my balloons. Look, balloons. Balloons. You can't hear. It's hopeless, isn't it? I'm trying to do lip reading through the door. Thank you. Bless him. He didn't buy me a present. I'm not making a big deal about it, you know me. Tags to track thieves free from jail 24/7. Apparently they're rechargeable, which is good, isn't it? Anne Widdecombe. She says here, imagine a court case in which only the prosecution was heard without any cross-examination. Then, despite the chief witnesses contradicting each other, the jury was invited to convict. Add in that the chief complainant was a professional actress, that fiddled newspaper headlines were adduced as evidence, and that the accused is bound by convention to enter no public defence. It seems to me, she says, that's exactly what's happened with Harry and Meghan, and we, the jury, are being told that whenever anybody complains of racism, we must take it as unchallengeable truth. Well, we know where that leads. A similar approach to complaints of sexual assault or historic child abuse has led to innocent men being put on trial with their homes invaded and reputations trashed. It is against natural justice for any allegation to be believed as of right. And now, she says, I reinstate the policy to which I adhered from last May until last week. This page is a Sussex-free zone. She's not happy. She's not happy. But she's quite right about the court case. I said that as well. It was all taken on face value by Oprah Winfrey. There was nobody from the other side. They were judge and jury and official hangman by the sound of it. Didn't go too well. Dawn, thank you very much indeed. And how wonderful, Steve, and very thoughtful for all those students to fly their teacher home, although he should have had travel insurance. Well, he was working out there. He'd left living here and he'd gone to work out there. They're only bringing him back to make him better. So he didn't need to travel with travel insurance because he'd booked out there. He was working as a teacher. So it's still lovely. Also, Joe Allen, Steve, beckoning soon. That'd be quite nice. That would be nice. I would like the idea. Anne from Chislehurst and Joe from Greenhithe. So glad you're on the mend. Yeah, we're sort of getting there a little bit better. Apparently Father's Day is June the 20th, says Mark. You see, I did not know that. Delighted you're back at the Spikers Helm. Thank you very much indeed. We missed you, which is nice, isn't it? Very important. So Anne Widdecombe, what else did she talk about? Oh, she's talking about, since when did bridesmaids morph into flower girls? When I was younger, the procession behind the bride was made up of youngsters called bridesmaids and page boys, regardless of their ages. Reading old accounts of royal weddings, I found the same applied. I suspect the new terminology came from across the pond, but when? Well, they have all sorts of things that end up over here, don't they? Also, no racing fans allowed as Cheltenham Festival begins. Of course, last year, same time, they were absolutely packed, weren't they? Do you remember seeing all the pictures? Never seen so many people not socially distancing. But this year, nothing at all. Nothing at all. So I wonder how many people went down with sort of COVID after this. I wonder. Also, 4 people arrested at protests over the policing of the Sarah Everard vigil the other night. So demonstrators blocked a number of roads and caused traffic disruption. Why do we have to suffer all the time? I don't want to hold my hand up to this. What the blooming heck's it got to do with us? It's a case of they get out there and they disrupt everything. I mean, there are people who are going there particularly for disruption. They're not going there for anything else at all. These people would be anti-police. They're there to cause disruption. They're there to cause as much annoyance to people as possible. The Eden Project marks 20 blooming years. Petal to the metal. I've never been to the Eden Project. Have you ever been to the Eden Project? You'd love to go. I'd love you to go as well. Why don't you go? Go now. Go on, go now. Go and get the train down there to St Austell. Do you know how much it costs? How much do you think it cost us, the Eden Project? Go on, guess. 100 quid. I know. It's only a dome. And 20 million. Good guess, 20 million. No, 140 million. For that. Psh, want my money back. I think my brother went. I can't remember if my brother went, actually. A friend of mine went. They didn't like it, actually. They didn't like it at all. But £140 worth of National Lottery cash. It's got Mediterranean and rainforest habitat, plants and outdoor gardens and cafes. In other words, they want to drag as much money out of you as possible. But I've never been. So perhaps I shouldn't really condemn it until I've been, err on the side of caution. But I do like... I'm still liking... What do we call that place? Broadchurch? Broad something? Broadway in the Cotswolds. That is beautiful. About the prettiest place I've ever seen. Apart from Twickenham, of course. And Steve, tell Anne Widdecombe, you can't challenge the royals. We're told they're different, born to rule. Well, they're certainly different. They have certainly a different way of operating to the rest of us, don't they? I think we've worked that one out. Little Judy says, happy birthday, Steve. Thank you. And... I have to tell that I think somebody's done a typing error on one of these things here. It's from LBC, actually. 0600 hours. Can you see it? Read it to yourself, and then you'll know where the mistake is. Have you seen the mistake? Yeah. Yeah. It's only because I looked at it. I had to read it twice, actually. Julie, the bus driver, says, I've missed your show so much. Thank you. Jay says, nice to see you back on air again. Thank you very much. I have been here since Sunday. I don't want people to think I've only just popped in this morning. I've been here since Sunday. Sunday's show is completely different. Monday, Tuesday, and now Wednesday. We're kind of getting back up there again. Kind of getting there, which is good news. Joan Collins's tribute to tragic goddaughter. She's paid a tribute to her goddaughter, Milika Kastner, after she died from cancer, aged just 49. I mean, that is just absolutely terrible. Mother of 2, Milika, an actress, was the daughter of the American film producer Elliot Kastner and the British interior designer Tessa Kennedy. Princess Grace of Monaco was another of her godparents, along with the King of Jordan. Wow, that's amazing, but 49 is just too bad. Her 3 half-brothers include the actor Cary Elwes. I bet you don't remember Cary Elwes. Don't you? I bet you don't remember. I interviewed him a few times, actually. Very, very good-looking boy. And he starred in The Princess Bride, which if you've not seen it, you should get. Because it's a super film. The Princess Bride. I went to a press screening of it, and I remember coming out going, that was beautiful. Music by Mark Knopfler. And it's even got Peter Falk, Columbo, in it. It's very good. Roger in Brentwood says, Eden Project, Steve, 50 Shades of Green. Yeah, I mean, perhaps I should get... It sounds a bit too far to go, though. Joseph in Bethlehem says, look at pictures of Bourbon on the water in the Cotswolds. Bourbon on the water? Well, we've never heard of that one. That's a new one for us. The other one was at Broadway, was absolutely delightful. Very, very good. Steve, I agree with Anne Widdecombe, but it works both ways. For years we had stories about Meghan and Harry. Example, Meghan made cake fry. Now we know it was the other way round. I know. The Oprah intro was the reply to all those things. Yeah, but you've got to have both sides. Here's Bourton on the Water, a village in the rural Cotswolds. Oh, that's quite pretty too. Aren't the Cotswolds pretty? Honestly, what a lovely place we live in. I don't think it's as good as Broadway, or whatever they call it. Broad Street or something. I mean, it's pretty, don't get me wrong. It's very lovely. My car would look quite nice parked outside one of those houses. Wonder what their prices are. Dilip in Sidcup says, welcome back and happy birthday. Merci, and Sam says, happy birthday to you, Steve, Linda and Jackie. Thank you very much indeed. And somebody says, I've enjoyed having you back this week. I thank you. I've enjoyed being back this week as well. Rockstar John Bon Jovi. Oh, I'll have to tell you after the news. I'll forget, of course. You can guarantee I shall forget. The other side of the news, okay. What about that? Oh, no. Hopeless.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. My friend Will Manning sent me a happy 21st birthday. I wish. He flies planes. He's got a private pilot's license. Seriously. I thought about doing that years ago. A friend of mine did it. And I thought, should I get... And I thought, I can't be bothered. Even though I've probably got quite a number of airplane planes. In fact, when I drive down the motorway to go to my brother's, happy days, there's a place halfway down where it's obviously a farmer or something like that who's got a couple of private planes. And he's got his own little strip there. To sort of take off and land and everything else. You can see them sitting in a big sort of barn type place. And I've often found, I have been on one of those places, they're ever so frightening. When you go up there, the thermals buffet you about, a little plane. I mean, sometimes you feel it in the big planes, don't you? Although I looked the other day, I saw a picture, runny nose, of Singapore Airways first class. It's all individual cabins, a bed, a chair, and I looked at it and I thought, wow. You actually get on, you've got your own compartment with this bed, which looks beautiful, and a nice chair to sit down in and a television. I mean, it's like having your own private little dormitory. And I thought, but I bet it costs a fortune. But it looked really amazing, actually. Have you seen a picture of it? Yeah. Look at it. It's unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, I looked at it. This is quite normal, I think, in certain places. But this is their new A380 suites. So actually having a bed to lie down on and go to sleep with a duvet is the most fantastic thing I've ever seen. I don't know why I should be surprised about it. I mean, good God. And you've got, there's a window, whether or not you want to look out. I wouldn't want to look out, actually. But the chair you sit in, and then you can sort of you can have some with single beds, some with double beds. Amazing, isn't it? It's another world out there, Corey. I tell you, me and you, we're going to be left way behind. Will Manning will be flying in these places before we get anywhere near it. Steve, don't look at house prices in Broadway. We call it the cost loads, says Mary. I can I'm not at all surprised. If it's somewhere really beautiful, and people... I like the idea that people would sort of come by and have a look at your house. I'm quite into that. I would definitely have the front with all flowers and have it all done professionally because I think it's so pretty, don't you? Sula says, happy birthday, Steve. Thank you. And Sheila Finesilver, where have you gone to? I found you a moment ago, actually. And she also... Oh, sorry, wait a minute. She says, happy 21st with good health. You and me together, Sheila, eh? You and me together. God, we go back. So many of you. And I know it sounds cliched, and I go back so many years on this station. Really a long time. Long time. And it's been a journey, isn't it? It's been a journey, definitely. Can we find the house prices on Broadway in the Cotswolds? Just give me a rough idea what I can't afford. I feel ever so depressed. I didn't get any notification from the lottery, so I obviously didn't win anything last night at all, which means that there's another wasted day, I'm afraid. Census and theory, no, nothing at all. Very depressing. Oh, here we go. We found a nice place. Oh, is that Broadway? Good Lord above. That's Childs Wycombe Road. It's 1,800,000. But that's just a drawing, isn't it? I don't want to live on a drawing. Don't you have any proper places I can go to? Oh, there we go. 1,400,000. Oh, blimey, it's not cheap, is it? That's quite nice, though. The 1 million. Oh, look, that's it. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? We like that. Oh, definitely. Definitely. Faye Barker says, love it. That's not, I might have to save me little pennies up, I think. See if I can sort of afford anything. So I didn't win anything on the lottery. I don't care. Doug says, I stayed at the Crown and Trumpet in Broadway for 5 days 18 months ago. It's a lovely area. Flew to New York for the wife's 60th birthday and stayed at, you guessed it, Broadway. Prefer R1, actually. It's ever so nice. Apparently, Emirates and Qatar Airlines also have individual lounges, says Roger, on the 380s. I tell you, I've looked flash. I just want to get on it so I can sort of go, I'd be sleeping all the time. I would be. I mean, I'm good at sleeping on planes. I'm very good at sleeping on planes. Some people are terrible. Me, I sit by the window, pull the thing down. I know it annoys people, but I have to do it. I pull it down and I just sort of, I drift off. But I always have a stipulation. I want to be woken up and I want a toasted ham and cheese sandwich, a bottle of cold water, and then I want a Loasley ice cream. And that's what you get on Virgin. Virgin, you get that. And that was really exciting. Well, I'm very easily pleased. Although I told you the story the other day of how much I spent on a cup of hot chocolate and a toasted cheese thing, £8.50 in a Costa, which I thought was an absolutely outrageous rip-off. I was so mind you, they print the prices up there. Can't do anything about it, can you? Somebody says, happy birthday, have a good one. Oh, absolutely. Listen, it's gone very well this morning. Boys have decorated the studio with balloons. My picture is up on... I've been retweeted, so I'm on there, so you can see a picture of me. Perhaps we should take another one, shouldn't we? With sort of, perhaps you should be more artistic. He's not very artistic. Doesn't do it. Perhaps you should have a picture taken the other side so you can see the big happy birthday banner. It's not just a banner. This is like an entire sheet. Looks like half a duvet from where I'm sitting. And you sort of fix it up. It's lovely, isn't it? You sometimes see people fixing things like this over motorway bridges. Happy birthday, Bridget. Or whatever it is, isn't it? But that's a really nice one. Bought that from Amazon, did you? What did you look for? Cheap happy birthday banner. And a mug. He bought me a mug for my birthday. My producer bought me a mug. So I opened the box and I thought, oh, how unusual. A black mug. But of course, I then think, wait a minute. This has got to be more than just a black mug. Why would he just buy me a black mug? So I go to the kitchen and I put hot water in it, and immediately a picture emerges of me, Thomas, and Corey, which is great. It's good, isn't it? Very good. Unfortunately, I'll have to live with that for the rest of my life, but, I don't care. I don't care. Richard says, long-time fan. Thank you. Of course, you have to be if you listen to this programme. Alan in Lincoln says, have a great day. And Steve's in Swindon. Somebody's got to be. Somebody's got to be in Swindon. There's not a lot you could say about Swindon that you couldn't write on the back of a grain of sand. Steve, J. Moyles from... Derham. I don't even know where it is, actually, but it's very nice. Obviously, somebody's said something because now they're all saying happy 80th birthday. So obviously somebody's put something up on the internet. Look, there's quite a few of them come in, actually. In fact, there's loads of them have come in. Sarah in Newbury, happy 80th birthday. You know where this has come from, don't you? This has come from Moyles round there. I bet you anything. Otherwise, it's so ironic that they all come in at the same time. Because I was thinking, maybe it's the same person. No, they're all happy 80th birthday. Such tinkers. I tell you, he'll be going home in a wheelchair. Happy 80th. I thought it was odd, the first one. I thought happy 80th. And then there was another one. I thought, is it the same one? No. And there's now loads of them coming in as well. As indeed, we have had quite a number of them. Thank you very much indeed. Stephen and Lucy. And there you go. Can you say good morning to Chris Moyles? That's where it's come from. That's where it's come from. Connor says, wanted to wish you a happy 80th birthday. You're such tinkers. You can't say this. I'm not 80. I wish I was. No, I don't. If I was 80, you'd be listening to we'd be listening to a ghost, I suppose, or something like that. Thank you, Mr. Moyles. It's only because I waved at him a minute ago when I went to the toilet. That was a mistake, wasn't it? Big mistake. He'll be saying, why didn't you send this to Steve Allen? You wait till he gets to his birthday. Also, Confirmed to be writing the script from an upcoming Bee Gees movie biopic. How will Ben Elton deal with one pivotal moment in the group of surviving group member Sir Barry Gibb? The singer recently confesses his first romantic encounter with his wife of 50 years, Linda, occurred inside Doctor Who's TARDIS. Ooh, it was good, isn't it? They're still going on. Denise, Chloe and Harry, the 7-year-old. Another happy 80th from Fowzit. Honestly, stop it now. Alex, thank you. Neil in Ackworth. Then happy 80th, big man, says Steve in Liverpool. You're such terrible. Somebody says you look like Chris Evans in your birthday photo. Yeah, whatever. And Jamie Oliver says, best start to every day. Happy birthday, Steve. You're the best. He said, at Chris Moyles, see you at 7. Is he coming in? Is he coming in to do Moyles? Honestly, it's terrible, isn't it? Clive Jones says, Steve Allen, good to hear him back and fit-ish. Gosh, I've never been called fit-ish, but I'll take it. And Sharon says, wishing you a very happy birthday. Looking forward to seeing you when you're up to it, and of course, once it's safe to do so. So it's all the love. That's my godchildren and everything else. Bless their hearts. Thank you. And it's very nice. Very nice. Jamie Oliver's, everybody's in, honestly. They'll all be coming round looking. I bet you half my balloons have gone by tomorrow morning. Cheeky so-and-so's 80. I ask you, really. Somebody says you don't look a day over 66. Steve, all the roads in Swindon are potholes. Oh, unhappy motorist. I've fallen in potholes before now. In fact, do you remember I actually came off a motorway at one point and I missed the lay-by and mounted the curb. There was such a crack. You can't begin. I had to have the wheel realigned and everything, which was terrible. Michael Keating. You know who Michael Keating is? Shall I tell you? That's Gloria's son. Gorgeous Michael Keating. Gorgeous Michael Keating. He says it's been ages. And Chris Lowry says, have a good day. Sending love from Spain. Thank you very much indeed.
We all want to do our bit for the environment, but there's one way you can do even more. Leave a gift in your will to the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, and your donation will support our research into preserving vital plants and fungi, helping to halt biodiversity loss and fight climate change. Despite the problems we face today, you can leave the world a better place. To find out how you can leave a gift in your will, visit kew.org/gift-in-will.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning! Happy St. Patrick's Day. Perdita says many happy returns of the day. 80, honestly. When Honeysuckle and I were young, before we could leave the table, we had to say, please may I get down? Thank you for my lovely breakfast. Or whatever a meal it was. Manners maketh man. Yeah, we didn't... I mean, that's an unusual bit. Thank you for my lovely breakfast. Mind you, when we were younger, we used to have to do prayers. You know, before, thank you for the food on the table kind of thing. At school, we did that. We didn't do it at home, obviously. I mean, we weren't a particularly religious family. But you definitely had to ask. You could, with a height of rudeness, just to get down from the table. Somebody says, great to hear your voice when I wake up, Steve. Please don't take any more time off. Listen, believe you me, Mo. I didn't want to. Steve, is that right? You've got 80 bottles of Prosecco in the boot of your car? Jojo and the Shepperton gang? No, not anymore. Do you know, I've kind of gone off it. Isn't that odd? Mind you, things happen as you get a bit older later in life. I always remember Barbara Windsor. She stopped drinking. Scott and her stopped drinking ages and ages and ages ago. And it takes on a different meaning. You know, to be honest with you, I am looking forward to having scampi for breakfast again. I know it's not normal. But I got a taste for it yesterday, which is good. Steve, tip for the Cheltenham races today at 2:30, says Nick. Dusty carpet. Never been beaten. Dusty carpet, never been... Yeah. Oh, honestly, why don't you get these gags? People go to a lot of time and trouble. Please wish my mum, Brenda Brown, a happy 85th birthday. She listens all the time. Brenda Brown, honestly. No imagination there, Bren? No imagination at all. Jane, thank you very much indeed. Says you're irreplaceable. Oh, I never say that. I never say irreplaceable. Definitely. And lots of birthday wishes On the original Spikers Facebook group, Heather, the Norwich nurse, also known as matron, has organised a virtual toast later in your honour, says little Julie. Oh, bless. Thank you very much. And I have to say thank you for all the cards and for the boys putting balloons in the studio and hanging a banner up and all sorts of things. I couldn't be in a nicer place. I really couldn't. If I felt better, I'd be happier. But I'm feeling a bit better than I was the other day. In fact, actually, I think every day has actually got a bit better. If you listen to Sunday's show, I was okay, but I wasn't as good as I could have been. And then I wasn't sure if I could get through Sunday, and we got through Sunday, and then Monday, Tuesday, and now Wednesday. And I think we're nearly firing on all cylinders. That's what I think we are, actually. Pauline says happy birthday, 36 again, and Diane says so glad you were born on St Patrick's Day. Make sure you have a lovely Guinness. Do you know, you would not believe, Diane, I have never ever drunk Guinness in my entire life. I have never drunk a pint of lager. I have never drunk a pint of bitter. No, I haven't. I don't do gin. Funny, isn't it, really? What a boring person I must be. Even I think I'm boring now. That's terrible, isn't it? Not to have drunk a pint of Guinness. But I just don't like the taste of stuff like that. And I've worked in pubs before and bars and stuff, which is good. Brenda's son says, thank you. Glad you're getting better. Yeah, it's a slow uphill climb. But we are crawling slowly and we're getting there. Front pages of the paper. Gary Lineker said he's having his brain tested for dementia because of the heading the ball in football, because you get that with a lot of problems with boxers and people like that. Also, hopes of a reconciliation between Charles, William and Harry have hit a setback. What is it about families falling out? Everything, isn't it funny? You've got everything in the entire world. Everything in the entire world, all the most beautiful places to live in, the most beautiful antiques to just go and sit there and look at and admire and take in the history and everything else, and yet they can't get on. Isn't that sad? Isn't that fire? Very, very sad. The Mail, just as the Queen was celebrating Philip's safe return home, Harry and Meghan's betrayal of trust, they don't seem to care, which I find sad. As everybody said, in fact, all the columnists that I've spoken to and the people I've seen on the they've all said they find the whole thing immensely sad. It's just, it's awful. It won't change the royal family. They will still continue to do as much as they can. They will rally round. They will band together, and they will do what they want to do. It's and then eventually Harry and Meghan will find out what their role is in life, and they'll get on and do that, and we'll all be left in blissful peace with a bit of luck. I can certainly do with it. Prince Philip, as they say on the Telegraph, is in good spirits after a 4-week stay, but he's not wearing a mask. He's in the back of the car. The driver's wearing a mask, but he's not wearing a mask. I bet he does it. Putting a mask on. You can imagine, can't you? The feature today is the Telegraph's. They're looking at Caroline Flack, and because there's this programme on television, I don't know if they've shown the Caroline Flack programme, which was basically looking at a very tormented person who wasn't prepared for what went on within her world, which was different from the rest of us. I said before, nobody in show business prepares you for fame. Or if they don't prepare you for fame, they certainly don't prepare you for, for the failure. And so many people fail. And that's what's so sad about it. That, her life was so tragically taken. But she talked about it. This is what I couldn't understand. Why? I don't think we should have programmes like that on the television. I think they're private for the family. That's what I think, actually. That's what I think. Steve, if ever you come to the Cotswolds, I'll buy you a drink at the Crown and Trumpet, says Alison. Look at that. There's me getting invites to go to the Cotswolds. And somebody says, why don't you have a glass of Prosecco with your scampi this morning? I don't even think I could do that. I don't think I could do that. Sophie's in sunny Crete. Bless you. Tony's in Woodford. He says, you've never had a lager top before a punch-up at the football on a Saturday afternoon. Sorry, I had to pause there because Nick Ferrari poked his head through the window and waved. It's nice, isn't it? People are so nice. Do you know, sometimes I count my blessings. I really do. I sit there and I think, life's actually really nice. Not for everybody, but, for us. I'm going to have to look at these two old reprobates every day, but I suppose we get used to that, don't we? We get through life. We get through life. It's never perfect. Steve, happy birthday from the ladies at Sidcup Golf Club. Wish our captain Carly a successful year. She's a big fan of yours, so I hope she's listening. She better be listening. Steve, you've made me crave scampi at 7. I know. I'm going to go and get another packet. I've already got one at home. I'm going to get another one, actually. I'm going to try. I definitely fancy. I nearly bought chicken nuggets the other day, and I thought, no, definitely not. Scampi it is this morning with some buttered bread. That sounds quite good. What a treat, honestly, for your birthday. You're celebrating your birthday, you're having scampi for breakfast. Whee! Yeah, people go, you should be eating porridge, you should be eating this. And I go, yeah, I probably should be, actually, but it's not half as exciting as scampi. You'll all be doing it. You'll be nipping out now. Promise you. Nicola and Kim in Surbiton, thank you very much indeed. And thank you to you for your company today. Thank you very much indeed. It's been a hectic programme. We've celebrated, I think, St. Patrick's Day, and for all those who were... You haven't even got round to celebrating St. Patrick's Day, have you? You've got all day. We've done it because we start at 4 o'clock every morning, Sunday through Friday. So join us tomorrow morning. I've got a little bit extra podcast as well as the full show. Stacey Solomon taking a break from social media as she struggles with the school run. I mean, everybody else seems to manage it, but not Stacey. Drake hopes to pursue a romance with the newly single Kim Kardashian. Whatever, dear. I'll throw my hat into the ring too then. And it's not just St. Patrick's Day. It's my birthday. Rarely mentioned. Seriously, hardly ever mentioned it on the programme. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to... Good Lord, is the birthday finished? Yes. The birthday has finished. Good Lord above, honestly. Can't begin to tell you. Very exhausting having a birthday. But actually I only feel a few sort of months older than I did last time. The birthday cake. It's freezing out there this morning. I don't know why. Mind you, that's generally boding well for the day ahead, isn't it? When all of a sudden they go, if it's cold in the morning, then it's going to be quite nice and warm up later. I'm looking forward to being warmed up a bit later. I've been warmed up for many a year. So Piers Morgan has now had 57 million complaints to Ofcom. However, 4 times that amount, more than 400,000 people want him back on television. So, obviously, those people seem to be winning. The number one pub snack, apparently, is pork scratchings. How disgusting. And Priti Patel, what she said. Asylum seekers are to be sent overseas. So they've come from overseas, we're sending them back overseas. Damon Hill admits being sent on a driving awareness course after being caught by a speed camera. And Sabine Schmitz, who used to be the Top Gear presenter, has died of cancer at the age of 51, which is way too young. Way too young. I watched the Caroline Flack programme yesterday, her sort of life and death. Have you noticed? It's only a recent thing. We wouldn't have done these years and years ago. We wouldn't have had a programme about somebody's life and then they took their own life, and so it then becomes their death as well, and the family talk about it and friends. And I'm thinking, perhaps we start talking about everything nowadays. Perhaps there is nothing that you can't talk about. And so in the case of Caroline, I mean, I felt so sorry for the family. They knew what she was like. They didn't appear to be so surprised that she'd taken her own life, because that was something she'd spoken about before. She'd self-harmed for ages. You know, when she'd been taken to hospital, she had to have all the... Because I told you, when I burnt myself by falling on my halogen oven, which is ridiculous. When I went into the hospital, at one point, I think it was on day 3, they sent somebody round, a psychiatrist, to find out whether or not I'd self-harmed. They have to check with people. If you've burnt yourself, have you done that as a cry for help? And I had to explain to them, absolutely not. Because there was somebody I bumped into the lift, and she'd self-harmed, and she was covered in burns. I mean, I was covered in burns as well, but I wasn't. But they ask you questions like, is everything all right at home? You know, are you happy in your relationships? Thank you. Very nice. I've got a present for you. Yeah, I've got a present for you. Yeah. Nice present. And so they did it. And I remember thinking to myself, I phoned a friend of mine and said, they've just asked me about self-harming. I said, and obviously I didn't, but I appreciate the fact that there are people who do that. And Caroline Flack was one of them. And it was all terribly tragic. And then they showed you this bench in this forest where they go, which is beautifully written. It's lovely. And where they go and sit, and they feel she's there. And that's what we do. And I can't explain it any more to you than if you've lost somebody, there will be a point after that person has gone that you think you see them. I know it sounds really stupid, and I know it sounds a little bit sort of fatuous at this time of the morning, but I had the same. After my father died first, and then when my mother died, I remember coming back from the hospice in Windsor and driving down the motorway, and you're going to think this is absolute crap and garbage, but I promise you, we went through like a rain shower, and I saw on a cloud, stupid though it might seem, a bench with my parents sitting there together holding hands. I swear to God I saw it. I mean, I might not have done it. It might have been a mirage. It might have been anything. But to me, there was a bench with them sitting on there, and they waved at me. And I remember thinking, you know, because people say that, don't they? They say, you know, after the other partner dies, at least they'll be together and all that kind of thing. And Caroline Flack's mother was saying about, you know, they feel sitting on this bench that she's there with them. And there's nothing the matter with that. There's nothing the matter. It's quite normal to have feelings of emotion. It's quite normal to have feelings where you feel crap and you think nobody understands what you're going through. But in their particular family, nobody explained about the, you know, because in all the footage that they showed us of Caroline Flack, she was laughing, she was happy, you'd never have known what was going on inside. And that's why when something like that happens, it happened to a friend of mine as well who took their own life. Well, could have knocked me down with a feather. You'd never have known that this person had ever harboured feelings of taking their own life. They were happy-go-lucky, they always seemed perky, they always seemed like, you know, well up for a bit of a laugh and all the rest of it, and yet secretly inside they were happy not being here at all. And I hope that there's a nice place that people go to where people have got somebody to talk to, because it isn't really a case of having people to talk to, because even in Caroline Flack's case, you remember there was somebody who stayed with her overnight. They were worried. They said, I'm going to stay with you. And she said, yeah, that's fine. But all the time she was thinking inside that she was going to take her own life. And when that person went off in the morning to go and get some shopping, I think she went to get some milk or something, she said, you all right? And Caroline said, yes. She locked the front door and she took her own life. Who'd have known? You couldn't have done anything about it, could you? But anyway, that was that. So I felt a bit sad for the family, but if it gave them a bit of closure, then that was good. But yes, I did have a very nice birthday yesterday, thank you. Somebody just said, how old are you? Well, old. But I don't mind, actually. I think old is a state of mind. I got so many texts and emails yesterday when I got home from ex-producers of mine. I must have got about 6 ex-producers, including Johnny down there in Essex, who shares exactly the same birthday as myself. And in fact, when I had my 60th birthday some years ago, at the Hippodrome, we had a room there, and I paid for open bar, which is always the best way to do it. The Hippodrome gave us food, and they were very nice. And I think there was about 6 of my ex-producers there. So we got a lovely picture of me and my ex-producers all together, because apparently we still talk to each other. They still like me, which is always quite nice. And Uncle Rob sent me things. Amanda sent me stuff. I got loads of things. My godchildren sent me things, and it was really lovely, actually. Really, you know, really nice. And so I got tons and tons and tons, and all my godchildren. Also, Adrian used to work here as well. Birthday greetings. Also, birthday greetings from Meghan and Harry, which was lovely. Spoof email. From my friend Danny as well, and from Uncle Rob and Kevin Hughes and Mike, my hairdresser. And Mark, former producer, Sam Gould, Michael Keating, you knew about. I mean, so many people. It was seriously, I mean, I don't think we've ever had so many. But I got a present for the producer. A little present for the producer, which came in yesterday, actually, because we were talking. Now, you get this one. He gets another present coming in, okay? So Jake gets the other present coming in, and it's a box. A box. It's a box. You've always wanted a box. Well, you could live in this box. What's the date today? The 18th. Let's have a quick look. 18th. Yep, you're all right for timing and everything else. And inside the box, you're going to be very excited. There it is. It's a piece of paper. And it's... I don't know whether I can tell you, actually. But you're going to like this. So you can have this one, okay? You can have this one. And Marks and Spencer's have sent me 2 of their chicken Pievs. the new chicken Kiev. Do you remember we were talking about it with Andy Peters the other day? And it's garlicky and buttery. It also comes with peas, spinach, spring greens and samphire. And it also comes with the ultimate mashed potato. Isn't that so exciting? Isn't that so exciting? Because they heard us talking about it. And so it's arrived in, which is lovely. So there you go. Everybody happy. And box on the floor. But there they are. You just pop them in the oven. And it's chicken, garlicky, crunchy breadcrumbs encased in an all-butter pastry. Woo! Do you know, I think we should go and put them in the oven now. And also, have you ever had Zamfir? Samphire, yes. It's got a lemon, mint and garlic dressing. My God, you're not going to be kissing anybody recently, are you? I tell you, there's garlic all over the place. But you do get the soft mashed potato. Look at that, eh? There's tonight's food sorted out. Very exciting. Very exciting. Thank you, M&S, which is very sweet. It's always nice at this time of the morning, isn't it? When you start the programme off with a bit of a surprise. My driver this morning, Mohammed, we were talking about, he's in, hopefully, for the injection next week. Which is good. I think his wife's had it and he's got it. He's tier 8. So I'm waiting. Oh, I got a phone message the other day. This is bizarre, isn't it? Do you remember I told you that I've got a referral from my doctor to the urology unit at the hospital? Okay, so I've had the scan, the ultra scan, and they've seen something. We don't know what it is. It's not very big, they've told me, which I thought was a bit rude. And true. And so they then sent me a piece of paper saying, you need to phone to find out. So I phoned them yesterday, might be yesterday or the day before, to say, and she said, right, we're just assessing you at the moment. So yesterday I get a text message saying they're going to call me on the 25th. I don't need to go to the hospital. How they're going to do it, I've got no idea. So I'm going to have a phone call with them, but it's not within 9:30 to 10. It's from 9:30 to 4:30. So that's the entire day taken up. But and they said, do not come to the hospital. So obviously I'm not going to the hospital. They're going to do this over the telephone. Perhaps they can. I don't know. I don't know what's going to be happening. I haven't quite. I was going to say, as long as they're actually paying for it. But it's a bit bizarre, isn't it? A bit bizarre. So anyway, so at least we know where we are. So we've got the hospital sorted out on the 25th, and then presumably they'll say how it's, because I did say yesterday it's feeling a bit better. It is feeling a bit better. It's not as painful as it was. So perhaps they've said, we've had a look at it and we think it's this, and we're going to prescribe medication for that, because that might make a bit of a difference. That'd be quite nice. Steve, we love you in Sydney. Thank you. Somebody says, hope you're on the road to recovery. Well, I'm on the road. Whether it's the road to recovery, I don't know. And Anthony says, were they able to get Gemma Collins to jump out the birthday cake for you yesterday? Well, they got the cake and they got the girl. But unfortunately, you can't take the cake out the girl, can you? And she certainly can't jump, which is a bit of a pain. However, naughty, naughty picture. Now, I'm hoping this is not true. I'm hoping it's not true. I'm hoping this is an old picture, because I can't believe somebody would be this stupid. Somebody who is very well known to all of you, especially on this programme, who appears to have broken the law. Who is it? You'll find out in a moment.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
So excited round here, honestly. We get very excited, honestly. People deliver things to us, like balloons and everything else. Even my boss sent me a picture yesterday saying, have a happy birthday, Steve. You don't need to reply to this. And he said, love the balloons, which is great. And they're still here. Nobody's pinched our balloons in the studio. So thank you very much indeed. Even though after Mr. Moyles was a bit naughty and sent Steve Allen birthday congratulations because he's 80. We got a few hundred of those happy 80th birthday, Steve, which, to be honest with you, if I was 80, then I could quite understand why people would be saying, happy. I would be the oldest radio presenter in the United Kingdom, but I'm not. I think I'm the oldest at LBC, which actually is very odd, because when I joined, I was the youngest. Isn't that strange? It's completely gone topsy-turvy. We've got emails this morning. Do we have the emails? Are they opened up? Have we got any? Do we need to do a number or something? Oh, you've got... Oh, no, I'm not ready. Actually, I'll tell you what I've got to get my producer to do, because I still can't do it, and I'm a little bit annoyed, is I can't access my work emails at home. For some reason, it's not gone right. And so can they do something and help me out and send me something at home? It's on a computer, yes. Because I can. It's my emails at home, but then I can access my work emails. They actually come up on there. So I've got a normal one, then I've got the work one, but I can't access the work ones at the moment. Yeah, so when it's automatic, it should come up. I put the thing in and it just doesn't go to it. So I don't know. They will know what it is. So here is the picture, ladies and gentlemen, of somebody who was pictured the other day. So they say. Now I'm hoping it's wrong. I'm hoping it's wrong because I can't believe this person would be that thick. But there again, they are that thick. Katie Price. What's she doing? She's driving. Why is that unusual? She's disqualified. In fact, it runs out in, I think, weeks time. This is her 6th road ban before it's due to end. And she was out driving in her car. Apparently, they say heading in the direction of the M11, I think. Now, I don't know whether or not she's particularly stupid or she just pretends to be stupid. Because if you're disqualified from driving and you're well known, you shouldn't be driving. I mean, but I mean, she obviously thinks she's above the law. If it's true, it can't be true. I mean, I'm assuming that this must be a mistake and it's not her at the wheel of her car. Following behind little Carl, who's the boyfriend. Why didn't he drive her up there? Why did she have to drive herself? So he was driving in front of her. It doesn't make any sense. If you were going up there, she'd just sit in the passenger seat, wouldn't she? Yes, I'm hoping it's not true. Because I can't believe she's that stupid. Oh, I tell you, there was a stupid woman the other day on the television. She's on this Storage Wars programme. We've got the oddest people, the ones who do the British, whatever it is, Storage Wars. There's the American Storage Wars, where they all hate each other, and the British one, where they're just unattractive and hate each other. And there's a blonde woman on there. I can't remember what her name is. There's one called Boudica, who seems to know a lot about things. But then there's another blonde woman. She's as dim as they come. I mean, she really is dim. I didn't think there was anybody that stupid. Seriously, that stupid. It was absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievably thick. Oh, I know what that is. And she doesn't know anything at all. She thought one of them. She went, oh, I know what that is. That's a boat, she said. Turned out to be a caravan. And even when the covers came off, she said, that don't look like a boat to me. And I thought, you're an adult. How stupid do you become? There's a rather bizarre-looking woman that looks like, she's sort of wandered in out of the Addams Family with her barking mad husband. And then there was the bloke who's now dead called Heavy D, who just goes boom every so often. He was so infuriating. He died, I think, some time ago now, actually. Stephen magazine writer once asked the Star, how old Cary Grant? He replied, old Cary Grant, fine. How you? It is true, actually. Steve, you had so many messages the other day, says Noreen. Oh, we had, do you know, even the boys said, we don't think we've known as many emails and text messages as we got yesterday, did we? There were hundreds. They just kept going in ages and ages. But Noreen says, wish our Sandy a very happy birthday and our lovely Carol a belated 70th birthday greeting. One of our Italy crowd. She says, hope you're taking things nice and easy. I am taking things easy, thank you, definitely. And I've had lots of messages from all the different parties and all the groups. And even John Warrington said yesterday, and even John Warrington said everybody raised a glass of champagne on all the groups to you yesterday, which was very sweet at 7:00. My friend Rich, an evil person, said to me, you don't look a day over 67. Oh, sorry, only a day over 67. It's funny, isn't it? It is actually sort of a state of mind, birthdays. It is actually a state of mind. And a day over 67. A day over 67, which is very nice. Very nice indeed. Steve, I'm buying a packet of hot cross buns in Sydney. He says, at Woolworths, should I put them back or buy them? Oh, listen, if you want something, buy it. I never stop people. In Australia, they have Woolworths. Yes, they've still got Woolworths. Yes, I know. If you want to go to Woolworths, go to Australia. It's still there. Did you not know that? All right. There you go. We've been very clever. We've told you something. And what was that? There was something else, actually. Oh, Steve Hewlett. We're a big fan of ventriloquists on this programme, as you all know. And he sent me birthday greetings as well yesterday, which was lovely. It was just such a lovely day. I've never had so much. And Jeff Stevenson and just loads and loads of people. It was very, very sweet. Very, very sweet indeed. So I feel eternally grateful that I'm in the sort of business that I'm in. I don't think it happens anywhere else, does it really? I'm pretty certain. I don't think anybody ever gets the amount of love and devotion that we get on LBC, which is lovely. Steve Hewlett says, happy birthday, sir. And there's a picture of Steve, very good-looking young ventriloquist. Very good. Why are you smiling? Why are you smiling? What's the matter? Happy birthday. Oh, happy. I'd never heard of happy. I thought he'd misspelled it. Is that what people say? Happy birthday. Oh, right. Happy hip birthday. And he had a picture of me on Five's Company when I had hair. It's really bizarre. And Steve Hewlett as well, with one of his dolls. I look quite smart. It's one of Dale's suits I'm wearing. If only I could fit into it now. That'd be the miracle of all miracles, wouldn't it? Which I love. See, one of the oldest radio presenters has got to be David Hamilton. Possibly. I've got no idea. I mean, I don't think anybody goes into this business to see whether or not you're going to be, ancient before your time. I'm just grateful that people seem to like me. Kind of works well in this business. If they don't like you, they tell you about it. And then sort of it all goes pear-shaped. But no, we have lots of people who've never discovered LBC before. All of a sudden discover it. So I was flipping around the dial and I came to this sort of fairly overexcitable young man. That'll be me. And then I just carried it. Before I knew, I'd done about 3 hours. And that's how addictive LBC becomes. Very, very addictive. Very addictive. So, Katie Price, was she driving? Was she not? They've been approached for her comment, I bet. I mean, seriously, she could go to prison. She won't, of course. But, as far as I'm concerned, somebody breaks the law, you have to suffer the consequences like everybody does. Patsy Palmer fired off an F-word rant, and then she shut down an interview. She was labelled an addict. It was Ben and Susanna, and she took offence at an on-screen graphic. The thing came up, entertainment. Patsy Palmer, addict to wellness guru. And she said this was years ago. And she lost her cool. She says, I haven't written a book in 20 years, so don't believe that either. Guess what, people? People change and grow and live happy, healthy lives. So stop trying to make people small and worthless. Finish it now. She's lovely, Patsy. We know Patsy. She's a fan. And her mum as well. We got them all. We've even got Piers Morgan. Because that's the kind of people we are. So anyway, she said, I don't want to do this interview because I don't even want to look at what it says at the bottom of the screen. So I'm going to switch off and do a real Piers Morgan. And then Susanna and Ben tried to explain, because I don't think Susanna and Ben would know what graphics they're going to put up. That would go in the gallery. They would have decided that beforehand. But they don't run it past the person. They just put it up there. So in other words, in my case, it would say Steve Allen, aged radio presenter. And I'd be going, I don't like that. I am an aged radio presenter, but I don't like the idea of being an aged radio presenter. I just think the idea is radio presenter, which is lovely. Rod Liddle. Now, what was he talking about today, actually? There was something that he talked about the Wagatha Christie feud, Rebecca Dreary-Vardy and Colleen Dreary-Rooney. And Rebecca has posted a none too subtle quote for the attention of Colleen. They say people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, but when karma is ready, she'll throw a bowling ball at your head. Problem is, Colleen almost certainly thinks karma's a delicious Indian curry. So you're not going to get anywhere with that one, are you, really? Which is a bit of a shame. And he's been reading about Kerry Davis. I don't know who Kerry Davis is. This is Rod Liddle in his column, who doesn't seem to exert much discipline over her 2 sons. They can more or less do what they want, including gaming for 12 hours at a stretch. But he actually says, this is Kerry Davis, who's the mother. She said, it's not parenting, it's being called an idle, selfish cow. Because she can't control her sons at all. She doesn't seem to do anything. She says kids need from their mums and dads a bit of structure and discipline, but she's too stupid for things like that. You see it on the television, don't you? I mean, I tell you the other programme, which I've sort of not become addicted to, but I'm sort of watching it. Apart from Storage Wars, which has got the thickest people you've ever seen in this country. They must have gone to an agency for really stupid people, because they are dumb beyond belief. Really embarrassing. But it's a programme where they swap lives. These are poor people. This is a rich person. You go and move into the rich person's house, and they'll move into the poor person's house. What's the point of that? What's the point of that? So you've got the poor people going, OK, oh, wow, they've actually got a swimming pool. You know, or how much money we got to spend on food? We've got about £1,000 to spend a week. And they were existing on 50 quid. And that kind of stuff. And you think, what's the purpose of that? That was like that programme years ago. Was it Benefits Street? Where there were all these boring people who were on benefits who turned out to have more issues than you could shake a stick at. And they show it to you, and then they basically take the mickey out of these people. Ridiculous. Steve, surely Katie Price couldn't drive with broken feet. Oh, I'd forgotten about those. She can barely walk, of course. I mean, she's going to be disabled for the rest of her life because she fell over a wall on holiday. But you're right. How's she driving? How's she driving? Oh, I never thought about that one. How brilliant. Thank you, Jeanette. Thank you. It's Linda, the thick blonde on Storage Hunter, says Roger. She is so... I've never met anybody so stupid. I'm assuming they must have sort of, you know, perhaps given her grow more spinach or something to make her grow up a bit quicker because she's about the intelligence of a 5-year-old. Ghastly. But, yeah, so Katie Price driving with broken feet. Wow. And Jeanette says, whatever happened to your Methodist minister in the States? He phoned yesterday. We heard from him yesterday. Jake was with us yesterday on the programme. He's back in and out of hospital at the moment. He's not very well either. Obviously a thing going on, isn't it? Jay in Norfolk says, Moyles told me about you. He always does. He says, and I've listened every morning. I think you're brilliant. Da, 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 da. He, of course, has a posse. I don't have a posse. I just thought of a joke.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC 26. Oh no, I'm telling you the time. I don't want to tell you the time. It's horrible. But actually, now you've pointed out the Katie Price thing, it must be wrong. It can't be wrong that she would be that thick and stupid to actually drive, knowing she's disqualified. Of course, the excuse could be, I didn't know nothing. But also, how's she driving when she can't walk? We had all that palaver, didn't we? Nothing like milking it. Goodness sake. Matt says, I see you share your birthday with another smooth operator, the great Nat King Cole. Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa. Have you ever seen Married at First Sight in Australia? The biggest load of trash, says Laura. I had seen it. I think it's a bit sad, isn't it? Have you seen it, boys? Have you seen the Married at First Sight in Australia? It's where they drag out a bunch of people who can't find anybody and then some himbos. And then they all try and hook up or anything. It's just basically sort of, you know, people flirting with each other on television. It's a bit tragic, actually. I'm assuming that's what Australia's full of. Sad, lonely people who can only meet up on a television programme. You know, and they all sit around in their bikinis. It's no different to us, is it, really, I suppose, except that you're going to end up with somebody from Geordie Shore. You know how bad that can be. God in heaven, there's pictures in the papers of some of them today. Ropey, to say the least. Yeah, at least they've got beaches in Australia. But Bondi Beach, I'm watching the programme on Bondi Beach where they've got all the surfing dudes there. But you know what their biggest problem on Bondi Beach is? Handbag thieves. Thieves, people who wander onto the beach pretending to be, you know, also perverts, full of perverts, people trying to, and the lifeguards with their binoculars are going, he's touching now. They'll help girls jumping up in the waves and stuff like that to touch inappropriately. Perverts. That's all it's full of. And handbag thieves. And they have to try and bring them down and then call the police in. It's a huge problem, isn't it? Huge problem. I never thought about it. I thought Bondi Beach, it's the all-American dream, isn't it? And isn't it, you know, people go to Bondi and you go surfing. I've never fancied surfing. I can't stand up on the sand, let alone on the water. What's the point of doing it? Skiing? No, I couldn't do skiing. No, I've done tobogganing, but not skiing. I know it's not the same. But what was the other programme I was watching the other day? Oh, it's a programme about, you know, booking your cruises for next year. And they've got 2 guys. I say two guys. They're not great at reading their auto cue. In fact, they're bloody awful. They can't pronounce certain words. They're just not very good at it. But what they're doing is selling cruises to you that you're booking for the end of this year and into next year. And they did an Australia one, you know, prices from $3,999. But if you want a suite, prices from $9,000. I thought, do you know, if you're going to go on a cruise, go on a suite. Because when they call it a stateroom, it's pokey. It's about the size of these two studios that I've got today. And if you saw yesterday's picture, you'll know how big my studio is. And it's not very big, but suits me. You know, when they say size is not important. Absolutely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Did you enjoy your breakfast? The bottle of fruit wine? I've saved it. It's in the fridge at the moment. It is in the fridge at the moment. Chilling. I bought some other drink the other day. I've got a thing about cherry. And this is like a cherry yogurt kind of thing. It's supposed to be very good for you. And I just sort of, I don't know. I end up drinking it. And it was ice cold the other day. And it was just fantastic. And I absolutely loved every minute of it. Steve, I seem to remember Clive Bull was the youngest at Gough Square. Yes. He was there before I was, but he wasn't actually on air. He wasn't on air before I was, Clive. He used to do the phones. He was on the LBC scheme for training people up. So that was it. Steve, when you first started, was it the radio or the wireless? I think it's always been the radio. Hello, this is London calling. Nice to hear from you this morning. And here we are with Ambrose and his band. No, we didn't do things like that. It was always the I always thought it was the radio. I never called it the wireless. That would be quite funny, wouldn't it? Steve, I met the guy you mentioned earlier, Steve the ventriloquist, and he admitted that I was a better ventriloquist than he was. Mind you, he did say it through gritted teeth. So I don't have to explain that to the boys. It'll go in one ear and come out the other, I suppose. I hope you've made a complete recovery, Steve. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But it doesn't matter. Brian Matthews still presenting Sounds of the 60s until he was 88, says Kevin the Milkman. I know. I used to listen to him and try and imagine what he looked like. And then I saw a picture of him and it was completely different. Completely different. Yes, remember that. And Brian Matthews, what a lovely voice. What a lovely, lovely voice. It's like listening to, you know, somebody who's got a voice that I would sort of go, that's a lovely voice. It's like you listen to Eddie Mayer. You can't buy a voice like that. You've either got a voice like that or you haven't. And he has. So I never sort of thought to model myself on anybody. I just wanted to sound butch. That's all I cared about, as long as I sounded butch. And it just never worked for me. I remember somebody saying to me, why are you doing that? And I said, because I want to be butch. And they said, but it doesn't work. They said, what you've got to do on radio, the trick to radio is be as much of yourself as you can be without, you know, making yourself sound a bit stupid. So you've just got to be as natural as possible, because people listen to the radio and they hear through it. It's like watching somebody on the television. You can watch it and you go, oh, you're rubbish. You're rubbish. You don't even believe what you're doing. Poor old Sally Jacks on Ideal World. Some buffoon has invited her to get a hair permed. You've never seen anything like it. She looks like some ancient Barbie doll. Were you really butch off air as well? I should go around talking like that. It was just on air. I thought you had to sound like something on air. So when I first started on LBC, I had a program called LBC Reports Midnight, and it was the day's news. And I thought you had to sound like this. Dateline London, Gough Square, Steve Allen, 12 today in and that's how I thought it worked. Till somebody went, relax, chill out. So I then started relaxing. So I fell asleep and just chilled out and just became more of myself, or as much of yourself as you can be. And to be honest with you, after this amount of time, I've sort of lost track of people who've gone, oh, I don't like your program. And you think, well, you need to grow up and get over yourself, you silly little girl's blouse. Why would anybody ever want to write into a radio presenter and sort of say, I don't like your program? You go, well, go listen to something else, try and grow up and be an adult. And you suddenly realise they're not an adult. Shane says, I'm not a beach person, but you're right, Bondi is overrated. Well, to be honest with you, I wouldn't want to go and sit on it. You leave your stuff, like we used to in the early days, you'd leave your stuff on the beach covered with a towel, and you'd go and swim, then you'd come back, you could trust people. Bondi Beach can't trust anybody. Terrible. Also, Actually, I've got a stiff neck this morning. I had to take a paracetamol. I woke up and thought, oh, that was getting out of bed was difficult. I sort of had to swivel round a little bit. Felt a little bit like Rebecca Vardy, trying to look as though she was skating, but I didn't manage that either. Plus, in the papers today, do you know, I have to tell you, there's not a great deal in the papers. It's a bit thin on the ground. Apart from, what was this one here? I never understand, Pete, and I know this is going to sound... and this is a very odd story to throw in at this time, but there is a man, a married school lab technician, infatuated with a teacher, secretly upskirted her. Now, in Japan, this is a huge problem on trains. Have you ever seen them trying to get people onto the trains in Japan? They literally have security men pushing them in. People are so jammed up together, and they have a lot of problem with upskirting. And upskirting is people who've either got cameras fitted into their shoes and they're doing it, or they've got their phone that they use for... I mean, I'd never heard of it until a short while ago. But anyway, this person was caught when he dropped a memory card. And somebody found the memory card and at the high school where he and his wife and his victim... So he's a married man. A married man has done this, and he had more than 2,500 images. I mean, this isn't just something... So, believe it or not, he's admitted voyeurism, raging public decency and upskirting, and he's been jailed for 41 months. What's that? Is that 3.5 years? Something like that? 3... I mean, it's unbelievable. I just don't get it. There's so many things that I don't understand nowadays, and that would be... Upskirting would be one of them. Upskirting would definitely be one of them. Anyway, we don't need to worry about it on this programme, because we don't do that. We don't do things like that. Also, neither of the boys wear skirts. Well, I mean, privately when they go home, I've got no idea. Steve, what was more mad than having Archie Andrews, a ventriloquist, on the radio? But of course, you're too young to remember, says Lindsay. I know, Archie Andrews. Yes, the first... Imagine a ventriloquist on the radio. Archie Andrews on the radio, which is good. Steve, sadly, our Woolworths in Australia doesn't have the pick and mix like the old Woolworths, just a boring and typical supermarket chain. Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? We used to love it. Down the... what are you doing? Looking for a bag? Every day. Every day is another bag needed to cart the loot home in. But the pick and mix in the Edgware Road here, all the people who lived in the Edgware Road who used to come in from the Middle East because of the heat and everything else, so the whole of the Edgware Road is all... we used to go to some lovely restaurants down there. They do better kebabs in the Edgware Road than anywhere else. But the pick and mix there, people thought it was free. So you get women going in there with their kids, and they just pick sweets up and just eat them as they're walking around. They had no idea you had to pay for it. It's odd, isn't it? Very odd. Also, my friend used to walk his dog down the Edgware Road. Now, you might think that would be a quite normal thing to do. Not on the Edgware Road. People threw themselves into doorways. People had a fear of dogs. Do you live on the Edgware Road? Right, were you Kilburn way? Or further? Burnt Oak. Why was it called Burnt Oak? Was it... the patently obvious question is, why was it called Burnt Oak? Did somebody set fire to an oak tree or something? Did they? Burnt Oak. Oh, you live right... So I used to live in Kilburn, up by Queen's Park. So, luckily we never met. And, so that was... Yeah, and I escaped. No, I lived there for a little while, actually. I did my first streak in Queen's Park. I ran naked down the road. Yeah, brave old me. Not now. Not now. You'd be too busy trying to hold your stomach in and everything else. Trying to make yourself look a bit graceful. But it doesn't happen.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Look at the State Cinema in Kilburn. You have a look at some pictures of it, the inside, and you're looking at the place, the sort of place that we had years ago in this country when cinemas held 2,000 or 3,000 people. This one is enormous. It's still there. It's absolutely beautiful. It's got a huge organ. Make up your own jokes. And it's now a church, I believe, inside. The Gaumont State Cinema. Huge place. People went to the cinema. This is almost pre-television days. You went to watch the latest films, or you went to watch... I think you'll find all sorts of... I think Laurel and Hardy appeared there. I'm pretty certain. It's a huge place. I mean, absolutely enormous. But the best one is the one in Streatham. The Streatham Cinema. Have you ever seen the inside of that? They open it on special days. You can go and have a look. And what's it called? I can't remember. ABC Streatham. Wait a minute. Is it Streatham? No, maybe it's not Streatham. Wait a minute. Down a bit. The Odeon Streatham. No. Oh, bugger. What's it called? There's a very famous one in Streatham, I think it is, ladies and gentlemen. And it's got the most amazing interior of any cinema you've ever seen. They open it on special days so you can go and have a look round. But I can't remember what it's called. Somebody will tell me because you're all very clever and you know these things and you can remember things that I can't remember. So I'm pretty certain is it Streatham? I'm pretty certain. But the cinema itself is just ornate. You know, you go in there and you go, oh, nothing prepares you for what it's like inside, as indeed some of our beautiful picture palaces were decorated. And you were meant to feel, you know, it had carpet. You could get a cup of tea and a cup of coffee and you could have a cake and you could go and watch the film. And you could smoke. No. Oh, God, that's a tiny one, isn't it? That's a very tiny one. Oh, that's pretty as well. I like that. No. The Everyman in Hampstead. No. This is... Oh, what is it called? Come on. Tooting. It's Tooting. Okay. Tooting Cinema. And... Wait a minute. The Granada Tooting. Is it? There you go. The Granada Tooting. Look at the corridors. Left-hand side. Look at that corridor. This is a cinema. It's unbelievable. They open it on special days, and you can go and look round. It's beautiful. It is like a picture. Well, they were called picture palaces in those days. It was people were taken out of themselves. You know, you watch a hot film, and you look at the decoration, and the organ would rise up out the ground, and you get a bit of a, you know, a programme. Fabulous places. It's a bingo hall now, Steve. Yes, thank you. I knew you were right, actually. I think it's the Gala Bingo Club. And of course, people loved bingo, didn't they, as much as everything else? I think they should still be cinemas. I don't think they should change things like that. Terry, the ex-Bugle Major, back on the firm. Thank you. Somebody says your voice is actually therapeutic. It's never been called therapeutic. I've got a question for you. You've got a £5 note, okay? And you go to the betting shop and you bet an accumulator. So in other words, you put it on the first race, which then the winnings on that go on to the second race, third race, so on and so forth. And here is a man called Paul Dean. If his horse wins today, he's going to win £500,000. Okay, if his horse wins, because all the other ones have done quite well. So he just needs Envoy Allen, favourite of 4-9 with Betfair, to win today's opening race to scoop 511,000. So he had a £5 five-fold accumulator last June, but they've offered him a get-out. How about you not having that last bet? Well, you can have it. If you don't win, you don't win. However, if you win, you'll walk away with 511,000. However, we will buy you out of that with £275,000. So in other words, win or lose, you get 275,000. Where would you go? Because you've already got, but you have to work on the assumption that if his horse doesn't win, he's lost. He's lost all the money. But if he takes their 275,000 quid, he walks away with that. If his horse wins, of course, he walks away with £500,000, but it's the gamble that he might not. And they're gambling on the fact that he might take the lower offer. It's like watching somebody on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. You know, £20,000 or £60,000. And they'll go, I'll take £20,000. Because £20,000 is a lot of money. A lot of money. But 275,000 if he cashes in now. Big jump, innit? 275,000. What would you take? I'd have to take the 275. I couldn't bear the agony of watching the blooming thing lose. £275,000. That'd change a bit, wouldn't it? At least you could go out and do things. You could pop it in the bank. Yeah, it's the Noel Edmonds thing, isn't it? Isn't it? I have done a quiz show. I had a quiz show on Channel 5. Yeah, I did. We used to record 5 a day. Or was it 10 a day? Whatever it was very tiring. Very tiring. They were all standalone quizzes. They were little 3-minute quizzes on Channel 5 when Channel 5 first started. It's not easy, no. But you get professional quizzes. They've all done loads of quizzes. All the people who appear on quizzes, they go, oh, what have you done? Oh, I've done Countdown, I've done The Chase, I've done the... They all bring in a change of clothing. They know exactly what people are looking for. They're not stupid. which is good. Robert Peston swapping the news for blues to belt out the All-Star musicals. He obviously thinks he's something to be reckoned with, Robert Peston. I find him incredibly annoying, but that's just me. That is just me. And do you remember Jeffrey Epstein, the one who killed himself in his cell, and nobody knew how it happened? It was the big mystery. But they've sold his house in America. It was up for $63 million. In America, it's a mansion. It's in New York, it's a mansion. It's sold for $36 million, which actually is an absolute bargain. An absolute bargain. So somebody said to me earlier on, if I won, because Kanye West is worth $6.6 billion, and I said, why would you be so miserable with $6.6 billion? How can you not be happy? It's like, Harry, everything, all the different palaces, all the different things, you can go horse riding, you can do whatever you want. Miserable as sin. Miserable as sin. Kanye West going out with Kim Kardashian. Every time you see a picture of him, miserable as sin. It's so awful, isn't it, really? I feel a bit sorry for him. He's got $6.6 billion. And the producer said to me, what would you do with $6.6 billion? And I said, well, I'd probably rent a boat, one of those big ones that they have, just to sort of... I quite fancy the idea of having looked yesterday at one of the airlines, Singapore Airways, wasn't it? And their suites on board. So you've got a double bed in your own private room and a chair and a television and everything. I would do that. I would do that. I would definitely do that. Just to say I'd done it. I like the idea of flying by aircraft, and I love the idea of actually being in a bed. Sleeping in a seat is okay, but sleeping in a bed with sheets and you slip it. Oh, doesn't that sound like bliss? Sounds like bliss to me. Envoy Allen's never been beaten. I'd let it run. It's a monster of a horse, says Seb. It'll romp home. Well, let's see, shall we, tomorrow? Let's see. So, Envoy Allen's never been beaten. Yeah, well, there's always the first time, isn't there? There's always the first time. Bookies will be praying it loses, of course. I've never done horse racing. I've done the National. But I've never done, I know it's horse racing, but I've not done the normal stuff. And yeah, I've been to them. LBC's had some race evenings, Kempton Park, Sandown, places like that, which I don't understand what I'm doing. I've got no idea. No idea. Steve, what was your bottle of fizzy drink like yesterday? Well, it's in the fridge. It's chilling nicely. I can't wait to try it. So listen, tomorrow we're not recommending gambling or anything like that. You mustn't just sort of go and put money on horses just because we sort of mentioned them on the programme. But let's check tomorrow and see if Envoy Allen would. If it does, and this bloke's already agreed to take the 275,000, he could have taken 500,000. But there we go. Listen, 275,000, isn't that as good as anything else, isn't it? Or was it just me again? What would you rather have, 500,000 or 275,000? Would you risk it? Okay, all right. So here we go. This is how we're going to play it. I'm not going to risk it. I'm going to take the £275,000. The producer Corey's going to risk it and gamble. What are you going to do, Jake? You're with me. Jake's with me. Okay, so we're both going to take the £275,000. So Corey, so tomorrow we have to check, don't we, on whether Envoy Allen takes him up to £500,000 or not. But I've said I'm taking the 275,000. This programme is so exciting. You don't get this anywhere else. Seriously, other radio programmes listen in disbelief. What's he talking about? Gambling. But do it responsibly. OK? Please do it responsibly. Other stories in the papers we'll come round to, including Nan Taylor. Do you know who Nan Taylor is? You probably don't. I don't. Did you know? No, I didn't know. It's Catherine Tate. Yes, I had no idea. It's going to be a new sketch for Comic Relief with James Bond again. And the parish council that went viral in a Zoom meeting is fighting for its future. This is Cheshire's Handforth Parish Council, which made headlines. Last night, the councillors formally opposed merging with another council. And that's the way it goes, I'm afraid. That is the way it goes. Plus, there's going to be a second autopsy on the body of Sarah Everard after the first proved inconclusive. So that's a bit sad. And nearly half of women are attracted to Piers Morgan, but only when they've had a few sherbets. You have to be a bit drunk to fancy Piers Morgan. Unlike this programme where you have to be stone cold sober, otherwise you miss everything. Miss everything. News at 5 is coming up. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast. It's LBC. And we take more of your texts and emails in about 3 minutes. You've got enough time to make yourself a quick cup of tea.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. This is where the world comes out to play. At this time, every morning, spike. Ow, thank you. Okay, that's what it is, the spike. I can only tell you it occurs because it's been there for years. Years and years and years. We get the spike, and that means that, you know, you get an audience that is nice, and all of a sudden the programme starts, and whoosh, through the clouds we go. Through the clouds, and you're very welcome to come with us on the journey. Well, he could have knocked me sideways the other day. Could have knocked me sideways when, over the death in Michael Barrymore's swimming pool, a man was questioned the other day. And I remember thinking, this is odd, isn't it? Because we were only talking about it the other day when, in fact, Stuart Lubbock's father, who's only got weeks to live, was saying, we think we've got new evidence. So they questioned somebody, they've been released, and now they're going to start quizzing everybody again. So, I mean, they might be heading in the right direction, or they might not. But again, the papers have sort of picked on the fact that it's Michael Barrymore. And as he said, why do they keep picking on me? I've been interviewed before by the police. So we'll wait and see. So this is a man arrested in Cheshire. I didn't even know who was there. Did you know who was there? I didn't realise till one of the papers did a list of the people who went to this party, whether they were friends of his. I've got no idea. But it's certainly something that killed a career. Stone dead. Absolutely. Absolutely. Stone dead. I think there is a series that Michael Barrymore filmed. I mean, at one time he was, I think, ITV's hottest property. He really was. Then he went a bit balmy. And then he started. I remember he went to one of the comedy awards and he started playing up a little bit, and that became a little bit embarrassing. Steve, I would definitely, says Josie, take the money. This is on the betting, okay? $500,000 if you let it ride, or if you relinquish it, 275,000. I couldn't afford the risk of losing and being miserable the rest of my life. Oh, you'd never be miserable if you didn't have the money. I wouldn't be miserable. There was that woman. Do you remember a short while ago? In fact, about 3 weeks ago, she could have won 182 million. She claimed, but the reason was she had the winning numbers, but she didn't have enough money in her account. So, in other words, you might as well have sort of, whistled boo, and I'm a sausage. But you weren't going to win if you didn't. She didn't have the ticket. She just had the numbers. So she claimed. But because there was no money in her account, the direct debit didn't take it out. Well, I've never heard of it being paid for like that. It's a case of, these are the things. Do you not check your account? See if you've got enough money in there? Anyway, she claimed she could have won 182 million. Unfortunately, me being the cynic I am, I didn't believe a word of it. But also, there's no point in crying over spilt milk. If you didn't win 182 million, you didn't win 182 million. There's nothing you could do about it. It's like, I sort of, reading about Kanye West and his 6.6 billion and looking so miserable. I'm glad I haven't got 6.6 billion. Ben from Boreham Wood says life wasn't the same without you. Well, I can definitely vouch for that one. Definitely. Kath says, Envoy Allen is a fab horse, unbeaten. I'm on it. 50 quid rests on it for me. Good Lord above. You see, I know nothing about things like this. I've kind of distanced myself. And so it had better win. Well, we're having a play bet in the studio. We're not actually doing proper money because, we're not allowed to do that on the radio, as you can well imagine. So Corey, the producer, is going with, I want the £500,000. So if the horse wins, he gets 500. Only pretend. And both myself and Jake, because he always follows where I lead, have decided that we're going to take the 275,000 quid. We think we can have as much fun with that as... Are we going to share it? No. Oh, well, am I sharing it with him? No. I mean, obviously I'll make sure he's all right. A couple of quid will be going his way. Don't you worry about that. I'm not mean and backwards at coming forward. Listen, if I gave him, a few thousand quid, he'd be quite happy with that. He'd be more than ecstatic if I said, listen, here's 20 grand for you. Here's £20,000. You'd be happy with that, wouldn't you? See? We're not mean round here, People think, oh, radio presenters, they're terribly mean. No, definitely not. Chris in Brighton says, I'd take the money. Did you ever have a fly with Concorde? I didn't actually, no. Warren did. I'm pretty certain Warren flew Concorde. I think I might be wrong on that. Warren will have to tell me it's freezing cold for him this morning. And it's amazing how many of you would take the money. But, I mean, half of me wants to go with Corey. to find, because I'd love to find out if this horse is as good as they say it is, and it's never been beaten. That's what I'd like to know about. Colleen Nolan, for some reason, they're doing on Piers Morgan's life stories. I thought they were doing celebrities. What are they doing Colleen Nolan for? The one who la-la'd in the I'm in the mood for dancing, romancing. And it's all about the fact that she thinks her family is cursed by cancer. People say that, don't they? People, it's just the way it goes. I don't think there's any curse going on at all. But they've not used her, I don't think so, on Loose Women for ages. Perhaps they've had a change of... It's only because she kept showing off with the new house and the kitchen and everything else. Nothing worse, is there? They all do it. Oh, a nice hot cup of tea. Go on, get out of bed. Go on, go and get yourself a cup of tea. I bet if you're sitting in the car at the moment, you're looking around going, I've got no water. I've always got water in the car. I'm going to go and pick up another thing of water today. Hot cup of tea is delicious. You could do that in the morning. You could literally just have a flask sitting by the kettle. When you make yourself a quick cup of tea when you start getting ready in the morning, why don't you just sort of make a little thing of tea, put some milk, some sugar in if you take milk and sugar, and then take it with you in the car or on the bus. I sometimes sit on the bus and have a little slurp. I've been known to do that. I couldn't just sit there and not have anything at all. I did it yesterday. I sat there and had a bit of this cherry drinkable yoghurt kind of thing because it said it was very good for your gut. And I thought, God knows, that's what I need at this precise moment. Also, it's hot favourite, says Kath. Well, listen, we're all playing along here. We like a bit of a play along. We do. We like a bit of a play along. I'm also hoping to have a little bit of a play along at Christmas. Definitely. I want Christmas this year. Please God, I want Christmas. Please God, I want my Christmas lunch. Please God, let me have it. Please. I live in hope, honestly. We spend most of our time living in hope. Bronson's bid to go free this year. This is Charles Bronson. You might not have heard of him. He thinks everybody's heard of it. It's not his real name. He's now changed his name to Salvador. He's been about, seriously, it's not the full ticket. He says, I'm closer getting out than I have been in 30 years. I could be out by the end of the years. We've just won a public parole hearing. I'm waiting for the date. Paroles have been held behind closed doors. Now I've got a new law so I can have the public in, the media in. There's no sweeping my case under the mat. And I personally couldn't care less. I'm really not bothered. He spent most of his life in prison. He says he should be freed because he's no longer dangerous. He's 68. It's, wait and see, shall we? Let's wait and see. Steve, I've flown Concorde from New York to London in 1999. Amazing. The only time I've gone to New York and look forward to coming home. I like New York. I really did. I was quite big. It's exactly as you see it in the movies. Beep, 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 beep. That's all you hear in New York. And steam coming out of the vents in the streets. It's like a scene from any cop programme filmed in New York. Everything's big. As long as you remember how the streets operate, you can find them quite easily. You count them up or count them sideways. But just remember, and here is the Steve Allen advice for going to New York and eating. Be very careful. Their idea of a portion, is your idea of a banquet. You go into a Chinese restaurant and order what you would order here. You've got enough for about 15 people. It's embarrassing. Sweet and sour pork, it comes on a tray. Sweet and sour, there's so much food. They've got no idea of how to sort of keep the food portions down. Everything's enormous. That's why you get a lot of very, very big people over there. It's very, very tempting. Very tempting. Lewis is in funky Essex. Don't be silly, Lewis. Essex has never been funky. Can't be. That fitness bloke, isn't he, whatever his name is, has just moved to Richmond. So obviously, their loss, our gain, apparently. Steve, going to be a big upset today. Envoy will lose to Shan Blue. Take the money. I love it. I love it. Well, we're still playing along. Nick says another tip for Cheltenham, creosote. Good over fences. Thank you. I think it's quite funny that this time last year, Cheltenham was chock-a-block with people, wasn't it? Do you remember all the pictures we going, are they mad? I'd love to know how many people contracted coronavirus after that little episode, thank you. Luckily this year, nobody. Nobody at all. Steve, Hackney has a French chateau. That was my secondary school in 1974. It's like Hogwarts. Oh. Bit like Hogwarts. I like that. Scale the amount down, Steve, and see how the answers come in. Take 275 quid or gamble for 500. I reckon more will hold out for the latter, says Lewis, who still thinks he's in funky Essex, which is not true. Do you remember the teas made? Yes, they're rubbish. Don't ever buy one. No, listen, if you can't get out of bed and make a pot of tea in the morning, there's something the matter with you. You don't need a teas made. It's not worth it. Oh, look, lots of pictures of dreary old Paul Gascoigne. And he's on a reality show. God knows why, but, that's the way it goes. And Britons are facing 6 months of ice streaming hay fever time. Yes, it's back again. Experts are warned a pollen bomb will last until October this year with global warming to blame. Oh, I don't suffer, so I'm okay. I don't suffer with Easter eggs either, but there's loads of them now. Asda are doing 4 for 10 quid. £2.50 each. Shows how much profit there is on these things, isn't it, really? Smarties, Maltesers. Kids love them. You open up your Easter egg and there's a little bag inside the actual chocolate which has got the Smarties in, or Maltesers or Twirls or all sorts of things. I quite like that idea, but I haven't had one for ages. I should bring some in here, shouldn't I, really, for the boys? Because they like chocolate. I mean, you like your chocolate, don't you? Corey likes his chicken Kiev pie, which is very exciting. He's never had samphire before. Never had samphire and ultimate mash. So you don't really need to do anything. You just need to pop things in an oven. How easy is that for you? You don't need to cook, stir, do anything at all. Just check which goes in first and which one goes in later. And then sort of pop it in there, and then out comes a cordon bleu meal. Yeah, I know we shouldn't mention it anymore. Jake's very upset. He's not happy at all. So Robert Peston's singing, also Judge Rinder, and all sorts of different people singing. It's an opportunity for people to show off, which they do. Also, do you know, I didn't know that anybody bought little things in pubs anymore. I thought if you're going to buy anything, you'll have a packet of peanuts. And they were always hanging on a card at the back, weren't they? Do you remember those? Well, the whole list of these things, I mean, you won't believe that you can get this stuff in pubs. Well, actually, you can't do pubs, can you? So we'll tell you all about that in a moment.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Apparently, Essex is very funky. Come and recap on funky Essex. Southend is the place to be. I don't object to Southend, but I object to the fact that you think Essex is funky. Definitely not. Poem, we missed the poem. We've got it for you now by Glenn Saggs. It's called Unlucky Man. This is your Steve Allen early breakfast poem for today. In London Zoo, a lion escaped. They forgot to lock his cage. It disappeared into the night, hungry, filled with rage. Poor old Brian had lost his job. His life has hit the skids. His wife moved in with his mate. She also took the kids. He hit the bottle pretty hard. He'd started to get ill. His grandma died, he got the call. Turns out she had a will. She had millions in the bank, and she left it all to Brian. But on his way to cash the cheque, he was eaten by a lion. Not nice, is it? Bit unhappy this morning. Can you imagine? I've often fantasised one member of my family's got a gold mine somewhere and they're going to leave it to me. They're going to phone up and go, listen, you've got this gold mine in South Africa and it's turning over about $1 billion every 10 years. Do you want to sell it? Yeah, I'll sell it. How much do you want for it? $1 billion. Imagine a diamond mine. I'd love a diamond mine. I wouldn't know what to do with it. So anyway, so you go to the pub, okay, and you can't just have a drink. You've got to have something to nibble with it. Now, when I used to go to the pub, the All Bar Ones and all these other things around here, I used to order bowls of chips. Because, proper chips, deep fried chips. And I remember going over there one time and I'd had a few sherbets and I ordered 36 bowls of chips. So we all had chips, which was great. People love them. But this is the list of what you're eating. Bombay mix. Well, that's just awful. You don't have Bombay mix unless you're eating it by yourself, because other people putting their dirty fingers in there. And no, thank you. No, thank you. Scampi fries. Nothing to do with scampi, are they? They just pretend made up it's maize. Pistachios. No. Bowl of chips. Yep, thank you. Bacon fries. I've never had bacon fries. What are they? They come in a packet or something, or... Oh, chips with bacon. Oh, right, okay. Ready salted crisps. Yes. Salt and vinegar crisps. Dry roasted peanuts, salted peanuts, and number 1, pork scratchings. Ooh, how disgusting. Pork scratchings. Not sure about that. I have had them. I mean, you can practically take fillings out and teeth, can't you, with them? They're rock hard. Rock hard. Which part of the pig are they? Or are they made up? Are they just? It's just a sort of, or is it a proper? Oh, it's just fat, is it? Oh no. Sometimes you get a belly button. Oh no. I'm going for the bowl of chips. I'm definitely going for the bowl of chips. Some fake news. Oh, we've got fake news coming in. Okay, fake news. They're bacon-flavoured fries made by Smith's. Also, Walker's do bacon fries. You can get 24 packets for $9.99. Oh, I've seen these before, actually. You get those all over the place. They're like Frazzles. Yeah. Bacon rashers. I like those orange things that stain your fingers. Wotsits. I like Wotsits. They're actually quite nice. Or those other things which are sort of cheesy puffs. Which, yeah, they're quite nice too. Or failing that, just a bowl of chips. Or scampi. With mayo. Not necessarily with mayo, no. But, I mean, definitely not anything like Bombay mix unless you're having it by yourself. Because otherwise, if you got stuck... I mean, years ago, you'd have... On a Sunday, in the bar where I used to work, the pub, we would put out... cheese. They'd cut the cheese into squares, put some pineapple on a stick, I know, and put it on the bar so you could have that. People would pick one up and eat it, and that was sort of went along with your drinks. And we also did bowls of peanuts all over the place. So of course people are coming up, dirty hands, been to the toilet, not washed their hands, come back, put their hands in, picked up a handful of peanuts, and somebody else puts... Oh, disgusting. Disgusting. You can't do things like that. It's not COVID safe at all, is it? No. Cheese and pineapple's nice. That's nice. Cut it into cubes on a bit of a stick. I know it's common, but that's me. The Royal Mail are launching Britain's first stamps with barcode to bring dull business letters to life. It doesn't bring them to life. Just means it's got a barcode on it. I don't mind. I don't have an objection to that. And Sharon Osbourne has vehemently denied ever using racist language after being accused of calling an American Asian co-host a word, which I know what the word is, but I've never heard of somebody being called it before. So I won't repeat it. She labelled the allegation against her rubbish and saying people want to add fuel to the fire. She spoke out after she was accused of aiming the slur at Julie Chen, who's the Talks co-panellist. This is the chat show that they've got. The show is on a hiatus. That's called Rested. While there's a review of an episode where Sharon defended Piers Morgan about his comments about Meghan Markle. She's since apologised. Yes. And a drunken first-class passenger. Only going to prove... the richer they are, the harder they fall. Here she is. She's a pub manager. She flew first class. Lucky she can afford it. She attacked an air hostess as she was handcuffed on a flight back from Barbados and shouted, "I hope this plane crashes and we all die." Pub manager Rachel Street had to be restrained on the Virgin flight to Heathrow. She admitted assault, being drunk on an aircraft, threatening language and refusing to obey the pilot. She hurled abuse and fought the cabin crew. But when the captain said she'd be arrested if she continued, she'd say, "Bring it on," and then used a very rude word. She's obviously a very bad drunk, so she's got a pre-sentence report. I mean, just ridiculous. Had to be restrained. Attacking an air hostess. Stupid woman. Mind you, nice to know pub managers are earning so much money they can afford to fly first class. Colleen Nolan has met a specialist to discuss a double mastectomy. I don't think Colleen Nolan is of any importance to anybody in this country, actually. She was on Loose Women, and she was married to Shane Ritchie, but that's it. I mean, I don't know how far behind or backwards we are with these life stories with Piers Morgan. Because after he left Good Morning Britain, I don't know whether or not they've shelved all these other things. Apparently soya bacon bits with everything is lovely. Okay. Cheesy Wotsits available in giant size, says Linda. Are they? They're nice. Definitely. Paul and Julie are moving tomorrow. They said the most precious and fragile thing they're wrapping up are their Groovy Gang Prosecco glasses that I bought them, says David in Broxbourne. So wish them luck. They're your biggest fans and sure to be listening. So Paul and Julie moving tomorrow. I mean, I have to be honest, the Prosecco, you've got to be very careful with the Prosecco glasses. You don't want to break them in the move, do you? I mean, you can't really break a tote bag or a tea towel, but the Prosecco glasses you could break. We haven't had a meeting yet to discuss what we could be doing this year. I've got an idea of what I want to do. Whether or not they actually go for them, I don't know. To wait and find out. Shane says, I've just had prawns with avocado on a roll. prawns and avocado. Is that okay? I'm not big into mashed avocado. I think that's about the most pretentious pile of rubbish I've ever seen. They serve it in all posh restaurants now. They go, oh, would you like some crushed avocado? No, I wouldn't. Sod off. Crushed avocado. I do like avocado, and it's apparently supposed to be quite good for you. But I just don't want it on toast. That's just ridiculous. Sorry? Guacamole? Oh, right. Yeah, that's okay, but I'm not... Yeah, but I'm not, I'll tell you what I like, those things that you make up yourself. I think it's like a Mexican dish. You put sort of guacamole on, and then you put some tomato salsa and some sour cream and some chicken bits and wrap it round a thing. That's quite nice. I don't know what it is, but it's very nice. But I haven't seen that for ages in Marks and Spencer's. They used to do it all the time, and I used to get quite excited. I could eat these. The combination of the guacamole or whatever it was, and the sour cream was just absolutely brilliant. I had some fresh fruit yesterday, which I don't do that often actually, and I had it with double cream. Working on the assumption, sod it, double cream, who cares? But it was particularly delicious. There's a lovely piece in the Mirror today on the soap stars' second lives beyond the telly. People who've been on the telly, you know them from the telly, but now they've moved away from that and they've gone on to something else. And that's very interesting, trying to remember the people. And here's a fearless mama bear stopping at nothing to fight off a tiger and protect two cubs after they accidentally disturbed the big cat mid-mating. This was in a national park in western Rajasthan in northern India. The bear scared off both tigers. Don't want to tangle with bears. They are dangerous. Bears is dangerous, definitely. David Attenborough has written a letter to a 4-year-old boy to reassure him humans need not become extinct if we look after our planet properly. Worried Otis Allen had written to the 94-year-old asking if we one day would be wiped out like the dinosaurs. He did a drawing he made of a dinosaur. And the reply arrived at Otis's Cardiff home yesterday, 3 days after he wrote his query. Mum Jerry says his little face lit up when I read him the letter. And it's thanks to people like Sir David that Otis will grow up knowing about the climatic emergency that we face. Isn't that nice? What a nice thing to... He doesn't have to do that. He could have got somebody else to do it, but he did it. Oh, look. Here's Eamon and Ruth. Eamon looking older by the day. Poor soul, honestly. We need to get him a bit more active outside. But they had great crack on St. Patrick's Day. Ruth celebrating her 61st birthday. She never stops, does she, really? 61 and still going strong. Katie Price, despite breaking both her feet, still able to drive, according to The Sun this morning. How that happens, I've got no idea. And driving whilst disqualified. Can't be true, can it? Cannot be true. I mean, I'm liking, the idea that it's not true, but I've got a horrible feeling it might be. We'll have to wait and see. Also, Bernie Nolan had an amazing voice, pop star to opera star. I know. I remember it very well indeed. Very, very well. Very well. Steve, I worked in a pub when I was 14 collecting glasses. The peanuts were on a piece of cardboard with the page 3 girl on, and as you removed a packet, it exposed more of the picture, says Bex. Yeah, I remember those. All the peanuts hanging on there. Then it was a girl in a bikini. Do you remember? No, just me again. I used to love it, though. Then they go, oh, can we have some crisps? You always had to have crisps with your booze, didn't you, in the pub? What flavours have you got? And I was sick to death of going plain, salt and vinegar, roast chicken, bacon, prawn cocktail. You run through the whole... In the end, I thought, why can't we just have plain crisps? Makes it so much easier. And people say, it's plain crisps. You want them or you don't want them? Plain crisps or a packet of peanuts. But no, all the scampi fries and stuff like that. That's just mess for the people to clear up. You don't want stuff like that. You just want something nice and easy. You never got that many crisps in a packet anyway. I used to love a packet of crisps. It was like when you go to the Indian restaurant, how many poppadoms? 2, 4, 6, 14. And the moment it arrived, there'd always be that one person at the table who pushed their hand right down the middle and break them all into pieces. And those were the ones who went home with a broken nose. Don't touch my poppadoms. If I'm going to break the poppadoms, I'm going to do it for myself, all right? Don't you do it. Okay, how many keema naans? Keema naan for me? I said, it's the bits I used to like. All the bits. I thought it was fantastic. David in Sunderland says, I'm so glad you're back. I know, I feel I've been to the brink of the volcano and then climbed back in again.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. And fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into our area of business on a local level. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, 26 minutes to 6. So we celebrated birthday yesterday. Everybody celebrated St. Patrick's Day. People will be waking up with dreadful headaches this morning going, oh, my goodness. Never. People always do that, don't they? People always say, oh, no, I definitely couldn't. I couldn't drink ever again. Until about a few hours later, then back onto it as well. Kids under 5 exposed to video games, phones and tablets start school suffering from hyperactivity. I was talking about this to my driver again, Mohammed, this morning, about how youngsters are so clever now on telephones. My goddaughter, Dan, at the age of 7 and 8, I mean, she could operate my telephone better than I could. The first thing she wanted to do when I came round was, can I have your phone, Uncle Steve? She'd find stuff on it that I had no idea about. No idea. Ridiculous. Also, I do love Penman Investigates. It's good. Good column. You want to watch. This is where all the crooks they expose. People who then phone him up and say, you got it all totally wrong. I'm telling you now because I will sue you like you won't believe. This is some bloke who's been running these dodgy companies which have now been all closed down. They were insolvent, all placed into administration. Another one of these crooks who takes people's money and then doesn't feel any justification to them. And what was this one here? Oh, the medals awarded to one of the RAF's greatest aces are expected to fetch about 160 grand at auction. Peter Mallam Brothers destroyed 16 enemy aircraft in the Second World War, 10 during the Battle of Britain. As one of the few who stopped Adolf Hitler's invasion of Britain in 1940, he flew up to 4 sorties a day in his Hurricane. Wow. So the family is selling the medals. They've obviously decided they want 160 grand more than they want the medals, which is a shame. I always think it's a shame, but there again, you'd probably do exactly the same. It's the way it goes, isn't it, really? And a mysterious rumbling noise causing a headache for villagers living near a national park. Some say it's the hum, which has been reported globally for decades. I get that. I get them next door. They'll go, did you hear that noise, Steve? And I'll go, no. The other day, it was the air conditioning. They thought they could hear the air conditioning on the programme because I've got, obviously, air conditioning in the studio. And they said, can you hear that? And I went, no. I said, we can. I said, oh, right. I didn't hear anything at all, actually. I'm sort of one of these people, partly deaf, so it doesn't make any difference. I'm more than happy to have these humming noises going on, but I didn't hear anything at all, which is very nice. Mirror Community Corner. Oh, I like that. Got all sorts of things, quotes from Julie Andrews. She says, leave every place you go, everything you touch a little better for your having been there. It's nice, isn't it? She's so perfect. She's practically perfect in every way. Colleen, still offering advice, whether she does or whether somebody else does it for her, I've got no idea. And the only programme I don't get on television, and I'm really not interested, is Taskmaster. I've never seen such an expensive waste of television. I just don't get it at all. I really don't. A bunch of people I've never heard of half the time who are doing this programme, and it goes out on Channel 4. What its audience figures are like, I've got no idea. I love the idea. Piers Morgan's life story, trying to make Colleen Nolan into some sort of superstar, saying that it's been a career spanning more than 50 years, from her first stage appearance at the age of 2 to selling more than 25 million records with the Nolan. She didn't. They had the hits after she left. You know, it's been a load of old hooey, I'm afraid. And then she's talking about, you know, her 2 marriages, her experiences in the dating game. And they've got to try and make something out of nothing, which is not so exciting, I'm afraid. I do like Emma Dale, but I've lost track of who anybody is, so that doesn't help, does it? And what's this? Oh, it's another one of these things that's being advertised. You know, the one that Eamon Holmes is advertising on the television? They're terribly expensive. Well, the amount of other versions coming out much, much cheaper now. £100. You know, much cheaper than the Eamon Holmes one, but I suppose Eamon's fee for doing it, because Eamon can't walk. A bit like, actually, Katie Price. I'm surprised, really, that, you know, she hasn't been in to get her feet looked at. I'm hoping to God it wasn't her driving at all. That would be an absolute disaster, wouldn't it? And also, they're setting out to offend the world. Well, they did. This is Sid Vicious and Nancy Spungen. and he was just a bit of a drip, a total non-entity, and she was roughly the same. And now it turns out Steve Jones reckons that he slept off with Nancy Spungen as well, saying, I don't think Sid Vicious ever found out. I don't think he'd be too bothered if he did. I don't think Sid Vicious knew where he was half the time. Bit of a drip, wasn't he? But they're going to do this on the FX channel, and then you could see what the Sex Pistols were really like. I met them. I thought they were fraudulent. Do you know what I mean? I thought they were just playing the act, the snarling and the spitting and all this kind of stuff. Because, to be honest with you, Sid Vicious was about the biggest drip you could find. Johnny Rotten, I mean, really, I didn't think that was great. I didn't think it was great. But there again, I mean, I did buy into a couple of their albums. I bought into them because I thought some of them were actually quite well put together, especially the song EMI, which had orchestrations on and everything, and I thought that was brilliant. I thought the orchestrations on EMI, it was EMI, and they did it very, very well. I didn't like the film, The Great Rock and Roll Swindle, but the rest of it was just overblown. It was overblown, and it was of its period. But you still see, apparently, if you go up and down the King's Road, you can still see punks from a bygone era. What they're listening to, I've got no idea. No idea. Henry says, did you manage to try the Procini in the end? I didn't. It's still, Henry, in the fridge. It's chilling nicely. It's going to go today. I wanted to make sure it was ice cold. Ice cold. Lemon and lime, eh? Whew. Am I excited? Very, very excited. Definitely. Definitely. Lemon and lime and fizzy. What a fab combination. It's going to sort my day out today. I bought water the other day. I decided I bought 2 big bottles of water, which were only 50p each, as opposed to £2 for a pack of water. And it was easier to get the bigger bottles home. So it just means you need to take things out of the fridge to try and fit everything in there. But it's nice. I do like my water. Harry had deal to pull interview if Philip died. This is Gayle King. I don't like Gayle King. I don't know why. I just don't like her. I think she's got a big gob. And she's sort of made these indiscreet revelations. I mean, really, dear, who are you? In this country? Nobody. All right, so you know Oprah Winfrey and you're her best mate. Big deal. Doesn't mean anything to us at all, I'm afraid. But Gayle claimed an agreement was in place before the programme was aired on March the 7th. And who told you that, love? Who told you that? Was that from Harry? Was that from somebody else? Honestly, it's like a little conspiracy, isn't it, really? Little conspiracy, people. You really are. I bet you didn't get invited. Did you get invited to the wedding? I don't know if she went. We know that Oprah did. Also, this picture. It's an American artist's work, but it appears only in cyberspace. How do you explain that one? Have you ever heard of something like this? It looks like a TV on the blink, and it's merely a string of computer code. But what it's called is crypto art. Okay, and it is driving collectors wild. It's worth 50 million, but it doesn't exist. It's the Emperor's new clothes. You know, the king is in the altogether, and so it goes on. And so they've got all these things here. An estimated market of the NFT market tripled last year to nearly 200 million. It's now pegged at 300 million. It's one of these odd things. People are buying artwork that doesn't exist. So you buy it in the hope it becomes collectible simply because of its rarity value. Isn't that amazing? People buy anything nowadays. Carrie Simmons celebrating her 33rd birthday yesterday. Many happy returns of the day for yesterday. And further to cricket, the Andrew Lloyd Webber Tim Rice musical written for the Queen's 60th birthday. Prince Edward starred as Wittering, a failed batsman whose final words were, "I'm sorry I let you down." If it's ever revived, shouldn't Wittering be played by Andrew? What does Andrew do now? Answer, what he did before. Nothing. Nothing at all. Except we're still having to pay for him, or the Queen's paying for him, or somebody's paying for him. Waste of space, honestly. Steve, do you remember eating chips wrapped in old newspaper? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. You know why? It was something to do with the ink that the printers used. It kind of added to the flavour of the chip. What? It added to the flavour of the chips, and also it meant you had something to read while you were eating. It's true. It was in newspaper. Definitely. Steve, when was the last time you used the word telephone? Hey, baby, I'm your telephone girl. You can pick me in the morning. You can pick me in. So it goes on. People call it the phone now, don't they? The phone. Does anybody else call it the telephone? No, we just call it a phone. Yes, which is good. Steve, I'm super pleased, says James, that you're back on our airwaves. I was unable to convey this to you last week, but better late than never. I don't think I was here last week, was I? Well, I came in on Sunday, and that's about as good as it gets. And one here says, Mr. DJ, you make me smile. You sound very pleasant. Well, it's true. Listen, everybody's pleasant in some particular way. Steve, regarding chocolate, I thought they told us a few years ago we were going to run out of cocoa to make chocolate. Yeah, I mean, around here, they're all choco addicts. Seriously, they are. They all go, oh, no, not Steve. But they are. They're all chocolate addicts. Lots of people in the newsroom. They like a little bit. Whereas I'm not particularly bothered. I'm more cheese footballs. You know, call me old-fashioned, as I say.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's nice to know you find a programme where we read everything out, for goodness sake. You know, some programmes, they start selecting stuff. I mean, yesterday, we had more texts and emails you could shake a stick at. I mean, literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. And we didn't have enough chance to get through everybody. So I do apologise, but thank you very much indeed for that. Easter egg time, lots of bargains. People go out there and, you know, get their Easter eggs and enjoy it. And also, Damon Hill has admitted to being sent on a driving awareness course after being caught by a speed camera. That's what they do. They send you on one of these things. It takes a few hours. It's a bit dreary. Steve, fish and chips were never wrapped just in newspapers. Yes, they were. Yes, they were. It was so stupid. Why would they put them in? They were never put in bags and then in newspaper. No. They were put into the newspaper. I know, because I bought them. That's how we got our chips. And then eventually they moved away from newspaper. But no, up until then it was newspaper. Fish and chips wrapped in newspaper. Simple as that. They didn't put it in a bag. Nobody had bags. What are you on about? A load of old rubbish. The only time I had fish and chips in a newspaper was when I went to a party. No, in our fish and chip shops, all the time in newspaper. Ask anybody. Ask anybody. Just because you didn't get it doesn't mean to say nobody else did, but they did. Steve, has the UK run out of vaccines? No. They just there's a little bit of a fuss over can they get enough through for the over 50s who are, I think they're tier 8. I think tier 8 actually. The over 50, under 50s. Oh right. Do you know what tier you're in, boys? You probably don't know, actually, do you? Yes, bottom. They don't feature at all, actually. They're just not good. Yeah, 99. I can't remember what number I was, actually. I can't remember what was I. 5, yeah. I've had it anyway, which is great. There you go. Sean says, I remember fish and chips in newspaper. That's the only way they did it. Nobody could afford. The only place where you got plain paper was in the butchers. And for the price they were doing for fish and chips, fish and chips was way too cheap to afford to actually use proper butcher's paper, that white stuff. I know because my uncle was a butcher, so I know exactly how it worked. But the fish and chip shop, newspapers. Definitely. So you could read the newspaper while you were eating your fish and chips. So there's something about the ink which kind of worked very well, actually. 88850 steve@lbc.co.uk. 2 weeks in hospital with COVID, says Teresa. I'm going home today. At least you got me through the past 4 days. Good for you. Good for you. Gets better, doesn't it? I know at the time you feel absolutely grotty and really awful about it, but it is definitely getting better. Definitely. Another one says here, Bitcoin price is now $64,000. Is it really Bitcoin or Bitcon? I don't know. Do you know, you're talking to the wrong person. I've got no idea about Bitcoin or anything. I don't know what it is. I have no interest in it whatsoever. I can't afford it. That's all I know. Steve, St Patrick's scampi is still on message. My best is wholetail scampi with lemon juice, buttered toast and white wine. Oh, when I got back yesterday, I had 2 packs of scampi. I ate 2 packs of scampi. I'm not having it today. Not having it. Steve, when you sing songs from the film Hans Christian Andersen, I'm thinking, have you ever met Danny Kaye? No. But I tell you what I've seen on YouTube, Danny Kaye auditioning, rehearsing at the London Palladium for a show that he did over here when we got all the big American stars, and the Palladium was packed out with people who are huge Danny Kaye fans. And he was just marvellous. Steve, definitely sausage and chips in newspaper. I know, somebody who says they didn't do them in newspapers, they put them in a bag. Well, a load of old garbage. Of course they didn't. And Steve, we used to have our chips in a cone made out of newspaper. Yeah, it was printed. It wasn't actually proper newspaper. It was, I remember those very well indeed. Because I remember thinking when they brought the cones in, that you didn't get as many chips. You got less chips. It's like when you used to buy KFC. They would put it in a box. They put the chicken in and the chips on the top. Now they put it in a little tiny bag. Not the same, is it, really? Chips in greaseproof paper and then newspaper with lots of crispy bits, says Dean. Yeah, but I mean, definitely all fish and chips in newspapers. I lived in Soho, Steve. All the Greek chippies. Brill. Yes, I mean, that's exactly how it works. And somebody says, humming noise through my earphones since you came back. Only on your programme, not during the news or the ads. Oh, lovely. Probably got tinnitus, I should imagine. You need to get that sorted out. Go and get it sorted out. Don't suffer in silence. You mustn't suffer. We're all thinking about you around here. Shane said, do you remember when I got barred for dunking my biscuit in tea? I've forgotten, did it again. Right, you're barred again. I've told people before, we don't have people who dunk at all. Definitely. I'm old enough to remember fish and chips in newspaper. And our local Chippy Halls in Bedale still puts an outside layer of newspaper when you get your order, says Peter. It just was better. It was absolutely better. Cressida Dick's deputy has refused to apologise for the arrest of a woman at a vigil for Sarah Everard. And this is Stephen House, the Deputy Commissioner of the Met Police, yesterday defended officers accused of heavy tactics, saying he was only sorry that people are so upset at seeing officers enforcing legislation. Exactly. I said the other day, they're damned if they do, damned if they don't. I understand where both sides are coming from, but if we've got legislation in place of no meetings, then that's what it is. OK, and the worst, certain people who are going out there to cause trouble, to disrupt and to attack the police. It's as simple as that. Why should they have to put up with stuff like that? Also, what else we got today? Oh, the chef trained by Marco Pierre White, who cooks the PM's posh takeaways. Apparently Boris Johnson gets takeaways. And they've had all these lovely dishes made by Portuguese-born Mr. Mateus. And he does 100 pre-prepared daily meals for two in a weekly food hamper, worth an estimated £12,500. Good Lord above. Dalesford is owned by Lady Bamford, who's the wife of Lord Bamford, the billionaire Tory donor. How lovely. How lovely. The Prime Minister's personalised diet plan is made up of healthy superfoods such as kale, lean meat, goji berries, and is it chia seeds? Chia seeds. Designed to nourish him and give him strength. Wow. Well, there you go. Nice to be able to afford stuff like that. Shamima Begin still droning on to anybody who'll listen. I had to say I backed ISIS or they'd kill me. Yeah, whatever, dear. Whatever. Unfortunately, nobody believes a word you say. New BBC move to leave London. I feel sorry for people working on the radio. Radio 3 may go north. Been going south for years. And shows like Radio 4's Today programme could spend time outside the capital. Oh dear, what a shame. We'll have to go, won't you? Have to travel further. People have to move. How else are they going to manage it? Insiders predicted hundreds of jobs will be moved out of London. Many new roles created outside the capital. There'll be people listening going, what? We're going to have to move? Yep, definitely. They reckon about 100 programmes a year, including things like Newsnight and PM, are likely to vary where they air from. I mean, outside of London, but you don't need them in London. But then they've got that huge building they've just spent a small fortune on. What are they going to do with that? You could turn it into flats. Quite nice. Flats at the top of Oxford Street. I'm all in favour of that. All in favour. Golden Globes organisers have pledged to increase black membership after more than 100 Hollywood talent agencies threatened to withdraw their star clients from participating. About bloody time too. Not a single member of the 87-strong Golden Globes membership panel which voted for this year's awards were black. Not one person. It'll change. You watch. It'll change, definitely. And here's the laboratory technician, Michael Nichols, infatuated with a woman, installing cameras under her desk to take upskirt photos. What is it with these people? Don't quite get it at all. I really don't. And also, would you hop on a floating tube to Ireland? Yeah, you would. Of course we would. We would. We take things like that, don't we? And so what they're doing is looking at this floating tube bridge. And you can sort of, you go down in the tube, 50 metres, 164 feet. And then you're in a sort of a huge tunnel made of curved reinforced concrete sections, 65 feet in diameter. And it's less susceptible to damage from currents. And then you can either get a train or you can drive through. I'd drive through. I don't have problems with... Oh, I hope I don't have problems with things like that. Mind you, I might have if I thought about it properly. And the tunnels would emerge at terminals, positioned 3 miles inland to avoid disruption to the coastal towns of Portpatrick and Larne and protect local wildlife. They reckon the Celtic crossing, as they're aptly naming it, could cost 40 quid. 40 quid, one way. But that's all right, isn't it? I don't mind paying for something like that. 40 quid? Cheaper would be better, but I mean, if that's what it costs. So you can go from Portpatrick to Larne. It's 28 miles. That's a lot of tunnel. Underneath the ocean. Underneath the ocean. I suppose you just make this stuff and then sink it. And then it sort of happily sits there, and they anchor it to the seabed. And then we all go, why not? Goodness sake, we can do everything. Happy birthday today to Irene Cara. What a feeling. Dun, 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 fighting for my life. Yeah. How old today? 62. She sang Flashdance. She co-wrote it as well. She also played Coco Hernandez in Fame and sang the movie's title song, I'm Gonna Live Forever. My friend, Rob, Uncle Rob, used to produce me a long time ago. In fact, we still keep in contact. Every so often we send a text. But he was obsessed with Fame. He went to see it. They came over, the kids from Fame, at the Royal Albert Hall, because the programme was just, wow. It was kids who went to the Fame school. And they used to say, right here is where you start paying for Fame, because Fame costs. All those people who go, oh, what do you want to be? You know, they've been on Love Island. They go, I want to be famous. And you go, yeah, right, whatever. And you go, no, Fame costs money. Ask Angie Greaves. Respect you, Steve, she says, for the Golden Globes. Bless you. Morning, Angie. Hope you're well. Hope you're well. Right. Oh, news. I knew there was something I was doing, couldn't remember what it was. It's the news at 6. I'm Steve Allen, back in a few minutes.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's coming up 4 minutes past 6. It's a Thursday morning in London town. Everywhere daffodils. Have you noticed? Everywhere daffodils. You know, there's people's front gardens, daffodils. Mainly because you plant them and leave them. Next year, they'll double. So you'll end up with loads. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Happy birthday as well to Peter Jones. It's not the department store, by the way. This is the telecom tycoon from Berkshire. The sole original star on Dragon's Den. I think isn't he the tallest, Peter Jones? He's enormous. He's 55 today. He's invested over £4 million. He's done Levi Roots' reggae sauce. His coat of arms has 5 dragons and a tennis ball, because he set up a tennis academy. And he said he won't pass on his wealth to his children. He's worth about 450 million, which is nice. He's worked for it. He said he wants the kids to work for themselves. Seems fair enough. I think Paul McCartney said exactly the same. Also, March the 18th, 1968. Mrs. Jeff Banks, better known as Sandy Shaw, is parting, albeit temporarily, from a husband who she wed secretly 11 days ago. I love Sandy. I met Sandy Shaw. I interviewed her. I met Sandy Shaw. I remember thinking, oh, my God, it's Sandy Shaw. People you sort of grew up with. I loved all those people from the 60s. A bit like Noreen. She loves all those people. Steve, famed classic movie. Do you remember the film Breakdance? I don't think so. I remember Breakdancing, but I'm not sure about Breakdance. I don't remember that, actually. Breaking was one here, a 1984 film. But not Breakdance the movie. There you go, we found it. Breakdance the movie. That doesn't mean anything to me either, I'm afraid. Perhaps it should do. But the performance of background extras and then of Jean-Claude Van Damme, Breakdance the movie, and how to make the most of an opportunity and get yourself noticed. Pure genius. Oh. Well, no, I have to be honest with you and say, no, I don't remember it. I'll tell you what I went to see, which I loved, Car Wash. Remember Car Wash? Car Wash. And it was literally a film about a car wash. The hit was from Rolls-Royce, and I went to see them with a group called Stargard at the Hammersmith Odeon years and years ago when they appeared. I think Dale must have gone with me. And Rolls-Royce did all their hits, which was fantastic. But the film Car Wash was brilliant. If you've never seen it, get it. It's the funniest thing you've ever seen. It's about a car wash in America and the people who go through it, which is great. Steve, money was tight growing up. My mum used to make wee pals and I bags of chips using newspaper. We used to queue up for them, says Kim. There you go. And then somebody here called Frank, who says, sorry to argue, but fish and chips always had outer newspaper, but in a greaseproof bags. No, they didn't. No, they did. They might have done in your day, dearie, but I promise you, in my day, they didn't. He said, and the chips you were buying, 4pence, 6pence, 9pence. No, you're wrong again. They were 3pence, 6pence, 9pence, a shilling, 1 and 3pence, 1 and 6. He said, without the bags, the fat would soak through to the outside. Yeah. Duh. He says, I know I had a weekend job in a chippy in the early 60s in Newbury. Well, there was only one chippy in Newbury, and that was in Northbrook Street. And that's where they served it in newspaper. They took the chips out, they shook them, they put them onto the newspaper, salt and vinegar over the top and the fish over the top of it. Don't tell me, mate. I grew up in Newbury. I know more about Newbury than you can shake a stick at. If you only had a weekend job, I was streaks ahead of you, pal. Let me tell you. Steve, do you remember years ago the rich brought a new car to get the latest registration number? Yeah, but do you remember, Roger? I always used to argue about this. That was, people would go out there, garages would open specifically at midnight so you could drive away with the new car. The only thing new about it was the number plate. The car could have been made up to 3 years ago and sat in a field covered in this gunky stuff to preserve the paintwork, and then they'd bring it in and they'd sort of polish all this stuff off there. So the only thing new you were buying was the number plate. And the moment you drove it off the forecourt, it devalued. Seriously, biggest waste of time you'd ever seen. Dreadful. Another one here says, our chip shop, says Dave in Colchester, did newspaper cones. If you asked for them wrapped, they'd wrap them in newspaper. If you asked for them open, they would cone the newspapers, rolled it up and fill it with chips. Yeah. I love the way people think that they can get the better of you. Oh, I used to work at a fish and chip shop in Newbury. Yeah, I went to school in Newbury, mate. I know all about the fish and chip shop. There was only the one, as I say, and they did it in newspaper. Perhaps years later, it was poor people like you that came along. Somebody says they give you little greaseproof bags in chip shops to give you less for your money. Just like today's fish in batter. Most are 90% batter and 10% fish. Oh, no, not round our way. You want to come round our way? We've got really good fish. In fact, actually, our fish and chip shop, we've got two. There's one which is just sort of slap bang in the middle of Twickenham. They get their fish from Sandy's, the fish shop. You know, you'd think that they'd be saving money and buying in frozen river cobbler and all that kind of stuff from Vietnam. But no. They get it from the fish shop. Very good. Very good indeed. And 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. All of your texts and email. Do you remember Flashdance? Yeah, Flashdance was... that's not old at all. I had the soundtrack on tape. Yeah, Flashdance. We remember that one as well. And also, Nick says, pleased you are back. I know, it's marvellous, isn't it? Also today, Edward the Martyr was murdered at Corfe Castle in Dorset in 978. Not a good day for him. Somebody should have said to him, don't go. Your stars look bad. His feast day is today. And in 1834, we like to be educational on this programme, the Tolpuddle Martyrs, 6 farm workers from Tolpuddle in Dorset, were sentenced to transportation to Australia for forming a trade union. That's where we used to send people. Now you pay a fortune to go there, but in the early days they sent you. Prison colony, yeah. You'd go over. If you've survived the journey, you were very lucky. Does Tolpuddle still exist? Is it still a place? Tolpuddle. It's in Dorset, so, you know, I'm assuming, unless they've renamed it. Perhaps it was renamed after something. The Tolpuddle Martyrs. I remember Wat Tyler. I love it. I love it. Have you watched It's a Sin? I have not. Steve, have you found the chicken Kiev pie in M&S? Have we found it? Of course we found it. Of course we found it. Hello? The chicken Kiev pies? Oh, yes. Tolpuddle still exists. It's on the River Piddle. That's lovely. Tolpuddle on Piddle. Estimated population, 420. The village was home to the Tolpuddle Martyrs. And they formed a friendly society. And there is an ancient sycamore tree on the village green known as the Martyrs' Tree, said to be the place where the martyrs swore their oath, cared for by the National Trust. Oh, how fab. There you go. You can go. You can go. That's brilliant, isn't it? Well, obviously not now. That would be silly. You wouldn't be able to listen to the programme. But of course you could, actually. It's very easy. So you can sit under the sycamore tree. Don't sit under the sycamore tree or anyone else but me. The Tolpuddle Martyrs. There you go. I remember the Peasants' Revolt. People used to say Peasants' Revolt. I say they certainly are. Certainly are, those poor old peasants. There was lots of rioting and people banging drums and getting very upset about everything. You know what they're like nowadays. Terrible. Also, Wilson Pickett, born on this day in 1941. He said he would flirt with women in the audience, saying, if God made anything finer than you, he kept it for himself. That apparently. Do you know the one thing? There was a piece about flirting in the paper today. It turns out we're not flirting anymore. You want to come and work here? Honestly, seriously. They never stop flirting. You know, goo-goo eyes and all that kind of... Seriously, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. The flirting that goes on. I don't do it, of course. I'm way too old for stuff like that. Not very good at flirting. But no, the boys do it all the time. Yeah. Morning, Steve. Yeah, whatever. Enough already, Steve. You're talking food. Well, your waistline can't handle it, says Linda. Of course it can. Get an elasticated waist, and then it will expand. Because you can't eat while you're listening to somebody talking about food. You really can't. Unless Andy Peters comes on the line, in which case we have to talk about food all the time, which is lovely, because he likes food, although when you see him, he looks as though he doesn't eat anything at all. Unlike me. Is it still Cheltenham? I suppose it's still going on, isn't it, today? I don't know how many days Cheltenham racing goes on for. And it's so funny to see racing without anybody there. The only people there are the people who are filming it and getting involved in it. That's the only way. Tributes pouring in for the former Top Gear presenter Sabine Schmitz. She died of cancer, aged 51. Way too young. Way too young. That's why, you know, we have to keep pumping money into cancer research and things like that, because there's so many different forms of cancer. You know, you have to sort of check all these things. Steve, if you put too much vinegar on your chips, it's soaked through and made the newspaper soggy. Yeah, but they used to give you loads of newspaper with it. I mean, they put the chips on there. The chips in those days, they didn't take them straight out of the fat fryer. They were in the heated side, which sort of dried them out a little bit. And then they put that on, and then the fish on the top. Oh, God, yes. Oh, yes, yes, yes. That's what we used to do. The bus used to drop us off nearly opposite the fish and chip shop in Newbury. And then I would go over the road. There was a music shop, which is where we bought our first disco equipment for the Tuesday night club. We bought a Carlsborough amp and speakers, which cost us about £119. We made the decks ourselves. So we had our own Tuesday night club, and we charged money for people to go in. Never told the tax man. We just charged people money to go in. We were only kids. And then the Corn Exchange in Newbury. And then next to that was another place called the Plaza. And Benion's in the marketplace. Oh, you can't tell me anything about it. I went to school there for God knows how many years. Easter egg time. Yeah. Johnson. New BBC Moving. Yeah, goodbye. See you. What was the other one? Oh, Sarah Harding describing her joy after brain and lung tumours shrink after treatment. I hope that's ongoing, or whether or not we're going back again. I'm not too sure. Also, I was right. People losing the ability to flirt, the experts claim. People don't flirt anymore. I suppose because people don't want to be rebuffed, do they? Because I don't really know what flirting is. Yeah, I don't. Seriously, I don't. You know, I think flirting, is that like, hey, you look really cool today? Is that flirting, or is that people going, don't be so stupid? I don't know what flirting is. Is it like, should we do a coffee? You know, is that flirting? You know, would you like to do breakfast? You know, how about coming to spend the night at my place? We can watch a movie. Is that flirting? I don't know what flirting is. I've never been any good at it. I just have to say, I'd sit there dumb. It's a lot easier. People coming up to me going, would you like to come back and watch a movie? And I go, what have you got? And they go, Star Trek. I go, I don't like Star Trek. So I'm not interested. I've never done anything like that. I've never been any good at it. I'd have to be absolutely 3 sheets to the wind to be remotely successful. By which time, of course, nothing happens anyway, so there's no point. Happy birthday, Emma Willis and Marvin Humes. I thought that was yesterday, Marvin. I think it was yesterday. I thought so, because I saw some old reprobates from this building going down. Emma Willis's birthday. But by God, honestly, they're all Pisceans. All Pisceans. Russell Brand apparently has to remind himself he's not Jesus. Whatever.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Nice to have your company. And 6:20 is the time. Kevin the Milkman says, I used to flirt, but I wouldn't anymore in today's woke society. I've been shot down in flames. It was lovely. 84850. Shane says, Steve, we love you, the Aussies. And another one says, flirting nowadays might be called sexual harassment. People are being careful. No, you can be sort of, flirty without it being harassing. You just have to be. I mean, some people are very good at it. I remember a friend of mine. He was terrible. When I say terrible, I thought it was very clever. You go out for a drink, walk into a bar. He'd see somebody he liked. He'd go over and he'd get his car keys out and go, "Get your coat, you've pulled." And I'm going, "What? We're going already?" "Yeah, I've just met somebody." "We just walked in. What are you on about?" And it was like that. "Get your coat, you've pulled." And I thought, does that really work in this? Well, it worked for him. Me, of course. "Get your coat, you've pulled." And they'd go, "I don't think so." And that was it. Didn't work at all, actually. 84850, Steve at LBC. Poor old Barry. I'm so sorry, Barry. I'm so sorry. Barry says, your programme's boring. Well, I mean, try and be grown up and go and listen to something else then. Wouldn't that be easier? Nothing worse than a moaning Mary. Goodness sake, go and find something else you like. What a dreary person you must be. Never mind. Oh, you've gone. I'm sorry about that. Steve, I would have thought that Russell Brand would have more trouble trying to remind himself he's totally unfunny. Actually, some people think he's hilarious. I don't. I've never understood Russell Brand's humour at all. In fact, I don't even know what you would describe his humour as. But I know that people say, when I've said before I didn't find him funny, people say, oh, he's really good and he's this and that. I just thought he was mad as a fruitcake. I really did. I'm so sorry. Jeanette says, I worked in a fish and chip shop in the early 70s in Edinburgh. We served the food with a greaseproof piece of paper and then newspaper. I think the newspaper print would rub off on the food, would it not? Well, I'd added to it. That was the whole idea. Only I've had one chippy in Upper Sunbury around the Surrey area. It doesn't wrap it in newspapers, but still a tasty Saveloy. Do you know, I've never had a Saveloy. I don't even know what Saveloy is. Is it a hot dog kind of thing, or is it... It's a red sausage. Oh, right. I've never had one. I've had a sausage in batter, but I've never had a Saveloy. Mind you, I've never had... What's that roll mop? Have you seen that in fish and chips? It's so disgusting. Or a pickled egg. A Saveloy is a type of highly seasoned sausage, usually bright red, normally boiled, and often available, especially in London, Essex, Newcastle, Stoke-on-Trent, and the Midlands. Oh, it's also occasionally available fried in batter. Oh, no. I don't fancy that idea. Occasionally we used to have a pie that went with it, like sort of a pasty kind of thing. But you can't beat fish and chips, can you? You can't, but I mean, it doesn't matter. Whichever way you look at it, fish and chips is kind of, the best thing. I could eat it quite now, actually. They did send some in. We had fish and chip day, I remember years ago at LBC, and they said, oh, we've sent in fish and chips for you, Steve. But the trouble is they put the fish on the chips and it went all soggy. And you can't have soggy batter. It's as simple as that. Veronica says, you keep me going for a 12-hour shift. Fantastic. And Steve, behave. All this chat, says Nick, about fish and chips has made me hungry. And since my chippy is closed, I had to knock up some avocado flavoured with lime juice, chilli flakes, garlic, and a touch of salt and splash of olive oil, garnished with coriander. Don't tell fibs. You've had sugar puffs, haven't you? People always say that. Oh, I've just knocked up avocado. Who knocks up avocado? Who's got avocado in the house at this time of the morning? Definitely not. Steve, in Brisbane in the 50s, you'd save the newspaper and the local chippy would give you a shilling for 100 newspapers to wrap the fish and chips in, says Ken. Exactly. Nobody could afford to buy special things. And then they went on to bags, and then the KFC started doing, as opposed to chips in the box, then they put them in little bags. The fish and chip shops discovered cones, which meant they didn't have to give you as many chips. And you could decide how much... I mean, if you ordered, in my day, a shilling's worth of chips, that was enough for you and your mates. It was as simple as that. A shilling's worth of chips was a lot of chips. Mainly people had threepence and sixpence, which was much better. Daily Express today, delays for the under 50s, they've said, for the jabs. Have to wait and see. Retired Britons have revealed the top 40 pearls of wisdom passed on. Ready? These are the pearls of wisdom we are passing on. This is for the top 40. Number 10, be confident in your own skin. Okay? Be confident in your own skin. Not like Barry, who's not confident really at all, but a bit of shame. Hold on to those closest to you. Absolutely, especially if the ship goes down. You don't have to go to university for a successful career. Absolutely. Living proof. In fact, you don't have to have qualifications to have a successful career. Don't take anything for granted. Very important. Very important. Somebody said, do you take your job for granted? Never. Never, 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 never. Start saving for retirement in your 20s. Very good advice, but nobody ever takes it. Don't spend all your time on social media. Very advisable. Accept a company pension. Always try your best. Always try your best. That's the whole idea. No point in sort of, did you do your best this morning? I thought I did my best. Manners don't cost a thing. Absolutely. Please, thank you, doors open, that kind of stuff. Manners don't cost anything. And treat others how you'd like to be treated yourself. If you start off aggressively, you're going to get aggressive back. Start off nice and pleasant, and you get nice and pleasant back. It's as simple as that. It's not complicated. That's how we operate this programme, and it works very well so far. I'm nice to the boys. I always say to them every morning, what are you doing then? I always say that. I never say to them, you're looking good this morning, because that would sound ridiculous, because they look exactly the same every morning. Mustard. Yeah, it's the mustard jumper again. I think they've only got about... they're both wearing... I forgot they're both wearing mustard. Shows how notice... If somebody had said as a quiz, what colour jumpers are they wearing, I wouldn't have known this morning. Isn't that funny? You don't think about it. It's like me, I don't sort of think what shirt I'm going to put on this morning. I sort of take one out and go, is this sort of bright and cheery? Or does it make me feel good? Because I've got loads of linen shirts that by the time I've worn them in here, I'm all crumpled. And I don't like that. Mind you, tomorrow's Friday, I've just realised. Tomorrow is Friday, start of the weekend. Big deal. Still can't do anything. Still can't get your hair cut. Still can't, go to the gym. Steve, we have a battered Sav in Sydney. It's a Frankfurt in batter. We love it, says Shane. So there you go, so that you do get them battered. Saveloys get battered. Adam says, are you a Scampi lover? You're obviously not a regular listener to this programme, because I had Scampi yesterday twice and the day before as well. I'm going to sneeze. I'm so... Oh dear, honestly. Nothing worse, is there? Does that mean anything? Probably not. Just means my balloons are looking quite well, actually. We were debating, because I had my balloons for my birthday party yesterday. My birthday party. And we're now taking odds on whether Nick Abbott has them removed from the studio. I've decided that by the time I come in here on Sunday morning, these balloons will not be in existence. Nick Abbott is Mr. Grumpy. If he's not celebrating a birthday, ain't nobody celebrating a birthday. If he's not getting the most podcast, ain't nobody getting the most podcast. But I bet you anything, I'm having odds on the balloons. Will he work with the balloons in the studio? Because on his side, you've got eight balloons, I think. Four? Oh, the other ones went down. Oh, nothing worse than a deflated balloon. But so there's four. I bet he'll have them removed. I bet he says to his producer, get them out of the studio. Now, first of all, he'll be saying, what are they for? And somebody would say, they were for Steve Allen's birthday. Yeah, but he's not in here, is he? He'd be like that. I bet you the balloons go. The ones in here won't go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 6. Should we take a bet? We've got loads of bets going on. Rich the Trucker, good morning. Peter says, manners are free. Shame they're too expensive for some out there, though. Costs nothing to be nice, does it? Costs nothing. Nothing at all. Steve, I had a real craving for pickled eggs. Oh, no. No. They're just eggs, hard-boiled, peeled, and then put into vinegar. I don't get them either. And why with fish and chip shops, I've got no idea. No idea.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into our area of business on a local level. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Apparently, Katie Price has made more pronouncements. This sort of follows on from the story, and you pointed it out to me. I missed that bit at all. That the Sun are running. They've got a picture of her driving her Range Rover, or whatever it is, And they're saying, now, I don't know if it's a new picture, an old picture. I've got no idea. But they've said, what's she driving for? She's disqualified. She's not supposed to be driving at all. I mean, if she's broken the law, she should be arrested. And it carries, I think, a 12-month prison sentence. I mean, I can't believe she'd be that stupid. But there again, she said when she marries Carl Woods, she's going to do a pay-per-view, so you can pay to watch her wedding. Why bother? You're going to be paying to watch the divorce very shortly afterwards. Steve, how long does a bottle of Creed last you? Oh, I've got no idea. I can't work that out. I mean, I'm on a bottle of Creed at the moment. Do I use it every day? Yes, of course. Absolutely. Of course you do. It's like everybody does that, don't they? Steve, the only decent battered fish these days is rock salmon. Yeah, dogfish. That's what it is, dogfish. I like rock salmon. It's only got the one bone down the middle. Very nice. Very nice. Or actually, if you're going to have fish, even Phil Vickery says haddock. Haddock's very nice. But, I mean, I don't see haddock very often in fish and chip shops. No, saveloys are not frankfurters. We didn't say they were. We know what saveloys are. In Australia, they're different. They have a battered salve, but it's a frankfurter in batter. We have sausage in batter. Same sort of thing, I think, actually. Same sort of thing. But it's that craving for the pickled eggs. There's always a jar of them. You look at them and you think, how long have they been sitting there? But it's this roll mop. I don't know what it is, but it looks like sort of snake skin wrapped round, and I can't bear it. Cannot bear it. Elderly want the youngsters to wise up. Yes, you see, always listen to the elderly. They're always right. That's why they're the elderly. That's why they've got to where they are. They're always right. A warm welcome from your Balearics, which is very nice, isn't it? And apparently is set to be the first in Spain to use the vaccine passport. The tourism minister made the revelation at a regional parliament this week, but gave no details about when the pilot scheme would start. This came as low-cost airline Jet2 told Mallorcan hoteliers to prepare for a massive arrival of British holidaymakers from June the 2nd. We like a bit of sunshine, don't we? I was watching a thing the other day. Remember that programme about EasyJet on the television? And it was very interesting. You watch people standing there arguing with the people who work for EasyJet if a plane gets cancelled, or on one of them the plane broke down and some woman, I mean quite clearly mad as a piece of fruitcake, and she said to the woman, can you tell me what the problem is with the plane? My husband's an engineer. I'll tell you what, there you go, there's your spanner, love, off you go, send him out there. How do you cook your scampi? Deep fried. Always deep fried. I don't oven bake. I'm terribly sorry. I think that's a bit nanty. But no, definitely. I do deep fried. Shallow fry. Very shallow fry. But works every time. Every time. And the woman whose leg was amputated after an accident at Alton Towers giving birth to a boy, Vicky Balch, feared she'd never be able to have a baby after losing her leg. Why that would affect it, I've got no idea. But it didn't. And so she's showing pictures. In fact, she's actually shown pictures of everything about her. So she's very happy at the moment. Here's a picture of Emerald Fennell, who's I think Theo Fennell's daughter. Very successful. And history shows that loose words bring many a battle royal. Yes, there's no end in sight for Meghan and Harry, I'm afraid. Terribly sorry. It's just gonna drag on until presumably Meghan gets what she wants or Harry understands and they get their stories right. I've got no idea. But where does it go from here? No idea. And Wills teases Kate after a St. Patrick's greeting in Irish. They wish the world a happy St. Patrick's Day. They appeared in a video with world leaders. And we're very happy to wish you... delighted to wish you a very happy St. Patrick's Day. But they did it in Irish, both wearing green, and it was good. Duke's Colonel-in-Chief of the Irish Guard sent the regiment a message as well, expressing pride in their work at mobile testing units. So, everybody happy. Well, we think everybody happy. I think people are kind of forgetting about William and Kate. They're going, oh, is this somebody? I think he's actually said, excuse me, I'm Diana's other son. You know, hello, remember me. Apparently roll mop is herring, says James. It's disgusting. Have you seen a picture of it? Have a look at a picture of roll mop. You won't like it. There you go. Somebody says roll mop is herrings with onions in the middle. It's delicious, says Tracy. It's horrid, isn't it? Show me. Yeah. Awful. How can you eat that? Herring fillet. No, thank you. With onions in the middle. No. We're very odd, actually. Somebody says it's very sweet, covert, tasty. No. I've looked at it for years. I didn't know it was pickled herring. Whatever it is, it's certainly not going in my mouth. Thank you very much indeed. Definitely not into things like that. I'm bad enough with the pickled eggs. You can imagine what I'm feeling about the other thing. Here's a picture of the music of the music of Elvis Presley and the Beatles is spearheading a new therapy to help dementia sufferers. I always knew that music, was the food of love, and now it's the food of helping people with dementia, which I think is very nice. And what was the other one? Oh, there's a woman here who was sacked as she battled cancer. I mean, about as cruel a cut as you're going to get, as won a discrimination payout from beyond the grave. The husband of Claire Owen was awarded more than £24,000 on her behalf as she left instructions to continue with the claim. She died at 40, found to have been caused undue stress when her boss failed to recognise her acute myeloid leukemia as a disability. Pay was stopped and contributions halted, even though she'd worked for this car parts company all her life. Isn't that awful? So they got £24,000. The owner even dissolved Rogers Auto Factories in Oxford to avoid paying her. But Reading Employment Tribunal named Mr. Patney as a respondent who was paid £24,500 to widower Lee. Good. How sick that you'd close down a company to avoid paying somebody. What a horrible person you must be. Phil Vickery shared a photo with me. Steve, tea last night. Oh, spam, eggs and chips with brown sauce. Spam, egg and chips. In fact, it's not just spam, egg and chips. It's 2 pieces of spam, 2 eggs and a big plate full of chips. Sounds delicious. Looks almost as good as my scampi and chips I had for breakfast yesterday. Except didn't have the chips. I had the chips the day before and they were very nice. So that looks good enough for me. Phil, I'm going for that. Are you cooking today? Are you up early? Are you cooking on television with Pip? I wonder what they're doing today. I wonder who the cook is. Apparently, Ahmed says, according to yesterday's soundbite, you're not very good at art. No, I'm not very... You got it? Oh, right. I didn't... Not very good at art. What was that bit of the programme? They take a soundbite and they put it on Eddie Mayer's programme every day. And sometimes we have to sort of work out what I was talking about. So here is yesterday's. Perhaps I don't understand art. Where this came from. This was looking at the pictures of Picasso. And people were saying, oh, Picasso's great and his stuff is worth all this money. And I remember saying distinctly at the time, I said, perhaps I just don't understand art. Because I want to see a picture that looks like a picture of somebody. But I can't work out why people would find him very, very successful. So that's my fault, because I don't understand art. On This Morning Today, says Phil Vickery, lots of ways with oats. Please don't make me say it. Please don't make me say it. Lots of ways with oats. My mother, we used to make a tray of oats in honey and everything else and let it harden and then cut it into a thing. Is that it? Is that what I'm thinking of? Oats? It's very good for you for cereal, isn't it? My mother used to have oats for cereal with sort of fruit on top of it and things like that. So that's what Phil Vickery is doing on This Morning. You get the heads up on this programme. Lou says, I craved roll mop when I was pregnant. Never again. Oh, no. No, definitely not. I've had a look at it, but definitely not. And then somebody says herring is much better for you than scampi. I'm sure it might be. But it's not happening. And Pete says spam fritters, lovely. Yes, I agree with you. Apparently roll mops in fish and chip shops are disgusting, says Chris. Proper roll mops are pickled herring, widely eaten in the Scandinavian countries. But far better ones are from Poland. Eaten with peppercorns and onion or grated apple and cream. Delicious with rye bread and butter. So, oh no, I couldn't eat them. I couldn't really. Plenty of haddock available, actually, which is good. A deep-fried doner kebab, Steve, says John. Only seen it in Liverpool when I was working up there. A deep-fried doner kebab. The stuff we eat nowadays, it's terrible, isn't it? I know what the producer wants to have for breakfast, but I've said no, have it later on when you wake up. That's going to be the chicken Kiev M&S pie. With vegetables and some mashed potato. Sounds delicious. You have to let me know how it is.
We love tech that helps make us healthier. Watches that monitor our heart rate. Apps that count our steps. But what about your toothbrush? Achieve exceptional brushing with Philips Sonicare without any extra effort. That's up to 20 times more effective than a manual toothbrush. Find out more at philips.co.uk/Sonicare. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation. And you. Philips.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Hey, good news. 57% of Scots want to stay in the UK. Whoopee! We want you here. We want you here. Please, blow for Sturgeon as the poll reveals COVID is the top priority. Also, there's a lovely little piece actually in the paper today with gorgeous Sue Johnson, who nearly turned down a role in Downton Abbey because Dame Maggie Smith is scary as hell, she said. The former royal family actress found the screen legend a force to be reckoned with, like her character Violet Crawley, Countess of Grantham. I love Downton Abbey. I absolutely love Downton Abbey. It's as simple as that. And Sue Johnston, of course, we remember from Brookside, and she's lovely, absolutely lovely. But she says, people don't expect me to be shy. She's shy. But the actresses that you see on the television and you see them in a part, you think, oh, they're like that in real life. They never are. They never are. Steve, I don't watch This Morning often, but I will be tuning in today to get some tips on cooking with oats. There you go. Phil Vickery will be doing it for you today. Fish and chips today are not very good unless you find a chippy that cooks in dripping. Oh, we used to go to a place in the East End. They were cooked in dripping. Oh, my God, they tasted brilliant. No good talking about food at this time of the morning. Why age should be no barrier to friendship. This is somebody who's a Blue Peter presenter. I don't know who he is, actually. I just know his name's Radzi. But I haven't seen Blue Peter for such a long time. And I wouldn't know any of the presenters on it. And so, you know, I look at the things, I think perhaps you've got a new agent and they're sort of getting you as much publicity as possible to try and move on. Because people nowadays aren't satisfied with one thing, are they? They want loads of different things to do. Jabs for the under 50s. This features on all the newspapers today. Now, for those of us lucky enough to have had the jab already, we're sort of sitting back fairly complacent going, well, at least we've had the jab and it's good. But the NHS has warned there will be a reduction in the supply of doses next month. So you're still being invited to make vaccination appointments despite manufacturing problems. Brussels have warned it will use sweeping emergency powers to seize Europe's fair share of doses. Honestly, typical. Also, what else we got here? The censors. You have filled in the censors. I tried to remind as many people as possible yesterday, and a lot of people were saying, "Do we have to do it?" You go, "Yeah, it's the law. If you don't fill in the census, it could be a fine of up to £1,000. So don't treat it lightly." Because I looked at it thinking, and you could be forgiven for thinking, oh, it's not real, is it? It's just made up. It's one of these scam things. No, the census, which you should have had through probably about a week ago, I should imagine. You've got to fill it in. You do it online, you know, and it would take you about 10 minutes, actually. It's just boring questions. Mind you, some of the questions are slightly peculiar, was what I thought. They seem to be sort of finding out a little bit about you. I mean, they even want your sexuality. You know, to sort of ask somebody whether they're gay, lesbian, bisexual, all the other different... I lost track of where it was, what your ethnicity is. And then also, what sort of heating have you got in your house was the most peculiar one, I thought. Is it gas? Is it wood-fired? Well, I don't know. How many people know that? Nobody. Nobody knows things like that. But anyway, you must fill it in. You've got till the 21st. Till the 23rd. They'll give you a little bit after that. A pie and mash shop will become what's believed to be Britain's only one-table restaurant next month, after being allocated a single square metre of outside space. This is a restaurant in Winchester. They will reopen the doors, and managers have invited customers to book the table, a new fixture that seats a maximum of 2 guests. Have you ever heard anything so stupid in your entire life? One table. You want to come round London, I tell you, sometimes you have to work your way round the different tables in all the restaurants. There's so many of them outside. I don't know why the British want to sit outside. The weather is just not conducive for sitting outside having your food while everybody else walks past. No, thank you very much indeed. No, thank you. Have you noticed all the magnolia trees have started coming out? That's nice. That's nice. We've got them down the A316 out my neck of the woods. And they've got I call them the cherry blossom trees. And the whole idea was, I think, when they planted them, pink, white, pink, white, pink, white. Unfortunately, they screwed up completely. So you got pink, white, white, pink, 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 white, pink, white, pink, white, white, pink. I can't get it right at all. It was supposed to be all sort of exotic, but it doesn't look exotic at all. No excuses, they've said in all the papers, for decades of abuse in football. And it seems to have gone on. The Football Association, the Premier League and leading clubs have issued formal apologies. It's not quite good enough, is it really? It's not enough. It really isn't enough. And there's all sorts of people talking about it. Also people talking about the bereaved who need answers. And, it's a case of people who weren't able to be there at the end of somebody's life, which, everybody should be entitled to. And people are looking forward to going back and seeing people. I mean, it was the people in old people's homes that was the big problem for everybody, when people couldn't go and visit their relatives. They had to stand on stepladders, I believe, on one of them, where a lady who was dying, because the family couldn't go in. In fact, I think they actually got a job inside a care home so that they could actually visit their mother, which was a bit of a sneaky way round, but it kind of worked for them. Kind of worked. Steve, don't worry, I'm gay, but I live in Sydney. Yeah, we never worry about things like that. We don't worry about things. But you have to fill in this. I wonder if you have sensors over there in Sydney. The census. I mean, our one, it took me back. I did it here one morning, a couple of mornings ago. And it seemed to work okay, actually. It's just some of the questions. And then they send you another thing and they go, how did you find the census? And you think, you're not going to be contacting me again, are you? I don't want anything else. Thank you very much indeed. I agree with you. Lots of different questions, Steve. Wonder why the info's needed on the census. It's been done now until the next time. I suppose it gives them a rough idea which way we're heading and, how things are going and whether we've got central heating, whether we've all descended into poverty. But you have to fill it in. I didn't know that it was a legal obligation, but you must do it. So good news there. If you do it today, do it as one of your must-do things. I've also got to pay a water bill today. God, it's expensive water, isn't it? For borrowing something, it's so expensive. Definitely. Also, the BBC moving their news jobs away from London. Honestly, they've just spent a small fortune on a new news centre at the top of Oxford Street. Now they're going to move it out of London. The corporation is hailing it as one of the biggest reforms in its history. Yeah, well, if their news organisation got things right, that might be one of the biggest reforms in history. Other stories running, they're still racing, aren't they? We're still getting obsessed with a bit of racing. £5 bets here, £5 bets there. Cheltenham, get £5, £5 free, which never affects me at all. Jabs in crisis, according to the Daily Mail today. Crisis 1, shockers UK rollout to stall for a month. Crisis 2, astonishing EU threat to seize vaccines. God, blimey, could be at war in Europe. Imagine, can't you? Barrymore in new murder quiz. Star faces questioning. This is after somebody was questioned the other day, arrested, and questioned from Cheshire. And that moved a bit fast, didn't it? That moved a bit faster than anybody was kind of expecting. And then one of the papers gave us a list of who the people were at that fateful party. And what they all did for a living. So I had no idea. Times, setback for Britain's COVID vaccine rollout, and the asylum seekers sent abroad under plans to deter migrants. So in other words, you sort of arrive and then you get sent somewhere else. So we'll have to wait and see where that one goes. That's about it for this morning, actually, apart from the fact it's been absolutely freezing cold outside, and I'm hoping that it warms up. We did check, actually. There's no rain as far as we know. There might be it might be a bit cloudy, but that's about as far as we're going to be getting. Steve, we've got a lovely magnolia full of buds, but the squirrels eat them. Do they? I've never even thought about that. Squirrels and magnolia, but they do look beautiful when the magnolia trees are around. Then they drop everything and you sort of you lose them, but no, it's all bursting forth everywhere, which is what we like. I have an extra podcast today. I have my normal Steve Allen, the full show, and I have my little bit extra, which I'd love you to download. Today, Patsy Palmer storming off GMB in a sweary rant, pushing the boat out on that programme, aren't there? I've never heard of anything like it. How many people can walk off a show? Kanye West is worth $6.6 billion. Why does he look so miserable? I'll take some off your hands. I'll show you what happiness is, Kanye. David Attenborough, as well, writes back to a child, telling him that so long as we look after the planet, we won't end up like the dinosaurs. Can that man do no wrong? Absolutely. Absolutely. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Friday. Oh, thank God we made it to Friday. I never thought I'd make it to Friday. Seriously. It was touch and go whether I made it past Monday or Tuesday. But nevertheless, we've made it to Friday. And it's all very lovely and it's all very wonderful. And it's another miserable blooming day. Oh, I hate it. Sunshine. Give me sunshine. Please give me sunshine. I don't want a huge amount. I just want a little bit. I've now got my hospital appointment. It's a phone thing. How they're going to do that, I've got no idea. But anyway, so we'll do that, and hopefully they can give me some tablets that will make me feel a lot. But I feel fine. It's the pain that I'm not coping very well with. I had such a bad night's sleep last night. I'm going to be in such a bad mood between now and 7. You can always tell if somebody doesn't get loads and loads of sleep. And I didn't get loads and loads of sleep. I really didn't. But never mind. So, how many BBC workers moving out of London? Apparently 400. Bit of a shock for people there. And what else we got? Oh, goodness me. The vaccine is safe. We are on track for freedom. Please, God, it works. Please, God. All I want is my Christmas lunch this year. 2 Christmas lunches. Thank you very much indeed, please. Godchildren and my brother and his wife, please. Westlife are reuniting. I think they're playing Wembley or wherever you play nowadays. I don't know why they're reuniting. But all these groups do it, don't they, after a while? It's very difficult. If you've been in a group, I suppose like Girls Aloud or, Little Mix or something like that. After a while, it fizzles, and then they have to go and do other things. And then they come back together again. I think JLS are doing it, aren't they? They're doing a sort of a reunion tour with all these dates booked in again. Bizarre, isn't it? Mind you, I suppose, as Noreen will tell you, one of my long-standing regulars, as they say, there's loads of the groups from the 60s and the 70s were still touring. They never stopped. The difference is, they actually play all their instruments. Most of the bands that you see nowadays, they don't play instruments because they don't need to. The Rolling Stones play theirs because they're about 190, aren't they, each? But you don't need to worry about that in this day and age. In fact, as all the experts will tell you, Louis Walsh especially, you don't need to play an instrument or be able to sing in this day and age. They can put you in a studio and make you sound as though you can sing. That's the way you use auto-tune. You bring in professional musicians to lay down the track. Do you remember that story? You might not remember it, but I shall tell you anyway, because it's an old story, about the Monkees. Here we come, walking down. They were an assembled group. There was an advert that went in a magazine looking for zany people. They all turned up, they auditioned, and they got all put together. And they went, right, and so we've got all these... so they went into the studio, they thought, to record their music. And, of course, the music was already recorded. They didn't need to do anything. Mike Nesmith, who ended up being the richest member of the group, I suspect, because I think it was his auntie who invented Tipex paper or something like that. Oh, yes, he was like loaded. He was like absolutely minted. Davy Jones was everybody's favourite because he was little and cute and sang, "Oh, I could hide 'neath the wings of the bluebird." And we all sang along to it because it was just a blooming good song and it made you feel good about life. Oh, but the trouble is, it's like all these groups, they all go into it and then they go, "Oh, I want to record my songs." And the record company go, "Listen, your songs won't sell. These ones sell." Okay? And so all the Monkees stuff was already done. They all took their guitars in. Peter Tork took his guitar and they went, "You won't need that. We've already laid down the track." Neil Diamond had written Sweet Caroline and he wrote Daydream Believer as well. And I'd been to so many rugby pubs, well, the Barmy Arms, and the DJ there used to play "Cheer Up Sleepy G," and we'd all sing along. And I tell you, it was the best feeling in the entire world. It really was. There was something about that song. Even if you watch it back on YouTube, there are certain songs that make you feel good. And God knows we need to feel good at the moment. All the people who have sort of, they didn't make it through COVID, and we're going, "Oh, it's great, we're all getting our injections," and they're going, unfortunately, it was too late for them. Far too late. So I always think about those people, because if it were not for them and the advances that the NHS have made, we wouldn't be sitting here doing this programme this morning, I suspect. So the vaccine's safe, we're on track for freedom, and you can sing as many songs as you like this morning, because I'm in that kind of a mood. Judge Rinder says he'd be tougher on politicians than Piers Morgan if he got the GMB job. I don't think he will get the GMB job. I don't think they need to fight. They've got people there who can do it. Why do you need somebody else? Nice cup of tea this morning, and Stuart at Sandy's arranged to have me sent in some biscuits from the biscuiteers, and I got a mug, and I got a little first aid tin, but all the instruments inside, the pair of scissors and everything else, are made out of biscuit with my name on, which is really cute. He says, great to hear you back, but still recovering. Something for your morning cuppa. And that's from Stuart at Sandy's. So thank you ever so much, Stuart. I won't be dipping. Oh, no. But I do like, there's nothing better than a posh biscuit. And these are posh biscuits. I bought them before, actually. They had crowns on and all sorts of things, which was really lovely. Nobody's touched the balloons. Look, nobody's touched the balloons. Mind you, today's Friday, isn't it? Today is, Nick Abbott Day. Dum, dum, dum. We're totally convinced he's actually going to take down these balloons. Although he might be benevolent. It's unlikely, but, Henry will be benevolent. I'll have water. Straight. Not fizzy. Straight water, yeah. And why not? Water's got a thought, hasn't it? Or something like that. Marvel are introducing a gay Captain America. I don't know anything about Marvel. I don't know anything about Captain America. So I know it's comic, but I don't know anything about it. So I've got no idea whether he's got superpowers or not. Licensing officials down in Brighton have taken a sobering view of a business looking to sell alcoholic ice cream. You see, I'm not sure about alcoholic ice cream, but I wouldn't mind an alcoholic lolly. Something like that, a sort of a vodka lolly or, I don't know, actually. I'm speaking, complete balderdash. I just quite fancy at the moment ice cubes. I've got a thing about ice cubes. And I quite fancied not just ice cubes, but alcohol in them. You can't freeze alcohol, but you could mix it in with something and then you could freeze it. Yes, you're right, you can't freeze alcohol at all. In fact, you are supposed to keep vodka in the freezer. Not that I've ever done that, but it thickens it up a little bit. The Germans do it with Jägermeister, do they? Could eat a German sausage now, couldn't you? Could eat a German sausage. Anybody's sausage, I'm not particularly bothered. Apparently, a third of Brits go to bed naked. Did you know that? A third of Brits go to bed naked. So I'd mention it to you. Well, that was a quick entrance, wasn't it? In the studio, drop down some water and then back out again. I'm thinking of opening a water shop, because I've got so much water. But the trouble is I didn't drink it the other day or the day before, but it's gone, it's warm. So it has to go back into where it came from. You can do that with water, can't you? It's not like you're sort of worrying about sort of refreezing chicken again. But if you take the water back, so I've got 5 tins of it in here, and you could just pop them back in their fridge. That's good, isn't it? Look at us being industrious. On a Friday. We never do anything on a Friday. We've got some pink lady apples. Lovely. And some nardicots. Those satsumas, which we are partial to. We found a thief banned from 9,000 food stores. Obviously not a very nice person. The big freeze could last for weeks. And Ronnie Cray's school leaving certificate is going under the hammer. He's going to commit murder. Don't let him anywhere, I should imagine it'll probably say. You imagine Ronnie Cray having a leaving certificate. Hilarious. They reckon it could be sort of, people collect stuff from the Crays. Don't know why. They just do. Also, the police have grilled a granny, 82, who shared a cup of tea in her garden with somebody. I mean, honestly. She was in bed. And if you have an early breakfast, it lowers the risk of type 2 diabetes before 8:30 in the morning. I got off I found that woman again. You know the woman who fiddles it on the bus? She doesn't show a pass or anything. She just walks straight onto the bus. Nobody's ever stopped her. I don't know why. She's a right old crim. Yeah, she was on there yesterday. Travelling for free on the buses. Everybody else has to pay. Perhaps she's got some deal with the bus driver. Perhaps they're backhanders. I've never seen anything like it. She always gets the same one. I think it's either the R70 or the R68. You can't miss her. She's old and looks like she needs a bath. And she just doesn't pay. She must have a pass, but she's never shown it. Just gets on the bus and just walks straight through. Nobody says a word to her. I'm going to try it myself this morning. We didn't charge her. Why are you charging me? Social media stars blasted for failing to reveal whether their posts are adverts, because a lot of them are adverts. And as I say, I don't know why you'd ever want to buy anything off these people who've got no sort of talent or anything at all. Apparently rum and raisin choc ice was my favourite. Yeah, I think the amount of rum in there was almost negligible. I don't think it was worth worrying about. It's like, they say on the mince pies, and they say, the mince pies, lashings of brandy. Load of old cobblers. Seriously, I had a look at the lashings of brandy. It was like less than 0.5%. It didn't make any difference at all. The only ones that appear to have the booze in are the Walkers Glenfiddich mince pies. The other ones were just right old rip-off them, unfortunately. Johnny Depp has labelled his ex-wife a gold digger. She said when she was getting that $5 million that she was going to donate it to charity. She lied. She didn't. She only did a very small proportion of it. But there you go. A council is poised to go gender neutral. I really don't know what it means then. I've lost the will to live. And I'm trying to find a text. It was either a text or an email that was sent to me from Charles and Maddie Golding, and I can't find it. I've lost it somewhere in my... But I know that the producer's good at finding things. I can't remember if it was a text or an email. I really can't remember. I'm hopeless. What about Bros? They did well, says Emma, when they reunited. Don't be so silly. They cancelled concerts left, right and centre. They couldn't sell them out. They said, Bros sells these out and all the rest of it. And they didn't. They had to put big curtains up to cover the fact that they weren't selling out. That was the whole thing. And it was such a big tantrum, wasn't it, for Matt Goss. I've never known anybody throw so many hissy fits. That's when they brought out the, when the screaming stops. Charles Golding. No, he calls himself Charles. Would he call himself Charlie? I don't think so, no. Charles will be listening at the moment. Maddie will be saying, they're now thinking, would you call yourself Charlie? No, we're determined to find it. I'm determined to find it. We will find it. Why does, says Graham from Kimberley, the first cuppa of the day taste better than the rest? I don't know. What about the guy with the bit on the horse? Did he take the money or did the horse win? No, the horse fell. So Corey lost all his money, whereas me and Jake won £250,000. Only pretend. It was only pretend. But, the horse fell. I predicted it would, didn't I? I said something will happen to it. Yeah, unbeaten before until, we mentioned it on the Steve Allen programme. And he luckily took the money at the last minute. He took the 250,000. So he's very happy. He's going to take his mum and dad to Vegas, I think. Or New York. No, New York. That place that was so good they named it twice, which is lovely. So, the horse fell. I think on the fourth... It clipped the top of the jump. All good stuff. All good stuff. Rachel says, thank you for keeping me chipper in hospital. I love the Monkees. Oh, doesn't everybody? Doesn't everybody? It's... Oh. It was just, when you watch them singing it on YouTube and everything else, and you think, oh, that makes me feel nice all over. I feel very good about things like that.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. I'm still trying to find this. I can't remember where it came in from, though. Well, I know where it came from, but I just can't find the blooming thing again. There's the trouble with me. I lose one thing, and then all of a sudden something else sort of pops up, and I sort of think, where did that come from? I told you yesterday I'm useless with the telephone. Not much better with the computer either, which doesn't really help, but never mind. Anyway, so Charles and Maddie Goldie. I think it's his mum who's in a home, and she's a listener to the programme. But I can't remember her name, which doesn't help, does it really? Steve, nice to have you back, says Roy and Colin Dale. And let's have a look here. I'm hearing Katie Price is pregnant again. Yes. Well, so she says. But it's funny, the other day she didn't know if she was or not. I mean, who cares? Who cares? Got nothing to do with us. Pregnant by a bloke she's not even married to as yet. Doesn't really help, does it? And then also caught driving her car whilst disqualified. Obviously, she thinks there are two different laws for sort of people. There are those who are disqualified, who are basically breaking the law, and they seem to get away with it, and the rest of us get caught. I mean, not me, obviously. But I just find it strangely annoying that, it's a case of she thinks she's above the law. I mean, I'm hoping that she really wasn't driving, illegally. But knowing how thick... I mean, she's been banned 6 times before. She's been disqualified 6 times from driving before. That time they took away the licence, isn't it? If you've got a little boyfriend, dear, get him to drive you around everywhere. Simple as that. Much easier. Yeah, she probably might find it on my telephone. Whether or not you would... God, to try and think, is there anything on here I don't want them to see? When you're having to review Corey and the other producer, Steve, can you let us know what you think about your producer kind of thing? He'll be finding it. Oh, God. That's always the worrying thing, is that you give your phone to somebody. Luckily, I'm a very good boy. Very good boy. Somebody says, I find your morning slurp of a cup of tea. Strangely comforting. Yes, I think all is well with the world. I'm glad it's Friday, are you? I'm very glad it's Friday. I know there's loads of you listening at the moment. I was going to have a piece of toast when I woke up this morning, but I slept so badly last night. I mean, I really slept badly. It was a case of I was only getting a few minutes sleep. In the end, 8:30, I got up, had a bowl of Rice Krispies. I mean, I ask you. And have you found it? Oh, he's so clever. How does he find these things? I'm not surprised I'm getting I'm probably getting them from him. Where was it? Was it texts. In texts? Oh, was it? Oh, right. Oh, right. So, anyway, Charles Golding says he's actually my old friend and getting older by the minute. Join the club. Join the club. And he was saying, actually, I was delighted to hear you back on the airwaves, where you deserve to be. Maddie and I thought you were great this morning, which is very sweet. It's very nice. And a belated happy birthday. In a way, you're very lucky, having just gone through what you went through. Think about it. We have the Nobel Prizes because the newspapers reported Alfred Nobel was dead. They called him Dr. Death and the manufacturer of death, etc., etc. And he was so upset that he was only known for being an arms manufacturer. He set about forming the Nobel Prizes. I went over there. We went to the museum and everything else. He says, now you've had all sorts of nonsense written about you, as if Meghan was anything to do with anything, but you get to see who wrote what. You should enjoy that. He says, you don't have to write a reply, but a little tick would be nice. So, tick for the Goldings. He said, my mum is 90. He said, she lives in Rose Trees, a Jewish care home in Barnet. So, thank you very much, Charles and Maddie. And he sent me some, are they called memes? Memes, which is very nice indeed. I like things like that because I have a wicked sense of humour. I see no reason why we shouldn't have wicked senses of humour. But the one thing I discovered the other day when I had my birthday, did I mention it was my birthday? There was the other day, though, is the amount of people who wrote to me who I've worked with over the years. I mean, people that, they don't have to write to me, because they probably hated me. And it turns out they liked me. There was like a scene. There was a great scene which Charles will appreciate, and it was Barbara Streisand came back after retirement and they booked her in to do a show in her garden of her house, and the tickets were hugely expensive. The music was all written by the Bee Gees, and halfway through Barbara Streisand, who was not camp in any way, shape or form, said, I can't believe you like me. You really like me. And I thought, of course they have. They paid thousands of dollars to be in your garden. And then, at the age of, I think, 70 plus, I think she then went and did Vegas on New Year's Eve. And, of course, everybody went. Everybody went. And I think at the age of 70, she could still hit the notes. She didn't have the longevity with the notes that she had before, but she had a big orchestra. Marvin Hamlish was conducting the orchestra, and I think it was at Caesar's Palace. And it was like, I've watched it so many times. So the only thing that's odd in it, there's a drag queen halfway through, who's obviously very well known in America, but not known to us. And so they start a bit of banter and stuff like that. But Streisand comes on. She walks backstage through the huge backstage area at Caesar's Palace. She's got somebody with her, and does she have a little drink of something? I can't remember. Neil Sedaka had a little shot of vodka. Before he went up, they say, ladies and gentlemen, Neil Sedaka, and he'd swig back the vodka and walk on stage. I, of course, would be flat on my back by that time in the dressing room, the bottle shoved in my mouth. But anyway, and Barbara Streisand gets there, and they do a little, clap hands together. And then she walks up a staircase, and the music does, people who need people are the luckiest people. And the curtain parts, and this wave of noise comes back at you. I mean, it must have blown her socks off. Absolutely. It was really, when people say, what are you in showbiz for? Like that. That would be one of those moments. They paid her, I think, $1 million for one show. But mind you, there'd be a lot of expense and all the rest. It's Barbara Streisand, for God's sake. I thought it was good. Siri, you were talking about finding banana yogurt. It was horrid. It was really horrid. I can only tell you it was horrid. Didn't like it at all, so shan't be doing that again, I'm afraid. Sorry says, sorry you didn't sleep well. I'm in the same boat, having had a 1-hour tooth extraction. My bedside table looks like a branch of boots. But the best tonic is via my radio and your show, says Matt. Yes. I just slept so badly. It was like a matter of seconds or minutes. I really didn't sleep well. I've discovered actually I'm better at sitting up in front of the television as opposed to lying down. The lying down bit doesn't help me. The sitting up bit was actually quite good, and then just sort of nodding off. So I'm going to try that one later on today. But I went out yesterday to buy little daffodils. I bought these little pots of daffodils, which I leave in the pot and then just sort of dot them around all over the place because they look quite nice. They look quite nice, and they're sitting in bags at the moment on the patio. I shall do something with them today, and it'll be fantastic. Somebody says it's been a cruddy week. Thank God it's Friday. On top of being in pain, says Jake, this is our favourite Methodist pastor. You see, even people near to God, they get pain. He says, I've been dealing with a difficult congregation member who's a bully. Unfortunately for pastors, it's frowned upon to swear at your parishioners. Oh, that's not good, is it? I never thought I'd hear you say that, Jake. You know, that you can have actually a bully in a church. Because I went to church from an early age. You know, I was in the church. We weren't particularly religious, but we were in the church. Then I joined the school choir when I went to prep school. So at 9 years old, I was singing in the choir. I'm quite happy to do it. But I don't think we ever had any bullies. I don't remember things like that. But I was watching... There's a bloke there, you'll see it. If you watch the Mormon Tabernacle Choir Christmas, they do a lovely Christmas thing where in Manger Square or whatever it is, you know, all the Scientologists, not Scientologists, all the, what did I say they were? What are they? Mormon Tabernacle Choir. What are they? I can't remember what their religion is. Oh, they're Mormons, thank you. Hence being the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. You see? Only goes to prove you don't need to be intelligent to get a programme on the radio. And so they do all this opening singing, and it's nice. Now, the one thing you will notice about the Mormon Tabernacle Choir is there ain't too many black people in it. I mean, literally, you can count them on one hand. But when they all come down and they do a big Christmas show, it'll either have there's a biblical theme. They've had British artists over there who read extracts from the Bible. At one point, they fly the cast in the air over the audience on wires, but you don't see the wires. It's so brilliantly done, and they sing, and it's very well done. But there's one bloke in the audience who kind of looks, Jake, like this would be somebody who would be that. He's sort of watching them all. It's a case of, oh God, because everybody dresses up for it. They're all in period costume. It's beautifully done. I've watched it a million times, and they've got a lovely orchestra and people. It's very well done. But it's this one bloke. You'll see him. You can't miss him. You can't miss him because he sits there and he watches as they all come down and do their dancing in front of them and put their arms in the air, and you know, I like that. We did a thing years ago. We went to a church up in Pinner, which my auntie used to go to when she lived in Pinner before she moved out to Penn in Buckinghamshire, and we went on Christmas Eve, which is traditionally the time. Now, there were loads of people who didn't like people going to church on Christmas Eve because it filled up the church, and people like us didn't go every year. We didn't go every week or something like that, and they didn't like it. But anyway, on this particular occasion, we went there. The organist was rubbish, absolute rubbish. They couldn't play a tune if their life depended on it. And so you then go down, you kneel on your little hassock for the last prayer. But what they did then is, it was ever so clever. You went down for the last prayer, and of course, you know, you're taught when you're little, you keep your eyes tightly shut. You don't open your eyes. You don't cheat. And so we went down, and then all of a sudden, when we came up again, there was a big illuminated cross in the ceiling of the church, and the Christmas tree lights had all come on. It was really magical. And you get affected by things like that when you get to be a bit later in life. When I went with my godchildren years ago, we went to Epping Green, and they had people singing carols on the green. So we were all able to join in. They had a band, and they handed hymn sheets out, but I knew all the words anyway. If you've been in a school choir or in a church choir, you know the words to everything. You know, I am really good at knowing all the words. And so I was quite happy. And they said, you've actually got quite a good voice. So I'm just lucky. I'm just blessed.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to Steve Allen's Early Breakfast Show on LBC. With you till 7, Sunday through Friday. And then I get today off. And I went to get some little bits and pieces the other day. And I'm going to have a lazy weekend. I think I need a lazy weekend. I think they're good to have. I think it's God's way of telling you need to slow down a little bit, which is what my other boss, James, has said to me. Steve, I had my stroke nearly 2 years ago. This is Alan in Sunbury. He said, I haven't had a decent night's sleep since. Intense and weird dreams. I know it sounds weird, but I'm scared to sleep some nights. Oh, what, you're frightened about not waking up? That's what a lot of people get frightened of. You mustn't be frightened about that, because you wouldn't know about it. You wouldn't know. Yeah, that's exactly the best way to go, says Jake, 12 years old and hoping to make it to 13. It's, no, you shouldn't worry about things like that. I thought about that, actually. I think about it a lot, surprisingly. I didn't think I would, but I've decided that I'm not scared of dying if anything happens to me. At least I'll have the programme. But I never used to have any trouble sleeping. So I'm hoping, I've got this thing next Wednesday with the hospital, and I'm hoping that that they'll prescribe some tablets or something that can cure this. There must be some other tablet. I've tried most things that you get on prescription, but I think there might be a special one. I'm hoping so that things can return back to normal in the sort of the downstairs department, which makes it sound really peculiar. But there's nothing worse than when you don't feel 100%. I could do a programme. You know, my friend Chris and Steve over in Spain will sort of say, you sound fine. I go, well, I'm very good at hiding it, but secretly I am in pain. Not major pain, but it's enough to sort of think, oh, I'm fed up with bloody pain. I've had it since goodness knows when. And Steve, well done. You won your bet. Envoy Alan was a faller, says Kev. Yeah, I know. Of course, Corey's in a foul mood now, because we were going, I just had a feeling that it wasn't gonna make it. And of course, a lot of people going, oh, I put my money on it because it's never lost. Ha! Yesterday was the day. Steve, there must be something in the air, says Sue. I've not slept a wink either. It's been a stressful couple of weeks. Seems to be a lot of toxicity around. I'm trying to be positive and focus on the people who make me happy. Yes. I'm just trying to sort of think. I don't mind falling asleep in front of the television. I think that's what you do at my age. That's what you do. But it's sort of, I know if I'm sleeping during the daytime, then I don't get loads of sleep at night time. But I'll be grateful next week if he says, listen, we've had a look at your X-ray type things for the what's it, and we're going to recommend these tablets. But it's not my local hospital. This is Kensington and Chelsea. I've been referred already. Makes me feel a bit depressed, but there you go. Who knows? Terry says, in the rifles of the Royal Green Jackets, we're known as chosen men by a higher level. Oh, I quite like the idea of being on a higher level. Higher level. That's a good idea, isn't it? Steve, the Sydney Harbour Bridge opened on this day in 1932. We finally paid it off in 1988 to the Bank of England, says Shane. Wow. How much did it cost to build the bridge? You know how much they're looking at for Hammersmith Bridge in London, which has been closed forever. That's about 140 million looking for. What are you eating? I'm eating Haribo. Hopeless on. There's no good hiding your head. You eating Haribo as well? Is that what you got left? Are there any left out of the packet? That's what you've eaten? Honestly. Gannets. Have you ever had an alcoholic slush puppy? No, but I do like slush puppy. But I tell you what I get that brain freeze. Oh, that's a nightmare. Because you really want it, because it's so cold and it's so everything. And then you do it and you go, oh. You ever had that? No, just me again. It's always just me, have you noticed? It's dreadful. Dennis in Grantham, enjoying and listening to my opinions. Do you remember Davy Jones appearing in Coronation Street? Yes, because his granny was in there. Ina Sharples was his granny. So now you know. Steve, Norbert has finally put together some montages of the original Spikers Facebook group, toasting your birthday on Wednesday. I've seen them. John Warrington sent them to me, which is very nice. So loads of people raising a glass to me. Unfortunately, I was stricken with pain at the time, trying not to be. Because I went through a day. My friend Lynn wrote to me and she said, I thought you were getting better. And I went, yeah, for a day. And then last night it came back with a vengeance. So I've got some more tablets. So I've decided before I go to bed, I'm going to take the tablet, or before I go to bed, I'm going to take the tablet. Sarah Harding's got a book out. And so they're serialising it, but they've got to sort of invent, how much of a ligger she was and everything else. A ligger is somebody who likes going out on the town and drinking and partying. And I mean, I've never been a ligger. I'm way too old for that kind of thing. When I was younger, I did go to certain, but not really showbiz parties. Really not very good. Jonathan in Stanmore says Charles's mum is Sheila. Thank you, Jonathan. Sheila. Such a lovely name, Sheila. And I hope she's listening this morning. Jonathan, Charles's cousin's cousin. We'll all be related very shortly, Jonathan, won't we? Bless you. Thank you for that. So Sheila, who's in that care home, I think she's over 90. I think she's over 95, but which is fantastic, which is amazing. But no, I forget what I was talking about actually now. But thank you very much indeed for all the photographs and everything else of people, raising a glass. But I didn't feel 100%. But I'm hoping that they've got some miracle tablet. That's what I hope. Steve, glad you're back this week. Could you wish our friends Paul and Julie all the best in their move today? Massive fans and have carefully wrapped their Groovy Gang Prosecco glasses. Yes, that's from the Saga Louts, David from Broxbourne. They're massive fans. See, that's what we like about them. You know why? Because you are members of a very, very exclusive club. You won't find any other club like this in the world. People who assemble at 4 o'clock. And when I say assemble, I mean you're a right ragtag and bobtail crowd, I know. But at 4 a.m, we assemble every day. For the simple reason that, A, it's fantastic company, and secondly, there's a load of other people like you. They're all listening. You're not alone. Biggest audience. This time of the morning, biggest audience on the radio. It's as simple as that. Bar none. Bar none. Occasionally, yesterday we found somebody didn't like the programme, so they write and tell you they don't like the programme. Whereas my response was, well, don't listen. Why should I be bothered? You don't think we're going to change the programme because one person out of, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people doesn't like the programme? Of course we're not. Heavens above, honestly, we're doing it long enough now. We know what works. And you're obviously somebody who didn't. As Woody Allen once said, says Dale in Birmingham, I'm not afraid of dying. I just don't want to be there when it happens. I'm not afraid. I don't think so. I don't think so. You worry about things, don't you? Because sometimes you get to that stage in your life where you do start getting illnesses, and that's the pain, isn't it? That is the pain. But so we're doing all right. We're doing all right at the moment. Steve, lovely to have you back. Says is that Bridget or Bridge? Could be Bridget. Could be Bridget. Says I only listen to you on catch up, but I can't sleep, so I get to listen to you live. Yeah. See, nothing worse, is there? That's why when you turn on the television over Christmas, most of it's pre-recorded. There's not very much that is live on television. I think everything should be live. I think they should make people work. They pay them enough. Goodness sake. Sarah Harding in her book, that's what I was talking about. She's got a book out, which is published now. And then she's talking about the night Robbie begged me for a date, which, of course, he just asked for her phone number. He just asked for her phone number. That apparently has now been turned into he asked me for a date. I suppose because otherwise, if you don't litter your book with lots of famous people, nobody's going to be interested in buying it, are they? Oh, look, Robbie begged her for a date. Yeah, OK, did he follow it through? No. She said, because I was in a relationship. What a boring story. What a boring story. God, blimey. I told you the worst thing was that because she was a ligger and she parted. I mean, there were so many pictures of Sarah Harding looking in a terrible state because she partied hard. I mean, I remember seeing her in this building one morning. She looked like she was still partying. Me, of course, I can't do a Lucozade. Honestly, 2 Lucozades, I'll be flat on my back whistling Dixie. I can't do anything. I'm hopeless. Actually, that reminds me, I used to love Lucozade as a child. I wonder if you can still buy it. It's supposed to... that's right, it is, but I don't know what it is. I don't know what's in Lucozade, but it used to say Lucozade aids recovery. And then when we got AIDS, they took that off there and they had to put something else up. It's just down the road from me. I think one of the signs used to be. It's not there anymore. I don't think it's there anymore. It used to be down in Brentford. But Lucozade, they used to have that orange cellophane around it, which made it look all interesting. Oh, I've now got a craving for Lucozade. I wonder if that's going to make me feel better. I keep thinking... No. Oh, right, OK. Lucozade, Energy Orange, contains 62 grams of sugar. That's far more than the daily recommended limit for both men and women. Red Bull is high. Yeah, I knew about Red Bull. So it's just orange sugar. Oh. It's not what I need, is it, really? I'm going to send myself round the bend. I do want to take something, though. I want to take something. Do you remember? He's not going to like this at all. You know, Henry bought me that lovely bottle of that lemon and lime the other day for my birthday, which I thought was Prosecco, but it wasn't Prosecco. Do you remember that? Yeah. I tried it yesterday. Takes you an arm and a leg to get the top off. It's really difficult. It's sealed under pressure. It was horrid. It wasn't very nice at all. It wasn't very nice at all. Because he said to me yesterday, what was it like? I said, well, it's chilling in the fridge. And it was chilling in the fridge. And it went back in the fridge. I took it out. Took ages to get the blooming top off. And tried it. I thought, oh, this looks exactly lemon and lime. Ooh, that's cool, isn't it? Ice cold. Rubbish. It was awful. I felt a bit guilty. I thought, luckily, he won't hear the programme, so he won't know about it. So nobody to say anything, all right? Even though he's actually producing tonight, Nick Abbott. I shall wait and see if the balloons are down by the time we get to Sunday. Roger says, Spike has assembled because we're interested in your views on events and also what you do during the daytime. Everybody's interested. Steve. Davy Jones is the reason why David Bowie was called Bowie. He couldn't use Jones for equity. Yes, you could only... They had to have all sorts of people's names changed on equity, didn't they? Which I think it was good. Denise says it's been scientifically proven that slush puppy only gives brain freeze to people with large brains. Well, there you go. There you go. I'm not going to argue about that. I'm not going to argue. I think that's fantastic. The great thing about dying, Steve, is that everybody else knows about it except you. It's the same, but the other way round when you're stupid. Some people get frightened about things. I don't think you should be frightened about anything. We're always here. We're always here. You can always send us a text or an email. Got loads the other day. Actually, I was going to mention for Chris and Steve's benefit, although it doesn't make any difference, that over in Spain, a driving instructor was about to give a lesson to somebody, and he got stopped by the police. He was 6 times over the drink-drive limit. 6 times. I mean, that's practically comatose, isn't it? I would have thought. Very bad. And we should all be wearing Groovy Gang pyjamas, Steve. Lovely to have you back. Thank you, Zach. My body clock woke me up at 4 to listen in. Be epic. Be epic. We try and be epic on the programme, especially when we do time checks, which we don't like doing, as you know, but I'll tell you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday, 10 to 5. Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC as we enter another weekend where you still can't do anything, which is a little bit of a pain. But it doesn't matter, actually. Somebody said, have you tried a hot water bottle yet? No, I thought about it last night. Might try one tonight, actually. I do have hot water bottles, so I'm okay. No slush puppy booze, Steve. No, I'm not. You can only get slush puppies in the summer, can't you? I don't think they do them in the winter. Do they? Oh, they do them? Oh, right, okay. Apparently they do them in the winter as well, so what do I know? Also, what about the slimming biscuits called AIDS, AYDS? Yes, I remember those as well. They were an appetite suppressant, weren't they, I think, which is good. Steve, isn't somebody's medical record locked into the computer? Yes. Well, I think so, yes. I mean, I got a thing from the hospital the other day, and I had to make sure they were sending the letter to the right person. I had to put my date of birth in and a few other little bits and pieces, and then I actually managed to open it up myself. Miracle of all miracles, you know me, blooming useless. But I did it. And it was okay. Just to say, they're going to be calling me next week at 6 p.m. I go to bed at 4:30. How's that going to work? I'll have to take the phone to bed with me. I mean, I'm hoping it's not. They've said they'll be as near to 6 as possible without realising that, the business I'm in, that's night time. But I don't know how long the phone call is. They're generally not huge amount of time. I've just got a list of the tablets that I'm taking. God, blimey, it'll be an hour in itself, just running through. But I'm just hoping that there is something. Perhaps the urology departments know more about these things, and they can sort of give you something that is better, that will actually sort of stop the problem. Because it's the problem, of sort of you can't sleep. You just literally can't sleep, which is not good. Stuart Lubbock's wife. Now, you remember Stuart Lubbock because he was the one who died in Michael Barrymore's swimming pool. Do you remember the other day we had this revelation that people are being questioned 20 years on, but his wife, I didn't even know he was married. It's an ex-wife. They weren't married when he went to the party. She's finally hoping to find out more about the night that he died, as indeed is everybody. As indeed is everybody. I mean, I don't know whether or not people are going to be charged or person is going to be. I've got no idea. I just know that they're talking to people. I think they were talking to Michael Barrymore's former agent the other day to find out what was said, what was known about it. I think at the end of the day, I mean, you can't sort of start pre-guessing all these things. But we were only talking about it a week ago when Terry Lubbock, Stuart's father, who apparently is terminally ill, was saying that they've got some more leads and they've got some more things. I think you're going to find, because Michael Barrymore's career was abruptly ended by this. I mean, you know, if you're asking somebody what's the worst thing that can happen to you, somebody dying in your swimming pool would be way up there with just about anything else you could think of. And Michael Barrymore then got, I think every show that he ever did, Terry Lubbock turned up and picketed and did all sorts of things without actually knowing what was going on. Nobody knows. Hopefully people will start unravelling things, and then we'll wait and find out. Whether or not it revives Michael Barrymore's career, I don't know. He did appear on Coach Trip, didn't he? I think a while ago. And I know he listens to LBC. He's apparently been seen shopping in Twickenham. So there you go. And also, if you work for the BBC and you work for any one of a number of their programmes, you might be moving out of London. How that's going to work, I've got no idea. You know, 1 minute, you know, you live in wherever it is and you come to work in Oxford Circus, but they're moving a few people out. When I say, and not just to Manchester, they're moving around the country. How many? 400. 400 people are being moved out. It'll be interesting, won't it? I don't know where they're going to be going to or how they decide. What happens if you don't want to go? What happens if you sort of they say, oh, right, we're actually moving everybody to Glasgow or something, for example, and you go, oh, I live down here. I live in Golders Green. Why do I want to go to Glasgow for? So I don't know what they're going to do about that. I really don't know. And the editor of Teen Vogue, she was about to start work the other day, until it emerged that some years ago she had posted racist and homophobic tweets. So she stepped down from the job immediately. The worst thing was they knew she posted these things. They were aware of it. And that's why she had to I mean, how can you give a job to somebody who posts racist and homophobic tweets? I was watching the other day and I get so angry about it. So, because in America, they've got more racist cops than you can shake a stick at. Seriously, I'm sick to death of seeing bent cops. There was one the other day. They're in Beverly Hills. Now, I have done the coach trip to Beverly Hills. We went over there to interview Julie Andrews. I know, you can't name drop any better than Julie Andrews. And I was with my producer, Amanda. And we decided to take a coach trip. Well, we were beset with problems. The coach broke down and we went from being in daylight to it turned dark and freezing cold. Anyway, enough of that. But we did drive down through Beverly Hills, all the posh shops. It's like super duper rich people. Super duper rich people. Flash cars, you know, yellow Lamborghinis. We were on a tour bus. I felt so naff and common, but we had to do it because the bus is sort of lurching from one disaster to another. But anyway, now the reason I tell you this is because I found a piece on YouTube. It wasn't difficult to find. And it's a guy. And he's walked out of the Versace shop. OK? And a cop has stopped him. I should point out the guy who walks out of the Versace shop is black. And the cop stops him and wants to search him. He gets stopped purely because he's black. There's no other reason for this. And he's saying, and he's carrying a Versace bag. He's got some Versace goods. This actually has a twist in it. And so the cop said, turn around, put your hands behind your back as if you're praying. He's done nothing. He's done nothing at all. Do you know what they're actually going to charge him with? Jaywalking. I don't even know what jaywalking is. Is that when you sort of cross the road and you're not supposed to? Which turned out to be a lie. The racist cop was lying. And then along comes another racist cop. Before you know where you are, you've got 3 or 4 racist cops and 1 black man. So what were you doing in there? I was just buying some things. You've got some nice shoes on, haven't you? Yes. You know what? Turns out he's a director of Versace. He's really high up at Versace. These cops don't know it. These racist cops. So anyway, he carries on filming because he's going, listen, what have I done? Well, you did this. You're resisting arrest now. I'm not resisting arrest. Very nice shoes you've got on. Yes, I designed them. And these cops bent, every single one of them. In the end, the boss of Versace posts about it. She's got 5 million followers. And these cops get into a lot of trouble. Because if you're caught on... One of them, there was another cop at plain clothes. He stopped 2 black guys walking out of a shopping centre because they had a load of bags with them. This apparently indicates they are suspicious. And he's shouting at them through the window of the car, and they're going, listen, give me your driving licence. No. Because in America, same as here, you do not have to tell them who you are. Are you charging me with something? What are you doing? They have to tell you. You don't have to hand over your name and address. And so they didn't hand over their driving licence. Anyway, this bloke was an off-duty copper. Big, fat, bloated thing. Because in America, they are fat and unfit. There's a lot of them. It's very stereotypical. And so he's shouting at him through the window, get out of the car. No. And so it goes on and goes on and goes on. And they go, what are you stopping us for? He said, because you drove around the car park looking suspicious. Anyway, they then go, call a supervisor. Call a supervisor. Eventually, another cop car turns up. And they say to them, you're free to go. There's no charge. Of course there isn't. And you're quite right. You don't have to show your driving licence unless they're charging you. The cop who claimed he was off duty and shouting at them through their open window got fired within 2 hours. It was that good and that fast. You can find it all over. One bloke eating a sandwich on a station gets arrested by 6 coppers. Why? He's eating a sandwich on a station, which apparently is forbidden. Yet everybody else is getting on the station. Woman goes into one of those big chain places with her little kid, black lady, with a little black child, but he's wearing a football strip and they won't serve him. But they serve the little white kid. And the interesting thing is, the bloke got fired from the company, but the general manager didn't. Bit of a shame, that one, wasn't it? All news.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It is nice to have your company, nice. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast. I know, we've apologised before. And we do our best. Everybody's doing... Actually, the funny thing was I was reading a review in one of the papers this morning about the Dancing on Ice. And the TV critic Ian Hyland was saying it looks a bit dated and old-fashioned. He said the problem is they can't find any celebrities. You know, that was their big problem last time round, wasn't it, really? Happy birthday to Glenn Close. And who's reading Jane Austen? Apparently lots of you ladies are reading Jane Austen. It's a good opportunity during lockdown to read. Loads of people are reading. We've got a poem for you. This morning's one, after yesterday's little gem. This one by Lloyd E. Lawrence Sr. Why do people do that? Lloyd E. I mean, there's nothing bad with the name. I'm just sort of thinking, why has it become Senior? You know, it's like, and this is my son Bob, and your name is Bob. Oh, right, so it's Bob Jr. And you go, yeah, Junior. They always put it in there, don't they? But this is called Recycled. So perhaps they are a recycled family. I don't know. When I was an infant, tucked in my crib, I nursed from a bottle and spittled my bib. Then as a toddler, before I knew it, my foot was so wide they hardly could shoe it. Kindergarten was a wonderful place. I learned with others to share the space. Going to middle school in my teens prepared me for high school and chili beans. I went to the service to win a war, as so many others had done before. It was a wife and the kids following that, with plenty of grandkids to love and pat. Alas, now I'm old and tucked in my crib. I nurse from a bottle and spittle my bib. Awful. Honestly, I feel quite depressed. Well, that's what we got to look forward to. Dribbling. Thank God for this programme, I tell you. People must be lying there in their beds now going, oh, my God, Steve, it can't be that bad, can it? No, definitely not. Steve, the best thing about waking up early is hearing your voice. Thank you very much indeed, which is always quite good. I often wonder what it must be like, actually. Somebody says, Kensington and Chelsea Hospital, Steve. Be sure to wear your cashmere sweater around your shoulders, says Bex. That's where I went for my burns. And very good they are too. All I've got to do is talk to them on the telephone. Steve, in America, the police need a reason to stop you if you're driving. However, in this country, if the police stop you at any time and can demand your details without reason, if you're driving. Did you see that one when the guy pulled a guy and were determined to do him for something? It was until he revealed he was a solicitor who's driving an Uber car. Yes, I saw that. I saw that one. I always think it's very interesting, isn't it, where you get sort of people going, I'm not giving. In Australia, it's an even different thing. You know, would you like to accompany me to the police station? No. It's as simple as that. Would you like to go? No. And also, they have a breath test. They do the same. Can you just repeat your name and age? That's all you have to do. Over here, they go, OK, can you blow into this? And then you see these pathetic little drunks going, psh. They go, no, you're not blowing. You're blowing a balloon up, OK? OK, no, again, you get another opportunity, then we're going to take you to the police station. And we put you on the big boys thing, and then we throw you in prison because you're a drunk driver. And the one thing the police in this country don't like, same as anywhere, I suppose, are drunk drivers. You know, you could kill somebody. But you watch these people. There was a bloke the other day, he was in Lincolnshire. Never been there, but it's quite cheap for property. Oh, it's good on the lottery tonight, isn't it? About 70-something million. Oh, I could do with that. Oh, perhaps I could go private. I could say, listen, I've got these symptoms here. Have you got something for it? And they go, yeah, take this tablet, cure it immediately. Take it. You go, I feel better. That's all I want. That's all I want. So 70-something million. I haven't won anything for ages. Steve, Lucasade, great taste, was always given it as a kid when we were poorly. I know, it used to sort of sit by the side of your table, didn't it? Yeah, all it was sugar. Sugar orange. Fizzy. I think it was, yes, it was fizzy. Should quite like it. Ice cream headache is what Nils, Fraser's brother, calls it. Listen to your body, Steve, because your wealth is your health. Ain't that the case? I was talking about that to somebody the other day. Somebody said, you know, because my friend Lynn got the wrong end of the stick and thought that I was actually sort of better. I said I wasn't really. And then she said, what is it that powers you on? I said, it's what I do. And she said, I didn't know it worked like that. I said, that's what I do for a living. You know, I have to. What can I do? Sit at home and sort of make myself feel even iller. You sound good, says Shane. Thank you so much indeed. Let's do some news papiers, shall we? Let's do some news papiers. I'll put those down there. I don't care. I just litter the place. I'm really bad, but I don't care. So the punter sees the horse fall after he cashes out for $250,000, and this is Paul Dean. So good for him. Which is what he should have done. Better to get 250. Henry's in. We're in trouble now. I can tell. Yeah, I really am trouble. I know. He's gonna be going around there. And he'll be going, you're so in trouble. Did you say? Oh, Corey's telling him. Honestly, what a telltale. He's telling him now. Look at that. Honestly, that is just disgraceful. He's telling him all our secrets, whereas in fact we could have got away with it. Hi, Henry. How are you? He's telling tales out of school. It was delicious. The drink was delicious. It was horrible. It was a classic Corey telltale. I saw him standing outside there going, gobby, 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 gobby. And I nearly went out there and hit him. But I thought, no, that's violent. It was horrible. I don't know. Shove him up his jumper, I suppose, and start entering RuPaul's Drag Race. No, it was horrible. I have to tell you, I don't know why. Apart from the fact, you try get the top off, it was just the most unbelievably difficult thing because it's all wound around with plastic. You've got to pull the plastic. Seriously. And when the top took off, I thought it was going to take the ceiling down. It was really a shame. I don't know why. It just doesn't... Sounded delicious. Lemon and lime. What could be better? Listen, it was the thought that counted. Not that we think there was much thought went on, but anyway, no, it was very nice indeed. Very nice. Here she is. Oh, look, Molly King again. Good Lord, honestly. What a show-off. Poor old Molly. This was somebody who was in a girl band years ago and now nothing. She was in the Saturdays. Please God, they never reform. But she can barely contain her glee, the story goes, after being reunited with her cricketer fiancé, Stuart Broad. And so to celebrate, she posed in a corset and showed everybody. What is the matter with you, dear? Is there something the matter? Are we not complete? You know, I mean, listen, we don't mind you containing your glee, but, you know, posing in a sort of a corset for a shoot, you know, is just a little bit naff, isn't it? Do you not see it like that? You know, you're not in the Saturdays anymore. You're just a radio presenter. And in fact, it takes two of you to do the programme that one person could do. Not that I'm bitter. The Queen is sad, not angry over Harry's Oprah interview. Did you see that thing that was doing the round on the internet? It's a picture of Her Majesty the Queen. And it says, peculiar, isn't it? The Queen, who has reigned for almost 70 years and has maintained good relations with 13 prime ministers, multiple different heads of state, suddenly has a problem with a minor TV star who's on a second marriage, doesn't speak with her father and siblings, and has had numerous fallouts with friends and colleagues. Tough call to decide who the problem is here. It is true. I mean, she doesn't speak to the family. Charles had to give her away at the wedding. The only person who came over was her mother. And she's been married before. And the Queen, who has done everything, you know, and sort of has probably never encountered anything like this before, poor soul. Anyway, the Duchess of Cambridge visits ambulance workers the other day by a mural with a healing heart. So they're obviously going out there to do things. You're such a telltale tit. How could you have told him that? We were trying to keep that secret. I mean, luckily, Jake said to me, he's telling him outside. And I said, that's scandalous. We were keeping it quiet. I'm going to get my wabbit gun. I decided I'm going to go and shoot wabbits today. Honestly, we didn't want him to know that. That's hurt his feelings now. He'll go home and, you know, his mother did really well out of him for a birthday. She got everything. She got tickets for a show and all sorts of things. I get a bottle of booze he's had at the bottom of the car seat for about the past 2 years. Lemon and lime. Probably was when it went in the bottle. Chelsea and Westminster Hospital, I think you mean, Steve, says Sheila in Gosport. Yep. And will you be on tomorrow morning for make-up for time off? No, absolutely not. Definitely not. Judge Rinder says he'll be tougher on politicians on Good Morning Britain if he gets the job. Didn't even know he was up for the job. Did you know he was up for the job? I didn't. No idea. 250,000 for Mr. Dean. Well done, Paul. Very good indeed. And Ant Middleton is preparing a reunion with his SAS Who Dares Wins Pals to prove he's still top dog. That's why they dropped you. They dropped you. You can go anywhere you like. Anywhere you like. Stuart Lubbock's ex-wife spoke of her hope at finally finding out the truth about the night he died. Sue Homan said she prayed there'd be answers for Stuart's cancer-hit dad, Terry, who's got months to live. And police plan to speak to all the other 8 revellers, including Mr. Barrymore, following the arrest of a suspect who's now been released. So, you know, at least try and get it right. Also, the BBC may start a new soap opera to rival Corrie. What for? They've got EastEnders. Although, to be honest with you, there's nobody at the BBC left in EastEnders, is there? I mean, they're all sort of disappearing to Manchester and all different places where they're going to be sending everybody. So perhaps EastEnders doesn't exist anymore. Where do you live? I live in Albert Square. What's it like round there? Blimey. Well, first day we had somebody dead, and people have been killed by taxis and all sorts of things. And then because they were showing an old one, and there was Barbara behind the bar. Get out my pub. Loved it. Brave Sarah Harding pulls no punches in her book on her amazing life. To be honest with you, amazing would be the last thing that I would ever call it. Seriously, if you saw the behaviour of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here thing, where they gave her alcohol, and it was terrible. You see, look, see what you've done now to Henry. He's just sent me a thing, said I'm sat here crying into my coffee. I promise you, Henry, that was not my intention. Might have been Corey's intention to upset you, but it's very unfair of him to do things like that to you. I thought the thought was amazing. Thought you really hate me, don't you? I can tell. Sarah Harding on partying. Back then, it didn't seem to matter how much I partied on tour. Oh, it did, dear. Nowadays, I get out of breath going to the co-op. It was all, on detox. I once did a strict clinic in Austria, but we were starving. We cycled for miles and found sanctuary in a donut shop. What, in Austria? Well, I mean, that must be a first. I've never heard of a donut shop in Austria. And Robbie. Here was one of the world's biggest music stars asking for my number. That's not a date, dear. He was just asking for your number. Why do people read it? She says, as tempted as I might have been, I knew I couldn't. Trying to sell a book here. Trying to sell a book, dear. Ali Ross talking on The Hunt is on for celebrities. The worst one is The Circle. Have you heard of these people? Luminaries include wild party animal Manrika, who works in recruitment. There's a 63-year-old restaurateur called Syed. There's also... They're not celebrities, these people, which is quite worrying, really. Quite worrying. We got here Patsy Palmer appearing in a foul mood via a Zoom link. It just couldn't have got much worse, could it?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Hello. I know, I was just sort of thinking, actually. I was musing. I was looking at a story about Gail Porter. Gail got a crate of wine as an apology. Why? Why do you think she got a crate of wine? Why do you think she got a crate of wine? Come on. Did someone step on her foot? No. She had her nude image projected onto Parliament. Do you remember that? No, probably not. Anyway, she knew nothing about this publicity stunt until her mum called her the following day. Anyway, the company behind it apologised, and then as my reward for going on his podcast, I woke up one morning and she got 12 bottles of wine, so she gave them to her neighbours. She made sure that everybody got a bottle of wine. It's nice, isn't it? I do that as well. I do that kind of thing. That's it's a nice thing to do. Ollie Alexander apparently has long been the star of Years and Years, but now he's going it alone. They're all going it alone. Have you noticed? Every time I open up the paper, there'll be somebody else from Little Mix, sort of deciding to go it alone. I'm thinking, listen, the woman who was married to, Redknapp couldn't make it in the music business because you get to that stage and it's just, there's no interest. No interest at all. Great shame. Why are the pictures every day of Paul Gascoigne, the England legend, excuse me, might have been many, many years ago, larked around with a coconut frond during the third day of filming in the Honduras. He was with an actress who was wearing a thong. I mean, to be honest with you, you can do so much better than Paul Gascoigne, can't you? As we all know. Nicole Scherzinger, showing off all her gold hoop outfits. Lovely. What does she do? Does anybody know? She's a pussycat doll from a long, long time ago. But she was filming the latest Masked Singer US show. She's been dating Tom Evans since 2019, so there could be a wedding ring soon. Yeah, right. Jackanory. I don't think so. And let's have a quick look here. Eamon Holmes imports his crisps from Northern Ireland. The funny thing is Ruth Langsford knows nothing about it. There are 3 little stories about Eamon Holmes in the paper today, proving his agents getting the results. Anyway, whenever he gets parcels, he takes it into the garage, stashes it away, and she doesn't even know about it. What, do you eat the crisps in the garage as well? Like Ruth didn't know that you were putting your feet on a vibrating slab to help your circulation. Did she know about that? Apparently not. Rob Rinder, not a judge. I know they call him judge, but he isn't a judge. Posed for selfies with Jab's army volunteers during his visit to a vaccine bus in Greenwich. Johnny Depp has labelled his ex-wife Amber Heard a not very nice person. I can't tell you what it is. It's far too rude. And another one here. He said last year's High Court ruling that he repeatedly, was so devastating it breached his human rights. But he's also claiming that, and I think the judge has said the same thing, the money she said she was going to donate to charity, which I think was $5 million, never actually materialised. I think it went, there was a lot less that went, certainly not the $5 million. But people say all sorts of things, don't they? You don't have to do absolutely everything, could you? I don't think so. It's a case of wine, a crate of brown ale. Is it? I thought it was a crate of wine. Can't you have a crate of wine? Wait a minute. Let me find the story again. I don't want to get it wrong. Good Lord above. Wait a minute. No, she got a crate of wine. Oh, yes. which would be in a wooden crate, not in a cardboard thing. That would be a case of wine. This is a crate of wine. Honestly, how dare you insult me when I read something out? I always know what I'm reading out because I'm very good. So it's a crate of wine, not a crate of brown ale. That's for pub deliveries. Honestly, goodness sake. Also, the theme park fined £1 million over the death of a schoolgirl who died on a ride. She was playing with pals on something called Splash Canyon when she was jolted into the water from the boat, tried to climb up a travelator but fell back. She couldn't swim. This is at Drayton Manor, but they're not going to get the £1 million because the business has gone into administration, Drayton Manor, and it's been sold to a French firm. And presumably they're not likely for it, so the £1 million means nothing. So a family lose a child, they don't get any compensation. Nobody pays the £1 million. It's just, they might as well not have bothered. So annoying, so annoying. Also, the driving instructor, 6 times the drink drive limit. I'm only laughing because I'm imagining, I should imagine if you were 6 times the drink drive limit, you couldn't stand up. Anyway, this man was spotted by a security guard. He drove 300 yards to pick up his female student. She refused to get in. The guard, security guard, grabbed the instructor's car keys. And the suspect in his driving school in Seville were not named. Dear, honestly, I don't have to worry about that. And why are Westlife coming back? So it'll be very interesting. They're offering tickets to key workers, and they want to give something back. I'm assuming they get paid for this. I assume so. Nicky Burns says, suddenly I was an unemployed pop star. It wasn't quite as we'd planned. Yeah, it's one thing you go from being a pop star to... they still look good. They don't seem to look any different to me at all. They look exactly the same. Wow. They say everybody's so desperate to go to gigs, there'll probably be people at the show who hate us. Everybody hates everybody, don't they? Everybody hates everybody. And Jonathan Shallett, he says, good morning, Steve. Sounding healthy you are. Oh, I wish I was, Jonathan. I wish I was. Tell me you've got magic pills that make you feel better. He says, it will not surprise you to learn Eamonn Holmes is represented by my company, Intertalent. To be exact, by Alex Siegel, who's my new MD and is the best young agent I've ever met. There you go. Well, he's got 3 items in the papers today. 3 items. One about Alex Ferguson, one about the crisps, and one about something else. I can't remember what it is, but 3 items. So there you go. Professor Jonathan Shallett, OBE, Chairman Intertalent. So Alex Siegel. He's not got a sister, has he, by any chance? Called Mandy. I only ask. Because he might have. Steve, good morning. And the Groovy Gang. I love all fizzy drinks, especially Lucas. The wife is always moaning about the sugar levels in these drinks, but at least you're back on the radio, and it's very comforting. Rob and Sally are in Hatfield in Doncaster. I think I might take the car out for a little drive today. Might do that, or perhaps tomorrow. I don't know. You do it every so often just to keep the battery charged up. Give it a spin. That's what they say, isn't it? Give it a spin. Because Corey's having trouble with his car at the moment. It's not going as well as it should be. I said to him, somebody told me years ago, the moment a car starts costing you money is the time to get rid of it, because it's never going to end. And I think I had a Mini once, but I was thrashing it down the motorway. Because when you're in a little car, 70 miles an hour, it only went up to about 85 on the speedo, and I thrashed the engine. I completely thrashed it. It needed a new engine. Can you believe that? So I then vowed, if you're going to have a car and it's going to be on the motorway and you're going to sort of do 70 miles an hour, get a car that's capable of doing 70 miles an hour. So that's what I do. I have a car that does 70 miles an hour. It's very easy to do more, but it is like sitting in an armchair, which is very nice. Alison wrote to me to tell me about her best friend, who's an avid fan. 7 weeks ago, she was admitted to hospital with COVID, then whilst in hospital, diagnosed with leukemia. She's only 47. Currently, I won't mention the hospital she's at. She's going chemotherapy and can't have visitors. I'll just tell you her name is Claire, and she's from Farnborough. So you know who you are, Claire. She says, I know it would cheer her up. There you go. So I hope everything goes well. You're in the best possible place. And provided they let you have your radio in there, you're not only in the best possible place, you're listening to the best possible programme that can get you through this. So it's all doable. Okay? Think positive. And if, want any more mentions, just write to us. And I'm quite sure that Alison will be sending letters and emails winging my way. The only reason I don't give out people's proper names and where they exactly are, because we don't like to identify people who are in a situation like that, because there might be people who are trolling. And we don't want to encourage anything, We just want to get those banged up in prison as quick as possible. Steve, I was only reading yesterday that Sarah Harding is now terminal from cancer. She didn't see a doctor. No, she didn't. She ignored the pain. She's now saying, obviously, as you have to, if you've got pains, go and see the doctor. Make an appointment. Go and see the doctor. Go and do a phone thing and say, I've got this and that, and they can help you. And that's it. She thinks that some of it seems to be sounding a bit positive. She's doing a lot of chemo, I think, and stuff like that. So we don't know. We don't know that she's hoping that she goes before her mother. So that's, which is a sad state of affairs. But as she said, if you get pain, go to the doctors. Go and talk to somebody about it. Don't suffer in silence. Really don't suffer in silence.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. 27 minutes to 6. If you need to get up for work today, now would be a good time. Do you not think? And then somebody says, if Judge Rinder's not a judge, how can he make law or make law decisions? It's a TV programme, dear. Perhaps you haven't realised that. It's he's a barrister. So he's not a judge. They've just sort of made him a judge for the purpose of this. But what you do is you enter into an agreement with them, the same as Judge Judy in America, who I love. I love Judge Judy Scheindlin. Oh, she's great. Do you know she's the richest one out of all of them? She's worth about 400 million. Seriously, she's very good. And so what they do is these people go on a TV programme. It's a set. It's not actually a courtroom. It's a set. Okay, and the people are just people watching a TV show. And it's a case of you've agreed to... They write in and go, can we solve this thing with a friend of mine or whatever it happens to be? And they do it and they agree to abide by the decision. So that's how it works. You don't have to be a judge for it because it's a TV programme. Okay, it's only pretend. It's not real. Much as though we'd like to think it was real. So. Amber and Johnny court sequel with a very toxic twist. Honestly, I tell you, it's all going on in it. Courts nowadays, dreadful. Whole pages on the nervous. You bet I was. He said he got $250,000. I mean, it was a win-win situation. They offered him $250,000. I mean, they must have been breathing a sigh of relief. Had his horse come in, they would have paid out 500,000 quid. And he had to pay out 250,000. A bargain, but of course the horse fell anyway. So he did very well. Very good news. Very good news. A pensioner was given a police warning after she had a socially distanced cup of tea with her neighbours in their communal garden. Officers turned up at the 82-year-old sheltered housing complex home at 9:45 p.m. after she'd settled into bed to watch television. They told her she'd been reported for drinking tea outside with her neighbours. Yesterday, her daughter said she'd been disgusted by the police action. Yeah, they didn't show any ID. They just came in with uniforms on. Absolutely outrageous. Ridiculous. They asked her to provide identification, so she was rooting around trying to find something. Finally, she ended up showing them an out-of-date driving licence. That was all she had. Honestly. Police received a report of, this is what the police say, this is Gloucestershire. An officer has spoken to the complainant and an explanation was provided in response to concerns raised. Are they getting more stupid, the police? I mean, seriously. She's in sheltered accommodation, for God's sake. Residents were spoken to and given words of advice. Haven't you got anything better to do? She's 82. 82. Officers are deployed to incidents based on an assessment of the threat, risk and harm of the incident. In this case, officers who are part of the COVID response team are deployed across the county, attended later that evening. They got her out of bed. Can you prove who you are, dear? Oh, my God, I'm 82. I don't know. I'll have a look in the mirror. Yep, there's me. That's what I look like. Editor of Teen Vogue, here she is, Alexi McCammond, a protégé of Dame Anna Wintour, who knew all about this. Knew all about it. Given the role, despite her being aware of the appalling messages her protégé had put out on social media. But she's had to resign after a backlash when the offensive tweets resurfaced. Absolutely disgraceful. I mean, it really is, The Teen Vogue tweeting scandal is the latest racial flashpoint for Vogue and Anna Wintour. Last June, amid the Black Lives Matter protests, she sent a message to Vogue staff saying that under her leadership, the magazine had not given enough space to black editors, writers, photographers, designers and other creators. She also admitted Vogue had published images or stories that had been hurtful or intolerant and that she took responsibility for any mistakes. But months earlier, former Vogue creative director Andre Leon Talley claimed Dame Anna and other editors were not capable of understanding what it meant to be black. But fancy giving to somebody, who had put out these appalling messages, racist and homophobic tweets. Perhaps she's not the bright person we thought she was. And that applies to both of them, I should imagine, which is not good. Who's moving out the capital? Who's moving out the capital from the BBC? 400 of them. Lots of empty office space. Turn them into flats. Apparently something called Today. They'll be doing that outside London for at least 100 episodes. Also, Newsnight, presented from different bases, including Belfast, Cardiff, Glasgow and Manchester. Radio 3 and Radio 6 music rooted in North Asian network based in Birmingham. Key daytime shows for apparently something called Radio 1, whatever that is, and Radio 2 moved from the capital. Clear majority of UK-wide TV made outside of London. Long-running drama series to be launched from the north. 400 jobs to relocate out of London, 600 new jobs outside the M25. Bit embarrassing if you just bought a house and they go, oh, by the way, your show's moving. You can imagine, can't you? I was going to put the cat among the pigeons. Blimey. Very worrying. I was going to tell you a story about a lady who cadges free flights on aircraft, but I won't because she's too boring. Also, having an early breakfast could lower the risk of developing type 2 diabetes. Apparently, adults who eat for the first time before 8:30 in the morning have lower blood sugar levels. I wish. Honestly, which reminds me, actually, I must do an injection at some point during the programme. Also, the latest craze for new mums, a picture at full term and then 9 months later, and then they send you joyous results of how people have lost the money or not lost the money. And it's a lot of people wearing their underwear. They obviously have no difficulty getting people to take their clothes off and model in their underwear. Not round here, I tell you, nobody do that round here. They don't do things like that. Steve, the guy who won all the money, had an arrangement with the bookies. If the horse lost, he'd get $250,000, but if he won, he'd just get over 300,000. Well, whatever it is, the bookies didn't have to pay the $500,000, which he would have won, but he gets more than £250,000, which is good news. There you go. I got a call from the producers, Steve, of Judge Rinder, asking if I'd go on their Christmas special a couple of years ago. And they must have been desperate, asking if I had a customer who hadn't paid or someone I had a problem with. Luckily, my customers were all fantastic. Says Ellie, my resident baker in Walthamstow. Bless you. You see, that's how we know it's true. She comes with pedigree. Bums with pedigree. I can't imagine why people... a friend of mine used to work for the BBC, and he used to sort of set up guests on programmes. Guests. So if you were looking for sort of a one-armed person who swam with dolphins, they could find a one-armed... In America, there's actually agencies who deal with looking at people. So if you're looking for somebody who, I'm trying to think of it, I can't think of it, a radio presenter who sort of hops, skips and a jump into work every day and closes his eyes when he's doing the programme, well then this agency could find somebody. There's work for everybody. Work for everybody. Happy birthday to Glenn Close, Fatal Attraction actress, is 74 today. I saw her. She's been nominated 8 Oscars, never won. But, it doesn't matter. Something will happen, I promise you. But I saw her in Sunset Boulevard, which was very good. Did you ever see Sunset? No, obviously not. Saw The Sound of Music. Did you really? You saw The Sound of Music? How do you solve a problem like Maria? I know, yeah. Get rid of her. Where did you see it? You watched it on television? You watched the film of The Sound of Music on television? Yeah, that's not quite the same as going to see a stage show. That's not quite the same. We've all seen The Sound of Music. I've got various versions, of The Sound of Music. I could tell you stories about The Sound of Music because I became an aficionado and all about it. Because at the very beginning, when she runs up the hill, and then it does the cut up. But in fact, they'd waited all week for that shot. The weather had been atrocious. And the other problem they had was that the helicopter that was filming her, every time she ran up, the blade, downdraft, flattened her to the grass. So they had to try and think of a different way of doing it. But on the last day, they were going to go, oh, sod it, we'll do it in a studio. The weather broke, so up they went quickly to do it. And so they quickly got her, okay, get your outfit on. Come on, get it on now, before the, And so we got some, because the scenery is stunning in Austria. Seriously, the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. If you go skiing in Austria or you just go into the Tyrol in the summer, it's beautiful. Really beautiful. Do a coach trip, you'll love it. But anyway, so she runs up, they get that opening shot. But all they wanted was the opening shot of her running up the hill, fighting against the draft from the helicopter, you can imagine. And then it cuts to the bit with the trees, the fake trees, where it cuts like a brook, like a sun on its way. But anyway, the farmer who owned the field didn't like them, even though they'd rented the field. And they put in a rubber sheeting with the water. So she stepped on the thing and, down the brook, on its way. And every day he'd come round, stick a knife through it so it would drain away. Mind you, everybody in Salzburg hated The Sound of Music. It's only now they milk it for all it's worth. They hated it at the time. Hated it. They didn't like it at all. It was lovely. The kids, one of them, when poor old Gretel, when she fell in the water, they get her out fast because she couldn't swim. They're not singing live, no. They'd be, doe, a deer, a female. I do think they wore curtains, though. I've often looked at my curtains and thought, Steve, I'd to make a nice pair of knickerbockers. And then I thought, don't be so stupid. You look ridiculous prancing through Twickenham singing doe, a deer, a female deer. But I loved it. I watched it every time at Christmas it was on, and we were round my auntie's house for Christmas or whatever it was. They go, Sound of Music's on, Stephen will be watching that, and they just leave me alone in the room so I could watch the set, because I just thought it was at the beginning of it, it's so beautiful because the camera comes in on the helicopter over this huge piece of water and the mountains and all the rest of it. But poor old Christopher Plummer, at the end of the film where they do Climb Every Mountain, because they've escaped from the Nazis, he had to carry Gretel up. So she's on his shoulders, and she was quite a hefty child. And they got to the top and they go, can we do that bit again? He went, no. We ain't doing that bit again. So they had to go with the take that they had. But no, it was hugely successful. He didn't sing. Somebody sang for him. He couldn't sing. So Julie Andrews was very good, and the kids learnt everything. And I had the honour, years later, when we were in another building, all the kids came in. I had all the kids in and Robert Wise. And it was just like, it's like watching your childhood before you. There are lots of pluses in everybody's business. If you work for one of our sister stations, you'll get to meet pop stars and things like that. I could tell you stories about pop stars, but I got to meet, the big movie stars and things like that. I'd love to have interviewed Christopher Plummer because he also appeared in the film Battle of Britain. And again, another lovely film for those people, ex-forces. If you've not seen it, watch it. It's good. Watch it. Or failing that, the Amazing Mr. Blunder. My brother wasn't very impressed by The Amazing Mr. Blunder. I was quite depressed, actually. I thought he'd love it. He said, I thought it was all to do with Christmas. I said, no, it's only the beginning bit where they've got the snow coming down. I just thought it was a good film. Goodbye. Lawrence Naismith. Cheerio, then. We do all the parts. No expense spared on this programme. We could be in RuPaul's Drag Race. Somebody won it the other day. Was it Bag of Chips or was it... I don't know who it was. Somebody else. I've got no idea. Lawrence Chaney. Trust you to know that. Did you watch it? Oh, God, honestly. Don't you think it's peculiar? Why would a straight man be watching people dressing up in drag? You're not normal, you. Oh, you never mentioned. What did you not mention to me this morning? What did you not mention to me? Come on, think. Yes, you do. I'm going to give you the duration of the travel to think of what you're supposed to have mentioned to me this morning. Absolutely outrageous.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have you company. Yes, the answer we were looking for was, what was the chicken Kiev pie like? And apparently it was delicious. Not too garlicky. No, you see, I don't think, because I think also the vegetables had garlic in as well, didn't they? I believe so. Yeah, we're not totally convinced he ate it. We think he's saving it for tonight. I think he was sitting there with a blanket over his knees down at Charing Cross going, has anybody got an oven? I think that's what he was looking for, an oven. You wanted to save it, yeah. He said to me, oh, I'll get my girlfriend to tell you that we've actually eaten it. The old fake girlfriend trick. Seemingly, Christopher Plummer hated The Sound of Music. Yes, he wasn't happy. Now, Steve, they'd have used a drone instead of a helicopter. I know, but of course we didn't have drones in those days. But it was very good. We were when they came in, I was just so excited they were all there. And of course, what did we not do? Take pictures. No photographs. We didn't take it. I mean, we could have taken photographs, but we didn't take any. On this day, Tommy Cooper was born. 1921. Tommy Cooper, just like that. Tommy Cooper, the magician, the huge magician, 6'4", came from Caerphilly. He collapsed during the variety TV show Live from Her Majesty's, and he collected one-liners in alphabeticized files. The absent-minded zoo. He quipped, "My wife and I were married in a toilet. It was a marriage of convenience." One of his fezzes, and in fact quite a lot of his items, you can find at the Magic Circle Museum. They are there. We have them from Tommy. I worked with him once. He enjoyed a bevy, let's put it that way. That's the best I can tell you. What's the name of the youngest child? Greta. In the Von Trapp family. Oh, sorry, was that a trick question? Trying to catch me. I'm sorry, you're talking to somebody who has talked to Julie Andrews. I mean, honestly. And she signed my DVD, which I was very excited about. I mean, it's Julie Andrews. For God's sake, I met Julie Andrews. It doesn't get any better than that at all. Every year she goes to Austria, or she did up until a few years ago, and she sings there. She doesn't sing in a choir. She just goes as part of a carol service. But 9. Fill in the blank from the song The Sound of Music. The Hills are alive with the sound of music, with songs they have sung for 1,000 years. There's no good trying to fool me with all this stuff here. Honestly. I'm the biggest fan of The Sound of Music. I loved it. I loved the Naughty Nuns. The Naughty Nuns who, "Forgive me, Mother, I have sinned." And they'd taken out the starting gables for the cars of the German police officers. And then at the end, they all go up there, and that beautiful scenery. Beautiful, beautiful scenery. I love Austria. I went there. I worked there for 9 years, and I loved every minute of it. Not every time I worked there did I love it, but I thought it was a beautiful place. Lovely. It's like stepping back in time. Step in time. And it was the churches everywhere. I just used to go to churches and light candles. I felt it was the thing to do if you're in Austria. But to go out into the countryside, to some of the Heuriges, which is little bars where the people grow their own grapes, make their own wine, and you sit there all night. As long as you're drinking their wine, I don't care. And so you can go to the Heuriges, and it's lovely. They do sausages and all sorts of things. But the scenery is just stunning. It's so lovely. We went to the Hotel Panhans after we'd done a day's tobogganing and just had lunch or tea or something like that. And I told you, then we went down. And by that time, the skies had gone dark, and we walked down a little mountain path, all lit with little orange lights, to the railway station. And I said to my friend Andrew, I said, "You don't think there's going to be a train at this time, do you?" He said, yeah, there'll be a train. And we stood there, and it's snowing. It's very pretty. And then all of a sudden, beep, beep, this train comes out of nowhere and pulls in. All that kind of stuff. It was beautiful. Really was absolutely lovely. So Tommy Cooper died whilst doing Live from Her Majesty's, and it couldn't have happened in a better way for him, because he would have liked that. People thought it was part of the act, though. They didn't know. He stands on stage, a girl comes on, gives him something, and then he just looks. And I was watching it live, and he just crumples and falls to the ground. And nobody says anything. Then people laugh nervously, because they didn't know what had happened. They thought it was part of the act. But he didn't appear at the end of the show. They had to sort of pull him back underneath the curtain. And a friend of mine, Mark, was the manager at Her Majesty's Theatre, and I phoned him and I said, "What's gone on?" He said, "Oh, it's all hell's broken out." He said Tommy Cooper's collapsed and died. And I went, wow. And he died there. And in fact, it's a shame it's on YouTube, but to be honest with you, that's the way he would have wanted to go. He was in the business. He died with the sound of laughter and people who thought that he was very clever. But I did do a couple of charity gigs with him, one charity gig. And he was off his trolley. I can only say that. Ably assisted by the Bell's Distillery. But it was very good. Steve, do you like Goodbye Mr. Chips with Robert Donut? Absolutely. Love the music. Love the music. The music is just absolutely stunning. Steve, did you like the West End show? What of The Sound of Music? I never saw it. I didn't. Declan says, how do you make Welsh cheese? Here we go. This is one for Corey. Caerphilly. carefully, thank you. Have you seen Murder by Degree with Christopher Plummer as Sherlock Holmes pursuing Jack the Ripper? No, I haven't. And somebody else saying that it would actually be quite nice now, actually. Steve, the old lady in sheltered accommodation should have denied it. No proof, case closed. Honestly, 82, poor soul. Not nice, is it, really? Not very good at all. Okay, it's now 3 minutes to 6. 3 minutes to 6. College boss stepping down in an outcry over the use of the N-word. Honestly, everybody's stepping down from their jobs, aren't they? Either stepping down from their jobs or people are complaining. Philip Schofield made headline news when live on breakfast television he came out as gay. Like, the entire world went, yeah, whatever. And but a year on, we can disclose that he remains in bed with his wife Stephanie. In, of course, the financial sense, at least. They have 2 daughters, Molly and Ruby, very pretty girls, but they've now all bought a house together. Presumably, which is, but has he got a boyfriend yet? No good coming out as gay and then sort of not, following through. Makes anyway. This new property cost $839,000, but he has a personal fortune of about $9 million. So they've now got a place to go to on holiday. Not that he's ever worried about money. He's been working since he was a lad. He says he's previously emphasised that Stephanie still comes first in his life. Is it possible to come out and not hurt your wife? No, of course it isn't, he said. So my greatest concern is that she's okay. But why did he come out? We still can't work out why he came out. It was like the worst kept secret in the business. I didn't understand why it made any difference. Doesn't seem to have made any difference, does it? Unless, of course, he's got a boyfriend that nobody's met, which would be quite nice. But you can imagine we'll be keeping that one quiet for a long, long time. Will Smith. Oh, apparently. Will Smith riding shotgun. Get Arnie back. He is the man, Arnie Schwarzenegger, that we want to lead Earth against an alien invasion. There is no alien invasion. Stop being silly. We don't want anything like that at all, do we? Will Smith was a close second due to his experience in Men in Black and Independence Day. I liked Independence Day. Thought that was a good film. Very good film. Rachel Riley's vowed to continue speaking out on Twitter. Good for you, Rachel. Despite facing a barrage of abuse, she's blocked more than 1,500 vile trolls. Honestly, it's just, you see, it's so easy to do. You just go click, click, just lose them completely. And then they can write to whoever they could write to a cabbage. Makes no difference at all. You don't have to read their rubbish because they're sick people. It's not their fault. They're thick, stupid, and very lonely. That's what trolls are. But she's had to block 1,500. Good grief. Steve, Christopher Plummer, very good in The Sound of Music. Did you see him in Jesus of Nazareth, says Connie. I didn't. Don't know he was in it. He turns up in all sorts of things. He's a very good actor, very good looking. Very good looking. But better Jesus than Robert Powell? I think not. He was very good, wasn't he? I love all those. Hollywood made some big extravaganzas on biblical stories. And those I quite like as well, because it was like, let's chuck all the money at it as you possibly can. Oh, look, music. What does that mean? News at 6. Here it comes.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Oh, yeah, really nice to have your company. Welcome along. The one thing I'm hating at the moment, if I'm hating anything at all, it's the fact that when I walk out the building, it's light. I hate it. I really hate it. Isn't that funny? I was happier walking out when it was dark. And when is it the clocks go backwards, forwards, sideways? I don't know. Is it 21st? What, this weekend? Can't be, can it? 2020? No, is it? When is it? 28th. Oh, thank goodness. I had a mild coronary. Trying to work out when the clocks go backwards and forwards. So we spring forward. We spring forward. That'll be great. So you get an hour's less sleep. Won't make any difference to me. Not getting any sleep at all at the moment. Steve, Plummer's final role was John Paul Getty in All the Money in the World. Was a tour de force, says Josh. Thank you. The Sound of Music in the Apollo Victoria. Petula Clark was Maria. There were several teams of children. My daughter played Gretel, aged 5, says Maggie. I know. Who was the Mother Abbess in that show? Was it Honor Blackman? Was it Honor Blackman? I think it might have been. Well, she certainly popped up somewhere. I seem to remember as well, actually, Christopher Plummer dressed as A bishop. Did I see that? Was it something to do with thing? Anyway, here we go. So Peggy Wood was in The Sound of Music, but in the stage show in London. Stage show. Okay. Who played Mother? Abbess. Leslie Garrett did it. But who did it before that? Who did it before that? Here we go. London Revival. Simon Shepherd was Captain Von Travel. Oh, honestly, stop moving it backwards and forwards. I'm getting a headache. Trying to find out. So London Revival 81. Petula Clark was there. And who was the... There you go. Honor Blackman as the Baroness. It's uncanny, isn't it? How does he know these things? He really does. Da, 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 da. Honestly. I might not remember everything in the world, but sometimes I'll look at somebody. I meet people, loads of people all the time, and they go, "You all right, Steve?" I go, "Yeah, I'm fine, thank you." I think, who is that? Who is that? I never know who the people are. Yeah, that's a producer. He then goes, I said, "Well, can you wear a badge?" So I know. I can remember I went to a barbecue many years ago, and the worst thing is you go to barbecues and everybody stands around awkwardly until they've had a few bevies, and then they go, "Oh, hi, Steve." I know. So funny. We've met before. And when people walked in, the host had sticky labels, and he wrote your name on it and stuck it so somebody could look at your thing and go, "Steve." Which is like going into the supermarket and people have got their name on. I don't like that idea. I don't think you should know who the staff are. I suppose, why should they have to be told who people are? I know it's different on the radio, or if you're an actor or something like that. But if you're a radio presenter, it'd be silly if I said you're listening to the Nick Abbott show. I'm not really Nick Abbott. I'm Steve Allen, but I'm pretending to be Nick Abbott. We're still convinced the balloons are going to vanish tonight. Definitely. The guy that won at the Cheltenham races, was offered 320,000 if the horse won, or 250. But he got 250. Very wise decision, which is what we did yesterday. So we were right, as per usual. Have you ever met Gwyneth Paltrow? Speak properly, Stephen. For goodness sake, I'm so sorry. Have you ever met Gwyneth Paltrow? No, I haven't. I'm not sure I particularly want... she's certainly not on my wish list, my bucket list. Who's on my bucket list to meet? I'm trying to think. I've met quite a number of people that I want to meet. I've never met the Queen. I did see Diana once, and I did cover Sarah Ferguson's wedding. Ha 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 ha. And I was sitting in traffic driving up to Hyde Park Corner, and I looked to the car on my right. And there were two men in the front, driver and a man, and who was kneeling down in between the two back seats? Diana. So I saw Diana, which I was quite excited about. I've met the Queen Mother. Not met her, but I've seen her. Ian McKellen, I've met. David Attenborough, I've met. He's been on In Conversation. You did, because you get to meet... I'm in that kind of job. I can remember once... somebody saying to me, have you seen this show? Have you seen that show? And I go, yeah, I've seen all these shows because I'm in the business. No, never done Nigella Lawson. I think she'd probably flirt. And this is cream. And cherries. Most of it is sort of sexually erotic in her kitchen. In my kitchen, I'm afraid it's not. We've done away with the sexual eroticism in about 1956. We haven't bothered ever since. What's the point? What did they use to make their play clothes from in The Sound of Music? Well, allegedly, it was curtain material. Although she ran them up, nobody ever saw her sewing. Did you notice? Those are certain things you never saw in The Sound of Music. They never actually saw anything sewing, but there they were, all the kids going out there cycling because they were having fun. That's what children do. They have fun. I used to work in a supermarket, Steve, and my name badge always used to be something different to my real name. I'd refuse to use my real name. As you can imagine, you get some right weirdos who stalk you. I don't think you should have to put your name on there. It's like, oh, hello, what's your... it's different for me, as I say, because I'm in the business. I don't think people should have to wear it. So I've seen people in supermarkets, they're all wearing somebody else's name badge, which is sort of a naughty way. We don't do it here. It's not like being at school if you're a prefect. I was never a prefect. I was never a head boy or anything like that. I was a bit of a dimwit at school, I'm afraid. Alan Carr has admitted a couple he met on holiday ordered him to stop contacting them after he kept emailing them once back at home. He said he's often invited new pals to stay with him after striking up a friendship abroad. And he said it was like, you're coming to stay, and then I was contacting them, and they wrote back and said, this has to stop. I can well imagine. That's the way it works. Nadia Sawala says her 2 daughters find her body positive posts very embarrassing. She's known for flashing the flesh, but her kids, Maddie and Kiki, are not always so complimentary. She said, actually, for a lot of the time, it's been quite difficult. I know. Children get very embarrassed. I don't think parents realise. Look at Jamie Redknapp's wife, Louise Redknapp. Her sons are deeply embarrassed. But yet she still insists on it. Give up now, please. Please. Do you know, Londoners, here you go, come on, this is a lot of people round here, are the least honest with the other half about finances. How honest are you? The capital's 42,000 admission of money secrets was followed by Bristol, Leicester and Norwich. Because people don't tell people. Do you remember the story some years ago? I remember doing it on LBC because I was so amazed by it. And it was a man who'd lost his job, but he couldn't face the humiliation of telling his wife. So every morning he got up, got dressed, packed his briefcase and went and sat in a park. Until eventually she said, where are you going? She said, because they phoned the other day to say something. And he said, I couldn't tell you. And it was the saddest story I'd ever done. Saddest story. Steve, when you see the nuns singing How Do You Solve a Problem Like Maria, it's Marnie Nixon on the left, as you know. Yes, she sang for Audrey Hepburn, Deborah Kerr in The King and I. She sang for loads of people. Never get record because people don't believe it, do you? They go, she wasn't singing. But I can't remember who was singing for Christopher Plummer in The Sound of Music. But I do look for Marnie Nixon. Steve Dennis says, I bet you miss recording In Conversation. I'm missing seeing all the people. That's what I'm missing, all the people coming in, you know, and then seeing people during the daytime here, because I don't see all the people at the moment, apart from the fact I've been ill. Steve, I saw Julie Andrews in the children's department at M&S Marble Arch. She had about 3 or 4 children with her. I think she has about 3 or 4 children. She does come over, but not all the time. But she certainly does. Somebody says, I imagine you'd like to meet Tess Daly or Claudia Winkleman. Not specifically, no. Not specifically, no. I don't think so. They're not on my bucket list. I think Claudia Winkleman's quite funny, but I don't think intentionally she's funny. I think she's funny. Sarah Harding has admitted she's comforted by the fact she may die before her mother. She's praised her mum, Marie, for being with her every step of the way. That's what mums do. Proper mums in this world. That's what they do. She says, truth is, I can't live without her now. She cares for me and helps me because at times I'm too weak to help myself. That's what mums do. That's what they do. They're always there for you. I was reading a thing the other day. It was about a mum who'd sort of lost a child, and just the most heartbreaking story you could ever encounter. And then found the strength to go and help other people as they were going through their crises as well. And everybody needs somebody. I don't care who it is. You've got to have somebody to talk to who you tell everything to. And we've had so many people recently who haven't told their friends of the problems that they've got. And loads of people have problems without us even realising. You have no idea. You'll see somebody and you think, oh, they're all right, they're laughing, they're doing this. But inside, they might be desperately falling apart. Noah says, would you ever have sound effects on your show like Nick Abbott? Good Lord, no. No, that's what Nick Abbott does. You never ever copy anybody in the business. Never ever copy anybody. Everybody's got to be individual. The more individual you are, the better your career will be. But if all of a sudden I started using, Nick Abbott's sound effects, then it would be completely... And it wouldn't work for me. I'm not that sort of presenter. I'm a standalone personality presenter. I'm light-end. And more than happy to be there. More of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I'm in HR, Steve. You'd be surprised how often people don't tell their other half when jobs come to an end. They pretend they're still working. It's always so sad. I always say honesty is best. Absolutely. People don't talk, do they? Kids don't talk to their parents. My godchildren talk to their parents, sometimes too much. But they do talk. I never really spoke to my parents. Not about, sort of your private life. You didn't do things like that when I was younger. You muddled through by yourself. You know, if you were having problems at school, you wouldn't come home and say something. You just muddled through. You know, which probably made us the people we are today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Everybody, 6:20. There you go, 6:20. You're going, what do you mean 6:20? Well, goodness sake, quick. Get ready, get out. Get on the bus, get on the train. Have you noticed? Everything's getting busier. When I was at Waterloo Station the other day, I must tell you. I do Waterloo Station every day. And I've timed it to perfection. I can just get there with about a minute and a half in reserve to get the train. I mean, I'm lucky. I've got loads of trains that I can actually get home. And occasionally, Jake goes to Waterloo Station to go and get a train home. And Waterloo Station is lovely. It's got trains, you know, beep, in and out. It's got loads of people going, yeah, take your ticket here and all the rest of it. And the other thing it's got are pigeons. And it's got quite a few pigeons at Waterloo Station. I don't know why they haven't sort of had them destroyed. But anyway, that's just me, because they fly in and out and they sort of pick up the food that's dumped on the floor. But there's not as much food as you can find. And so poor Jake was going through the station the other day, and this is not funny. It's not a funny moment. It's a moment to sympathise, thinking, thank God it wasn't me. And a pigeon was flying over him. And at the precise moment as it flew over, it had an overwhelming urge to go to the toilet. All over him. All over him. And it's supposed to be good luck. Unfortunately, it's not. It is, in fact, disgusting. And the nice thing was that a little old lady came up and said, I've got some tissues. And he said, it'll be miles away by now. It's a bit late, isn't it? But he didn't have anything. He didn't have any tissues. He didn't have a hanky on him. So he put hand lotion on his hair, which is to take away the embarrassment. Imagine. I mean, what are the odds of that happening? A pigeon flying over you at that precise moment. Not funny. Don't laugh. Not funny at all. Zip. Yeah, he'd just come out of the tube. You know, and then all of a sudden a pigeon does that to him. You wait. If he sees that pigeon again, that pigeon is going home in a wheelchair, I'm telling you. Good look. Can you imagine? But anyway, I've moved away from the story. And I've just remembered, and I go onto the platform, and all of a sudden the trains coming in are quite full. They weren't before. Sometimes you get the train coming in, the one that I get, and there'd be like 20 people on it. Now there's more like 100. Coming in. A lot of them appear to be builders and workers. There's a lot of camouflage clothing, but I've sussed them. I can still see them. And they're all carrying workbenches and spirit levels and drills and stuff like that. But all of a sudden, the trains are coming in a little bit busier. Going out, not as busy. So all my lot, you know, get on at... there's a few get on at Waterloo, which is okay. And then we do Vauxhall. Then we do... where do we do it? Clapham Junction. A few get on at Clapham Junction and then blow me down. They get off at Putney. Putney's a very popular destination to get off at. And I stay on till Richmond. And normally I would go and get a bacon baguette or a bacon roll or something like that, or a sausage roll. Just something to sort of, you know, keep me going. And I was sort of thinking to myself, you know, I've gone off it. So I haven't had a bacon thingy for ages and ages. Not for ages and ages. Mr. Neil says, you're sounding good. Well, he put great, but I thought I'd change it to good, actually. And he says, off to a friend's funeral today. We were only just talking about this a moment ago. As you say, he says, nobody knows what a person is carrying and how they feel when they're alone. It's true. It's true. This is another person who took their own life, because we had that experience the other day. And it's very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. And another one here, which says, first time I've texted the show. What's your opinion on Katie Price? I don't necessarily believe it. I don't believe a word she says anyway. Don't believe a word of it. You know, put it this way. But I'm not sure if I believe that she was driving a car. Poor old Colin. Never mind Colin. Now nobody to write to on 0621. Justin Bieber is ready to pass the crown on to the next generation, which is good. I don't really have you don't have to have an opinion on Katie Price being pregnant. You know, but what she needs to do is find a job. You know, she hasn't worked in ages. She doesn't know what a job is. But, of course, she was caught driving the other day, if you believe the Sun newspaper, and she's disqualified. This is her 6th disqualification. You know, I seriously think now they need to take her licence away for a long time because she's quite clearly good at not following the rules. Still says, did you ever meet Peter Falk? No. He came in. He didn't come in. He was in London and he was due to come in, but he wasn't very well, so he flew back to America. And in fact, he died very shortly after that. In exactly the same way that Jackie Collins was due to come in here, but again, she fell ill and she went back to the States. So we didn't. I mean, I'm a big fan of Peter Falk. Somebody says, do the BBC need 5 presenters to cover a charity show? Do they get paid? I don't think they get paid. I don't think so. I think the only people who used to get paid, if memory serves me, and I might be wrong on this one, is the orchestra. Because I think the Musicians' Union did some sort of deal that they got paid for this. But I don't think whether or not Terry Wogan got paid, I can't remember. He might have done. You need somebody to anchor. But now they have God knows how many. But before it was just Terry Wogan and one other. Then all of a sudden they started increasing. Now it takes 5 of them to present something. So whether they get a fee or whether they get sort of expenses or so, I don't know. I really got no idea. I'm sure somebody will probably know about it and say, well, they do get expenses. If you're sitting there for hours on end and you're helping raising money, well then you should get some sort of remuneration. I don't think people would expect you to actually do it for absolutely nothing at all. Debbie in Leicester says, I'm looking after a terminally poorly gentleman, and if it wasn't for my mum who gives me support, I don't think I could have carried on. Always mums. Always mums. Somebody says Bill Lee sung for Christopher Plummer, says Will in Stockton. So there you go. There you go. I have no idea. Somebody else asking about whether I would like to have sound effects on the programme. Hilarious. Also, Ronnie Cray. His school leaving certificate is going under the hammer. It exempted him from attending classes, allowing him to go into a life of crime. It'll be sold by Henry Aldridge and Son of Devizes, set to fetch £600. It documents the time Ronnie went from going to school to becoming one of the 20th century's most infamous gangsters. He died at 61 while serving life for murder. They were both useless. The trouble is they weren't very good. They were good at intimidation. That's how it worked. They were good at intimidation, but anything else defeated them. They didn't understand how fruit machines worked or gambling or anything like that. They liked mixing with the celebrities, so they mixed with the celebrities. But, I mean, basically, they were a bit thick. You know, there was no way that they were ever going to be really clever at doing things like that. No, they ruled, by intimidation. That's what they did, actually, Ronnie and Reggie. I thought it would have been worth more than £600, though, mainly for its, I've got to say, novelty value. Kind of thing. And Nikki says, what's your take on Piers Morgan? Oh, God, you're so out of date, Nikki. Go away. Don't be so silly. That was days ago. You need to grow up. Get over yourself. Another one here says vaccination alone is unlikely to contain coronavirus infections in the UK. When do you get the second date? That's what I want to know. When do you get the second date for your coronavirus? Because friends of mine have got their second date already. And I think somebody's going in for it today. And I was thinking, wait a minute, how old are you? You're not old enough to have the second vaccine. They weren't even old enough to have the first vaccine. 12 weeks. Oh, right. Oh, I don't mind waiting 12. I can wait 12 weeks. I can cope with things like that. And then we get it. This big freeze could last for weeks as a 2,000-mile-wide Arctic dome of cold air blasts the nation. And North Korea's hit out at the South K pop stars, calling them slaves in a bizarre online attack. It may have been a bid by Kim Jong-un to crack down on foreign media and K-pop. They don't like things like that. It's you wouldn't want to live there, would you, really? Here's somebody here. He's lost weight. He's done it through one of these organisations. That's where they get all their publicity from. Look, he can lose weight. You can lose weight. But there are millions of people who go on diets and never lose anything at all.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Steve, if you book a vaccine online, you get the second date immediately. Aha, but I didn't. But hopefully they will know it's me. I'm sure somebody down at I think they're well aware it's me. Steve, getting my first jab today. This is Tony from Substation. We see every day. We saw him the other day. Not every day, but most days, down at the substation where we've been, Corey's highlight of his entire life. We went down there, didn't we? Had to put his outfit on and all the rest of it. And Tony's there. You got your first jab today. I hope you don't get any symptoms, Tony. If you're having it today, though, and you're not maybe working tomorrow, that will be good. And I tell you for why. It's because some people do get symptoms, a cough or a bit sniffy or something like that, or a headache. Yeah, and but don't worry, it doesn't last very long. But then you could, if you weren't working tomorrow, that would be good. So good luck to you. Bless you. Yeah, we saw him yesterday, actually. Somebody says, I went online and booked my second vaccine. Automatic date comes up when you're entitled to have the second, and I just chose. Yeah, my one was really quick. They said I went in on Friday for something else, and then they said, because I said, am I due it shortly? Because I thought at my age you must be. And they went, yeah, we can do it on Saturday. So do it. So that's what happens. That's what happens. Why is it on the Chase, Steve? The public introduce themselves as, I'm Terry, I'm 40, and I'm a tailor from Twickenham. On the celebrity version, though, the famous people don't give their age, says David. Don't actors, dancers and singers age? He's a mental health instructor from Sidcup. Now, you should know that. You should know, out of all people, that people in show business do not have an age. They don't. So when you discover somebody is sort of 80 or 85 or something like that, like Charles Golding, his mother, Sheila, she's over 90. Over 90. The Queen is over 90. And I think I used to belong to a club. I'm still a member of a club. Still a member of it. But they used to say in there that people under 70 don't want to tell you their age. The moment people go over 70, they go, I'm 76. People say that. It's like I always tell people how old I am now, mainly to watch the shock on their face. It's shock value I go for, which is fantastic. So I'm more than happy to tell you that I'm 47. I think, if you're going to be honest about something, be honest. Start faffing around. Steve, do you think we'll be like France and have to lock down again, says Martin? We might. I'm not ruling it out. They've got a number of cities that they've locked down, haven't they? Because they had a resurgence. I think we might have. We've got to be careful, but you've got to go for the jab. So Tony's following the advice of everybody else and going for it. It doesn't hurt. You don't feel a thing. They just go a little scratch, and then the needles. It's seriously. I know you might be a bit phobic about things like that. I generally am, even though I inject on a daily basis. But no, Tony will tell you next week. You watch. He'll come back next week and go, had it, didn't feel a thing, fine, no side effects. But we could be like France and go into a partial lockdown. I hope not. I hope not. Somebody says, good luck with the phone consultation with the healthcare professionals. The fact it's over the phone is a good sign. That's what we do. Of course, the producer already. Couldn't find out who was singing for Christopher Plummer, but can find out what they do when I go into this sort of phone consultation. And they do all sorts of things to do with the net. I mean, I can't be the only person who's got this. There must be loads. Oh, bless you. There must be loads of us who've actually got these sort of illnesses. And I'm hoping that there's something stronger. There you go. Bill. Yeah, we've already done Bill Lee. We've already done it. You're too late now. Somebody came up with the answer before you did. Very shoddy, I'm afraid, honestly. We do our best on the programme. But unfortunately for the producer, whatever, you do your best. Eating your pie. Leaving it a little bit longer. I don't know what to have for tea today. Friday's always my, go and have something exciting. I thought about a pizza. I haven't had a pizza in months. Months. I mean, seriously, months. And then I thought, can I really eat a pizza? Am I bothered about a pizza? We've got a pizza place very near to me, and they cook it in an open oven. And I thought perhaps I could have would I eat a whole pizza? Sometimes when I go to Costco, you can go into their little cafe thing. You can't sit down and eat, you take it away. And they do a slice of pizza or a whole pizza. I sometimes have a slice of pizza. I do the quattro formaggi. Thank you very much indeed. Peter in Reading says, can you wish my wonderful wife Carmel a very happy birthday? Oh, a Piscean, of course. I mean, I don't discriminate against anybody at all, actually. I do everybody. If you're celebrating a birthday, many happy returns. Shame you can't spend birthday weekend at the Ivy in Richmond. Maybe celebrate in a few months at the Riverside instead. Maybe see you there, says David. Maybe. You never know. I pop up in all sorts of places. Lulu says, I got so well looked after at Harlequin Stadium for vaccination 2 days ago. A woman who watches over queues spotted my anxiety And that's behind the mask and the steamed-up glasses. Still a bit needle-phobic. I was given my own booth and a doctor and dentist to look after me. Amazing. Second date was somewhere else, but these guys just said, come back, we'll look after you. Sore arm after. See, I didn't even get the sore arm. Very lucky. Very, very lucky. Because, as I say, most of my friends have had it, and they've all had some little niggling thing. But what after tea for tea today? Don't you do that? Do you do that? Do you sort of start thinking first thing in the morning? I mean, I know it's 20 to 7, but, you know, this is sort of partly through my day today. What to have for tea? Do I have a pizza? Do I have soup? Do I have... I mean, I had chili con carne yesterday. That's a bit bland and boring, isn't it? So I don't know what to have today. I feel like something a bit naughty and extravagant. That's what I feel like. That's what I feel like a Chinese takeaway. That's what I feel like. Because I don't care all the supermarkets doing Chinese food. Nobody does it like the Chinese takeaways. Nobody's Chinese food tastes as good as it. I mean, there is that nice place in Isleworth, but I mean, it's a bit of a trek, really. Not too sure. Doreen in Dundee says, had my jab yesterday, went to the outside Zumba class. Feel great today. Yeah, I spent all day thinking, I'm waiting for the arm to go numb, but I didn't. They always ask you which hand you use. I'm right-handed, so they gave it to me in my left arm. But it's good. Lee says, I want to say, if anybody asks my age, I put 10 years on. The comments are amazing. Yeah. Oh, no. Paul says, a large greasy doner kebab. Oh, I've not had a doner kebab for the best part of a year. Seriously. I've not even had a drink on the patio with Lynn. And we used to do that all the time. We'd sit on there, open a bottle of Prosecco, and have that, and, you know, but we haven't done it. Best part of a year. She reminded me. Best part of a year the other day. Wow. James says, hope you and the crew are well. The crew. Look at them. They're not crew. They're the Groovy Gang. Well, sometimes they're the Groovy Gang. Sometimes they're not. David in Sunderland says, I'm taking my mum for a second jab today. And fish and chips with loads of salt and vinegar. Fish wrapped separately. Somebody said lasagna. Oh, no, I couldn't eat lasagna. I find that very bland and boring, I'm afraid. I could have it, but if I'm going to have anything, it would have to be... Although Mike says scampi on a Friday. It might be beef bourguignon with mashed potato. I might go for beef bourguignon. That bourguignon. That's quite nice, isn't it? And for pudding, apple, something like that. It's not very exciting, is it? Oh, never mind. Well, I'm sure I'll think of something. Other stories in the papers today. Let's have a quick look. A dog owner returned an adopted pooch. Why? It didn't match the furniture. Didn't match the furniture. Battersea Cat and Dogs Home banned the Heartless householder for giving a pooch false hope. The shocking revelation was made by Claire Horton, former Chief Executive Officer of the Rescue Centre, and said usually it'll be a genuine change in circumstances. Then we get people who bring them back because they hadn't thought it was going to wee on the carpet or chew the door. But we did have a dog brought back once because it didn't match the sofa. I saw a programme on the telly the other day, which I quite liked, and it's where people want to go out and they want to adopt a dog. And they go, we're looking for a slightly smallish dog, you know, house-friendly, blah, blah, and they then bring a couple out for them to have a look at. And they do it. There were two ladies the other day and their son, and he was so excited. And I think he went away with the dog. I think he went away with the dog, which was lovely. Indian tonight for Ants from Bury St Edmunds. Gee, I've not had Indian for ages. That's a point. I could go for Indian, couldn't I? Chicken korma. Oh, yeah, that sounds beginning to sound quite nice, actually. Steve says Graham in Croydon. It's beer-battered cod and chips. Beer-battered cod and chips. It could be. It could be. Could be. I don't know. Then you've got to sort of walk back from the fish and chip shop, whereas I haven't got to walk as far to get the pizza, which would be quite nice. Also in the paper, Boris Johnson speaking about amply proportioned and starch-bosomed nurses in newly unearthed columns. Oh, honestly, people complain about everything now, isn't it? You know, like little Colin earlier on. Poor little Colin, honestly. Moans about everything. A right dreary little nobody. Really embarrassing. Plus, finally, they've released Sarah Everard's body. I only told you the other day they were going for another autopsy, but the pathologist is waiting results of further tests. But they've released her body so that the family can actually get some sort of closure. Poor souls. Also, what was this other one here? Jennifer Lopez and Alex Rodriguez have kissed and made up days after it was reported they've split. They don't last 5 minutes, these relationships, do they? And I've discovered the more show busy you are, the less chance there is of surviving. Lady Gaga went out to film House of Gucci. I think she's fascinating, Lady Gaga, don't you? She's like this chameleon. You look at a picture of her. If somebody said to me, if I didn't know, you go, who's that? And I go, I've got no idea. Martine McCutcheon? Nope, Lady Gaga. And I've got a sad story in a minute of a good citizen who thought he was doing something good, but unfortunately came off worse. And I'll tell you all about him in a moment.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Every 10 to 7, Nick Ferrari and the team be with you in 10 minutes' time. Lots of lovely suggestions now. Fish cake. Why is it that Friday was fish day? Why is it Friday? I don't do fish cakes. Isn't that odd? I've had Thai fish cakes before, but normal fish cakes, no, definitely not. Somebody says try a quality fish cake, probably get them in Sandy's, with cheese sauce and mashed potato with vegetables. You won't regret it, says Jerry. I might do. Fish fingers and salad. Oh, I think salad is the most boring thing under the sun, I'm afraid. Definitely not. Also, Ron says, roll on the summer. Had my jab yesterday, no problem. Ian, my favourite train driver, says, if you can decide between beans or veg and gravy. Oh, I can't. I can't do things like that. I can't decide on these things. Would it be beans or veg and gravy? Beans. I think so. They were just showing me a boneless bucket a minute ago of Kentucky Fried Chicken. I get quite excited. Sean says, I've had my first jab on Sunday, second in June, so time to dust off my passport. Like you, I can't decide what to cook later. I think you have to make a decision at this time of the morning. I'm rubbish at these sort of things. It'll probably change later on. But, you know, I do my best. I'm 38, Steve, and it's my birthday. I can't believe I listen to you every morning. And Will in Stockton says, there you go, you just sorted it. Chinese takeout. You can't beat it. Sweet and sour pork, sweet and sour chicken, chicken fried rice, chicken curry, a couple of pancake rolls to eat on the way home. Oh, yeah, definitely. Going for that. Go for the BB with mash, says Fred. Ooh, there's a nice one here. A Chinese takeaway. Do you know, I've seen this takeaway before, but I've never been to it, actually. This is the one that's just down the road from me in St Margaret's. I think it's called Ewok or something. What was Blue Danube Radio? Wasn't it run by some international organisation? It was run by the ORF, the Österreicher Rundfunk. And that's what it was. And it was specifically set up in Austria as part of the ORF and based at the ORF in Argentinierstrasse to cope with all the Americans who were over there. They had UN City, and there were thousands and thousands and thousands of Americans, and it was set up for them. And then everybody else loved it at the same time. Steve, it's my amazing mother Maria's birthday today, 88. Unfortunately, says Javier, she was taken into Kingston Hospital 2 days ago with a swollen leg and has been diagnosed with dementia. Honestly. So now, of course, you can't see her at the moment. Don't worry, things are going to change in that front. Definitely things will be changing in that front, and you will start seeing people, which is very good. Very good news. They're still doing racing at Cheltenham. I must have missed it. I just don't get into these race meetings, but interesting. 300,000 NHS staff did unpaid overtime in crisis. Lots of people do overtime in crisis, but I think people like the NHS staff deserve every penny that they get. And it does come down to pennies, doesn't it? The man who walked away with a $250,000, very good. Sarah Harding, the night Robbie begged me for a date. He just asked for your phone number, dear. Get over yourself. Goodness sake. The Express today. Sturgeon did mislead Parliament. Inquiry finds. And Boris Johnson insists our COVID jabs are safe, and that the UK is still on target to exit lockdown by June 21st. So fingers crossed, eh? Fingers crossed. That'd be quite nice. Nice to have some good news this year, wouldn't it? We have to wait a lot for these things. Also, Gayle King. Who is Meghan's friend, and should the palace be worried? I don't like her. I've gone off both of them, I'm afraid. Really not nice at all. But, you know, they do whatever they do in America. That's how it works over there. Also, who was it who wrote something? Was it Piers Morgan? Somebody he used to work with on a programme wrote and went, oh, I'm so glad he's been fired. And he wrote back. He said, there you are, sticking the knife in like usual. He said, I wasn't fired, I left. Put her in her place. The jab is safe says the Prime Minister, the thing that isn't safe is catching COVID. There is still a chance that you could catch COVID. There are 5 rare blood clots and a death reported in the UK. So I told you before that the safer we feel and the more you get your jabs done, the better it will be. It's as simple as that. Lorna says Chinese chicken curry and egg fried rice. Oh, I love egg fried rice. Isn't it funny? I should really just have boiled rice, but egg fried rice is good. I don't think the Chinese eat egg fried rice. If you go to a Chinese restaurant, there's one down the road from me heading into Teddington, and the whole family eat in their own restaurant. They've got a beautiful restaurant. Eat in the restaurant. And I've never once seen any egg fried rice or special fried rice. I think that must be something that's roughly akin to us. Anthony says, I always get so hungry listening to your show. You and me together, and the rest of us. Sturgeon misled Scottish Parliament, say The Guardian. Also, Beyoncé, Queen of the Grammys. Did you ever see her when she did Glastonbury? I thought she was amazing there. I mean, she was drilled to perfection. It was unbelievable. Also, the NHS boss Stevens getting his vaccination. It's amazing how many get done in... he's been done in Westminster Abbey, which is where a friend of mine got. Do you remember it? A friend of mine wrote to me and said, where are you getting done? I went, oh, the doctor's surgery. He said, oh, right. He said, I got done in Westminster Abbey. No. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think the Lord's house should be used for giving COVID vaccines, but that's just my personal opinion. Steve had an interview at Blue Danube in 1998. Didn't get the job. But I made a presenter corpse by answering the what would you take into space with Twister. There you go. Best radio moment, barring my round of applause from Mr. James O'Brien for the geography question. What would you take into space? I got the job straight away at Blue Danube. But there again, you see, I was doing speech, which was very good. Dumplings with mashed potatoes, Steve. If you've got a Polish deli near you, I fry them gently in butter. That sounds quite nice. I definitely like those. Steve, the Friday fast is a Christian practice of abstaining from animal meat, hence fish on Friday. Don't know what to have now. It might have to be chicken. Might have to go chicken. I'll wait and see, actually. I'm sure it'll be fine. The Eye, Sturgeon in peril, and the Times, Bill Gates, how to avoid a climate disaster. Plus the 35 best podcasts. I'll be one of them. I have a podcast. I have 2 podcasts. Has everybody got 2 podcasts, or is it just me? Have other people got more podcasts? Is it? Yeah, what? Yeah, some. Have they? Nick's got 3. Nick who? Oh, Nick Abbott's got 3? If these balloons aren't up on in the morning on Sunday, there's going to be trouble. 3 podcasts. Have you ever heard anything like it? 3 podcasts. Good Lord. And somebody says, is this the new LBC food show? Ooh, sarky misses, aren't we? Is it the LBC food show? It is. And how wise of you to try and work it out all by yourself. There you go. Steve, hope the punter took the money after Envoy Allen fell. Yes. I lost all my bets because he fell. I know. Everybody's saying to me, don't worry. Never fails. Did the other day, but he walked away with his 275,000, whatever it was, and good for him. That's it. I wish you all a fantastic weekend. On my free little bit extra podcast, apart from the whole programme, the whole show, Katie Price appears to be accidentally revealing that she's pregnant with a 6th child. We've heard it a million times before, darling. Thank you very much indeed. We want to know whether you were driving, though. Holly Willoughby landing a guest role in Midsummer Murders. She'll last less than 5 minutes. Because she admitted she can't act, so she'll be at the kitchen sink and then face down in the gutter, I suppose. Prince William apparently is very protective over Kate Middleton. Well, he would be. He's married to her. Why would he not be protective of her? Good Lord above. They seem to be getting on fine. They seem to be out there keeping one end of the royal family up, which is good.